Section 1 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather Eney. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 1. In the Listening Time. Has there ever been a time when no stories were told? Has there ever been a people who did not care to listen? I think not. When we were little, before we could read for ourselves, did we not gather eagerly round father or mother, friend or nurse at the promise of a story? When we grew older, what happy hours did we not spend with our books? How the printed words made us forget the world in which we lived and carried us away to a wonderland, where waters gushed and fruit trees grew, and flowers put forth a fairer hue, and everything was strange and new. The sparrows were brighter than peacocks here, and their dogs outran our fallow deer, and honeybees had lost their stings, and horses were born with eagle's wings. Footnote, Robert Browning. End footnote. And as it is with us, so it is with a nation, with a people. In the dim, far-off times when our forefathers were wild, naked savages, they had no books. Like ourselves when we were tiny, they could neither read nor write. But do you think that they had no stories? Oh, yes! We may be sure that when the day's work was done, when the fight or the chase was over, they gathered round the wood fire and listened to the tales of the storyteller. These stories were all of war. They told of terrible combats with men or with fierce, strange beasts. They told of passion, of revenge. In them there was no beauty, no tenderness, no love. For the life of a man in those far-off days was wild and rough. It was one long struggle against foes, a struggle which left little room for what was beautiful or tender. But as time went on, as life became more easy in one way or another, the savage learned to become less savage. Then, as he changed, the tales he listened to changed too. They were no longer all of war, of revenge. They told of love also. And later, when the story of Christ had come to soften men's hearts and brighten men's lives, the stories told of faith and purity and gentleness. At last a time came when minstrels wandered from town to town, from castle to castle, singing their lays. And the minstrel who had a good tale to tell was ever sure of a welcome, and for his pains he was rewarded with money, jewels, and even land. That was the true listening time of the world. It was no easy thing to be a minstrel, and a man often spent 10 or 12 years in learning to be one. There were certain tales which all minstrels had to know, and the best among them could tell 350. Of these stories, the minstrels used to learn only the outline, and each told the story in his own way, filling it in according to his own fancy. So as time went on, these well-known tales came to be told in many different ways, changing as the times changed. At length, after many years had passed, men began to write down these tales so that they might not be forgotten. These first books we call manuscripts, from the Latin word manus, a hand, and scribere, to write, for they were all written by hand. Even after they were written down, there were many changes made in the tales, for those who wrote or copied them would sometimes miss lines or alter others. Yet they were less changed than when they had been when told only by word of mouth. These stories then form the beginnings of what is called our literature. Literature really means letters, for it comes from a Latin word littera, meaning a letter of the alphabet. Words are made by letters of the alphabet being set together, and our literature again by words being set together, hence the name. As on and on time went, every year more stories were told and sung and written down. The first stories which our forefathers told in the days long, long ago, and which were never written down, are lost forever. Even many of those stories which were written are lost too, but a few still remain, and from them we can learn much of the life and history of the people who lived in our land 10 and 1200 years ago or more. For a long time, books were written by hand. They were very scarce and dear, and only the wealthy could afford to have them, and few could read them. Even great knights and nobles could not read, for they spent all their time in fighting and hunting, and had little time in which to learn. So it came about that the monks who lived a quiet and peaceful life became the learned men. In the monasteries it was that books were written and copied. There too they were kept, and the monasteries became not only the schools, but the libraries of the country. As a nation grows and changes, its literature grows and changes with it. At first it asks only for stories, then it asks for history for its own sake, and for poetry for its own sake. History, I mean, for the knowledge it gives us of the past. Poetry for the joy in the beautiful words, and not merely for the stories they tell. Then, as a nation's needs and knowledge grow, it demands ever more and more books on all kinds of subjects. And we ourselves grow and change, just as a nation does. When we are very young, there are many books which seem to us dull and stupid, but as we grow older and learn more, we begin to like more and more kinds of books. We may still love the stories that we loved as children, but we love others too. And at last, perhaps, there comes a time when those books which seem to us most dull and stupid delight us the most. At first, too, we care only for the story itself. We do not mind very much in what words it is told, so long as it is a story. But later we begin to care very much indeed what words the storyteller uses and how he uses them. It is only perhaps when we have learned to hear with our eyes that we know the true joy of books. Yes, hear with our eyes, for it is joy in the sound of the words that make our breath come fast, which brings smiles to our lips or tears to our eyes. Yet we do not need to read the words aloud. The sight of the black letters on the white page is enough. In this book, I am going to tell you about a few of our greatest storytellers and their books. Many of these books you will not care to read for yourselves for a long time to come. You must be content to be told about them. You must be content to know that there are rooms in the fairy palace of our literature into which you cannot enter yet. But every year, as your knowledge grows, you will find that new keys have been put into your hands with which you may unlock the doors which are now closed. And with every door that you unlock, you will become aware of others and still others that are shut fast, until at last you learn with something of pain that the great palace of our literature is so vast that you can never hope to open all the doors, even to peep inside. End of section 1. Recording by Heather Eney.
Section 2 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel McDermott. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 2. The Story of the Cattle Raid of Cooley. Our earliest literature was history and poetry. Indeed, we might say poetry only, for in those far-off times, history was always poetry, it being only through the songs of the bards and minstrels that history was known. And when I say history, I do not mean history as we know it. It was then merely the gallant tale of some hero's deeds listened to because it was a gallant tale. Now, the people who lived in the British Isles long ago were not English. It will be simplest for us to call them all Celts and to divide them into two families, the Gaels and the Cymry. The Gaels lived in Ireland and in Scotland, and the Cymry in England and Wales. It is to Ireland that we must go for the very beginnings of our literature, for the Roman conquest did not touch Ireland, and the English, who later conquered and took possession of Britain, hardly troubled the Green Isle. So for centuries, the Gaels of Ireland told their tales and handed them on from father to son undisturbed, and in Ireland a great many old writings have been kept which tell of far-off times. These old Irish manuscripts are perhaps none of them older than the 11th century, but the stories are far, far older. They were, we may believe, passed on by word of mouth for many generations before they were written down, and they have kept the feelings of those far-off times. It was from Ireland that the Scots came to Scotland, and when they came, they brought with them many tales. So it comes about that in Old Scottish and in Old Irish manuscripts we find the same stories. Many of the manuscripts which are kept in Ireland have never been translated out of the Old Irish in which they were written, so they are closed books to all but a few scholars, and we need not talk about them. But of one of the greatest treasures of Old Irish literature we will talk. This is the Leabhar na Húdra, or Book of the Dun Cow. It is called so because the stories in it were first written down by St. Kieran in a book made from the skin of a favourite cow of a dun colour. That book has long been lost, and this copy of it was made in the 11th century. The name of this old book helps us to remember that long ago there was no paper, and that books were written on vellum made from calfskin, and upon parchment made from sheepskin. It was not until the 12th century that paper began to be made in some parts of Europe, and it was not until the 15th century that paper books became common in England. In the Book of the Dun Cow, and in another old book called the Book of Leinster, there is written the great Irish legend called the CadenB Cooley, or the cattle raid of Cooley. This is a very old tale of the time soon after the birth of Christ. In the book, we are told how this story had been written down long, long ago, in a book called the Great Book, written on skins. But a learned man carried that book to the east. Then, when many years had passed, people began to forget the story of the cattle raid. So the chief minstrel called all the other minstrels together to ask if any of them knew the tale. But none of them could remember more than a few verses of it. Therefore, the chief minstrel asked all his pupils to travel into far countries to search for the rest, which was lost. What followed is told differently in different books, but all agree in this, that a great chief called Fergus came back from the dead in order to tell the tale, which was again written down. The story is one of the beautiful Queen Maeve of Connacht. For many years she had lived happily with her husband and her children. But one day the Queen and her husband began to argue as to which of them was the richer. As they could not agree, they ordered all their treasures to be brought before them, that they might be compared. So first, all their wooden and metal vessels were brought, but they were both alike. Then, all their jewels, their rings and bracelets, necklets and crowns were brought, but they too were equal. Then all their robes were brought, crimson and blue, green, yellow, checked and striped, black and white. They too were equal. Next, from the fields and pastures, great herds of sheep were brought. They too were equal. Then, from the green plains, fleet horses champing steeds came. Great herds of swine from forest and glen were brought. They too were equal. Lastly, droves and droves of cattle were brought. In the king's herd there was a young bull named White-horned. When a calf he had belonged to Maeve's herd, but being very proud and thinking it little honour to be under the rule of a woman, he had left Maeve's herd and joined himself to the king's. This bull was very beautiful. His head and horns and hoofs were white, and all the rest of him was red. He was so great and splendid that in all the queen's herd there was none to match him. Then Maeve's sorrow was bitter, and calling a messenger, she asked if he knew where might be found a young bull to match with White-horned. The messenger replied that he knew of a much finer bull called the Dun Cooley, or brown bull of Cooley, which belonged to Dowra, the chief of Ulster. Go then, said Maeve, and ask Dowra to lend me the bull for a year. Tell him that he shall be well repaid, and that he shall receive 50 heifers and brown bull back again at the end of that time. And if Dowra should seem unwilling to lend brown bull, tell him that he may come with it himself, and that he shall receive here land equal to his own, a chariot worth 36 cows, and he shall have my friendship ever after. So, taking with him 9 others, the messenger set out and soon arrived at Cooley. And when Dowra heard why the messengers had come, he received them kindly, and said at once that they should have brown bull. Then the messengers began to speak and boast amongst themselves. It was well, said one, that Dowra granted us the bull willingly. Otherwise, we had taken it by force. As he spoke, a servant of Dowra came with food and drink for the strangers, and hearing how they spoke among themselves, he hastily and in wrath dashed the food upon the table, and returning to his master, repeated to him the words of the messenger. Then was Dowra very wrathful. And when in the morning the messengers came before him, asking that he should fulfill his promise, he refused them. So empty-handed the messengers returned to Maeve, and she, full of anger, decided to make good the boastful words of her messenger and take the brown bull by force. Then began a mighty war between the men of Ulster and the men of Connacht. And after many fights, there was a great battle in which Maeve was defeated. Yet she was triumphant, for she had gained possession of the brown bull. But the queen had little cause for triumph, for when brown bull and White-horned met, there was a fearful combat between them. The whole land echoed with their bellowing. The earth shook beneath their feet, and the sky grew dark with flying sods of earth and with flecks of foam. After long fighting, brown bull conquered, and goring White-horned to death, ran off with him, impaled upon his horns, shaking his shattered body to pieces as he ran. But brown bull too was wounded to death. Mad with pain and wounds, he turned to his own land, and there he lay down against the hill, and his great heart broke there, and sent a stream of blood down all the slope. And thus, when all the war and the town had ended, in his own land, midst his own hills, he died. The Town by Mary A. Hutton. The Cattle Raid of Cooley is a strange, wild tale, yet from it we can learn a great deal about the life of these old, faraway times. We can learn from it something of what the people did and thought, and how they lived, and even what they wore. Here is the description of a driver and his war chariot, translated, of course, into English prose. It is then that the charioteer arose, and he put on his hero's dress of charioteering. This was the hero's dress of charioteering that he put on, his soft tunic of deerskin, so that it did not restrain the movement of his hands outside. He put on his black upper cloak over it outside. The charioteer took first then to his helm, ridged, like a board four-cornered. This was well measured to him, and it was not an overweight. His hand brought the circlet of red yellow, as though it were a plate of red gold, of refined gold smelted over the edge of the anvil, to his brow, as a sign of his charioteering, as a distinction to his master. He took the goads to his horses, and his whip inlaid in his right hand. He took the reins to hold back his horses in his left hand. Then he put the iron inlaid breastplate on his horses, so that they were covered from forehead to forefoot with spears and points and lances and hard points, so that every motion in this chariot was war near, so that every corner and every point and every end and every front of this chariot was a way of tearing. The Cattle Raid of Cooley by L.W. Faraday. We can almost see that wild charioteer and his horse, sheathed in bristling armour, with every front way of tearing as they dash amid the foe. And all through, we come in lines like these, full of colour and detail, which tell us of the life of those folk of long ago. End of section 2. Recording by Gabriel McDermott.
Section 3 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henry Elizabeth Marshall. Section 3. One of the Sorrows of Storytelling. The Tyne gives us vivid pictures of people and things, but it is not full of beauty and of tender imagination like many of the Gaelic stories. Among the most beautiful and best known of these are perhaps the 3 sorrows of storytelling. These 3 stories are called The Tragedy of the Children of Lear, The Tragedy of the Children of Traceyann, and Deirdre and the Sons of Uisneach. Of the 3, the last is perhaps the most interesting, because the story happened partly in Scotland and partly in Ireland, and it is found both in Old Irish and in Old Scottish manuscripts. The story is told in many old books, and in many ways both in prose and in verse. The oldest and shortest version is in the Book of Leinster, the same book in which is found the Tyne. The tale goes that one day King Conor and his nobles feasted at the house of Felim, his chief storyteller. And while they feasted, a daughter was born to Felim, the storyteller. Then Cathbad the Druid, who was also at the feast, became exceeding sad. He foretold that great sorrow and evil should come upon the land because of this child, and so he called her Deirdre, which means trouble or alarm. When the nobles heard that, they wished to slay the newborn babe, but Conor spoke. "Let it not be so done," he said. "It were an ill thing to shed the blood of an innocent child. I myself shall care for her. She shall be housed in a safe place, so that none may come nigh to her, and when she is grown she shall be my one true wife." So it was done as King Conor said. Deirdre was placed in a safe and lonely castle, where she was seen of none save her tutor and her nurse Lavarcam. There, as the years passed, she grew tall and fair as a slender lily, and more beautiful than the sunshine. Now when 14 years had passed, it happened one snowy day that Deirdre's tutor killed a calf to provide food for their little company. And as the calf's blood was spilled upon the snow, a raven came to drink of it. When Deirdre saw that, she sighed and said, "Would that I had a husband whose hair was as the colour of the raven, his cheeks as blood, and his skin as snow." "There is such a one," said Lavarcam. "He is Nighthawks, the son of Uisneach." After that there was no rest for Deirdre until she had seen Nicie, and when they met they loved each other so that Nicie took her and fled with her to Scotland far from Conor the king, for they knew that when the king learned that fair Deirdre had been stolen from him, he would be exceeding wrathful. There in Scotland, Deirdre and Nicie lived for many years happily. With them were Eney and Ardan, Nicie's 2 brothers, who also loved their sister Deirdre well. But Conor never forgot his anger at the escape of Deirdre. He longed still to have her as his queen, and at last he sent a messenger to lure the fair lady and the 3 brave brothers back to Ireland. Nicie and Deirdre were seated together one day, and between them Conor's chessboard, they playing on it. Nicie heard a cry and said, "I hear the call of a man of Erin." "That was not the call of a man of Erin," says Deirdre, "but the call of a man of Alba." Deirdre knew the first cry of Fergus, but she concealed it. Fergus uttered the second cry. "That is the cry of a man of Erin," said Nicie. "It is not indeed," said Deirdre, "and let us play on." Fergus sent forth the third cry, and the sons of Uisnech knew it was Fergus that sent for the cry, and Nicie ordered Ardan to go meet Fergus. Then Deirdre declared she knew the first call sent forth by Fergus. "Why didst thou conceal it then, my queen?" says Nicie. "A vision I saw last night," said Deirdre, "namely that 3 birds came unto us having 3 sups of honey in their beaks, and that they left them with us, and that they took 3 sups of our blood with them." "What determination hast thou of that, O princess?" said Nicie. "It is," says Deirdre, "that Fergus comes unto us with a message of peace from Conor, for more sweet is not honey than the message of peace of the false man." "Let that be," says Nicie. "Fergus is long in the port, and go, Ardan, to meet him, and bring him with thee." Footnote: Theophilus O'Flanagan. End footnote. And when Fergus came, there were kindly greetings between the friends who had been long parted. Then Fergus told the 3 brothers that Conor had forgiven them, and that he longed to see them back again in the land of Erin. So although the heart of Deirdre was sad and heavy with foreboding of evil, they set sail for the land of Erin. But Deirdre looked behind her as the shore faded from sight and sang a mournful song. "O eastern land I leave, I loved you well. Home of my heart, I love and loved you well. I ne'er had left you, had not Nicie left." Footnote: Douglas Hyde. End footnote. And so they fared on their journey and came at last to Conor's palace, and the story tells how the boding sorrow that Deirdre felt fulfilled itself, and how they were betrayed, and how the brothers fought and died, and how Deirdre mourned until her heartstrings snapped and death had overmastered her. She fell into the grave where Nicie lay and slept. There at his side the child of Felim fell, the fair-haired daughter of 100 smiles. Men piled their grave and reared their stone on high, and wrote their names in Ogham. Footnote: Ancient Gaelic writing. End footnote. So they lay, all 4 united in the dream of death. Footnote: Douglas Hyde. End footnote. Such in a few words is the story of Deirdre. But you must read the tale itself to find out how beautiful it is. That you can easily do, for it has been translated many times out of the old Gaelic in which it was first written, and it has been told so simply that even those of you who are quite young can read it for yourselves. In both the Tyne and in Deirdre we find the love of fighting, the brave joy of the strong man when he finds a gallant foe. The Tyne is such history as those far-off times afforded, but it is history touched with fancy, wrought with poetry. In the 3 Sorrows we have romance. They are what we might call the novels of the time. It is in stories like these that we find the keen sense of what is beautiful in nature, the sense of man's brotherhood with bird and beast, star and flower, which has become the mark of Celtic literature. We cannot put it into words, perhaps, for it is something mystic and strange, something that takes us nearer fairyland and makes us see that land of dreams with clearer eyes. Books to read: The Celtic Wonderworld by C.L. Thompson, The Enchanted Land, for version of Deirdre, by L. Chisholm, 3 Sorrows, verse by Douglas Hyde. End of section 3. Section 4 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 4. The Story of a Literary Lie. Who wrote the stories which are found in the old Gaelic manuscripts we do not know, yet the names of some of the old Gaelic poets have come down to us. The best known of all is perhaps that of Ossian, but as Ossian, if he ever lived in the 3rd century, as it is not probable that his poems were written down at the time, and as the oldest books that we have containing any of his poetry were written in the 12th century, it is very difficult to be sure that he really made the poems called by his name. Ossian was a warrior in chief as well as a poet, and as a poet he is claimed both by Scotland and by Ireland. But perhaps his name has become more nearly linked to Scotland because of the story that I am going to tell you now. It belongs really to a time much later than that of which we have been speaking, but because it has to do with this old Gaelic poet Ossian, I think you will like to hear it now. In a lonely Highland village more than 150 years ago, there lived a little boy called James Macpherson. His father and mother were poor farmer people, and James ran about barefooted and wild among the hills and glens. When he was about 7 years old, the quiet of his Highland home was broken by the sounds of war, for the Highland folk had risen in rebellion against King George II, and were fighting for Prince Charlie, hoping to have a Stuart king once more. This was the rebellion called the 45, for it was fought in 1745. Now little James watched the red coats of the southern soldiers as, with bayonets gleaming in the sun, they wound through the glens. He heard the Highland battle cry and the clash of steel on steel, for fighting came near his home, and his own people joined the standard of the Pretender. Little James never forgot these things, and long afterwards, when he grew to be a man and wrote poetry, it was full of the sounds of battle, full, too, of love for mountain and glen and their rolling mists. The Macphersons were poor, but they saw that their son was clever, and they determined that he should be well taught. So when he left school, they sent him to college, first to Aberdeen and then to Edinburgh. Before he was 20, James had left college and become master of the school in his own native village. He did not, however, like that very much, and soon gave it up to become tutor in a family. By this time, James Macpherson had begun to write poetry. He had also gathered together some pieces of old Gaelic poetry which he had found among the Highland folk. These he showed to some other poets and writers whom he met, and they thought them so beautiful that he published them in a book. The book was a great success. All who read it were delighted with the poems, and said that if there were any more such poetry in the Highlands, it should be gathered together and printed before it was lost and forgotten forever. For since the 45, the English had done everything to make the Highlanders forget their old language and customs. They were forbidden to wear the kilt or the tartan, and everything was done to make them speak English and forget Gaelic. So now people begged Macpherson to travel through the Highlands and gather together as much of the old poetry of the people as he could. Macpherson was at first unwilling to go. For one thing, he quite frankly owned that he was not a good Gaelic scholar, but at length he consented and set out. For 4 months, Macpherson wandered about the Highlands and the islands of Scotland, listening to the tales of the people and writing them down. Sometimes, too, he came across old manuscripts with ancient tales in them. When he had gathered all he could, he returned to Edinburgh and set to work to translate the stories into English. When this new book of Gaelic poetry came out, it again was a great success. It was greeted with delight by the greatest poets of France, Germany, and Italy, and was soon translated into many languages. Macpherson was no longer a poor Highland laddie, but a man of worldwide fame. Yet it was not because of his own poetry that he was famous, but because he had found, so he said, some poems of a man who lived 1,500 years before and translated them into English. And although Macpherson's book is called The Poems of Ossian, it is written in prose, but it is a prose which is often far more beautiful and then poetical than much that is called poetry. Although at first Macpherson's book was received with great delight, soon people began to doubt about it. The Irish, first of all, were jealous, for they said that Ossian was an Irish poet, that the heroes of the poems were Irish, and that Macpherson was stealing their national heroes from them. Then in England people began to say that there had never been an Ossian at all, and that Macpherson had invented both the poems and all the people that they were about. For the English knew little of the Highlanders and their customs. Even after the 15 and the 45, people in the south knew little about the north and those who lived there. Thought of it as a land of wild mountains and glens, a land of mists and cloud, a land where wild chieftains ruled over still wilder clans, who in their lonely valleys and sea-girt islands were forever warring against each other. How could such a people, they asked, a people of savages, make beautiful poetry? Dr. Samuel Johnson, a great writer of whom we shall hear more later, was the man of his day whose opinion about books was the most thought of. He hated Scotland and the Scottish folk, and did not believe that any good thing could come from them. He read the poems and said they were rubbish, such as any child could write, and that Macpherson had made them all up. So a quarrel, which has become famous, began between the two men. And as Dr. Johnson was far better known than Macpherson, most people agreed with him and believed that Macpherson had told a literary lie and that he had made up all the stories. There is no harm in making up stories. Nearly everyone who writes does that. But it is wrong to make up stories and then pretend that they were written by someone else more famous than yourself. Dr. Johnson and Macpherson were very angry with and rude to each other. Still, that did not settle the question as to who had written the stories. Indeed, it has never been settled. And what most men believe now is that Macpherson did really gather from among the people of the Highlands many scraps of ancient poetry and tales, but then he added to them and put them together in such a way as to make them beautiful and touching. To do even that, however, a true poet was needed, so people have, for the most part, given up arguing about whether Macpherson wrote Ossian or not, and are glad that such a beautiful book has been written by someone. I do not think that you will want to read Ossian for yourself for a long time to come, for the stories are not always easy to follow. They are, too, often clumsy, wandering, and badly put together, but in spite of that there is much beauty in them, and some day I hope you will read them. In the next chapter you will find one of the stories of Ossian called Fingal. Fingal was a great warrior and the father of Ossian, and the story takes place in Ireland. It is told partly in Macpherson's words. End of chapter 4. Section 5 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 5. The Story of Fingal. Cathelin sat by Tora's wall by the tree of the rustling sound. His spear leaned against a rock. His shield lay on grass by his side, and as he thus sat deep in thought, a scout came running in all haste and cried, "Arise, Cathelin, arise! I see the ships of the north. Many, chief of men, are the foe. Many the heroes of the sea-born Swaran." Then to the scout the blue-eyed chief replied, "Thou ever tremblest. Thy fears have increased the foe. It is Fingal, king of deserts, who comes to aid to green errand of streams." "Nay, I beheld their chief," replied the scout, "tall as a glittering rock. His spear is a blasted pine, his shield the rising moon. He bade me say to thee, let dark Cathelin yield." "No," replied the blue-eyed chief, "I never yield to mortal man. Dark Cathelin shall be great or dead." Then Cathelin bade the scout summon his warriors to council. And when they were gathered there was much talk, for some would give battle at once, and some delay until Fingal, the king of Morven, should come to aid them. But Cathelin himself was eager to fight, so forward they marched to meet the foe. And the sound of their going was as the rushing of a stream of foam when the thunder is travelling above, and dark brown night sits on half the hill. To the camp of Swaran was the sound carried, so that he sent a messenger to view the foe. He went. He, trembling swift, returned. His eyes rolled wildly round, his heart beat high against his side, his words were faltering, broken, slow. "Arise, son of ocean, arise, chief of the dark brown shields. I see the dark, the mountain stream of battle. Fly, king of ocean, fly." "When did I fly?" replied the king. "When fled Swaran from the battle of spears? When did I shrink from danger, chief of the little soul? Shall Swaran fly from a hero, or Fingal himself before me? My soul should not darken in fear. Arise to battle, my thousands, pour round me like the echoing main. Gather round the bright steel of your king, strong as the rocks of my land that meet the storm with joy and stretch their dark pines to the wind. Like autumn's dark storms, pouring from two echoing hills, towards each other approach the heroes, like two deep streams from high rocks meeting, mixing, roaring on the plain. Rough and dark in battle met Lachlan and Innisfail. Chief mixes his strokes with chief, and man with man. Steel, clanging sounds on steel. Helmets are cleft on high, blood bursts and smokes around. Strings murmur on the polished yews, darts rush along the sky, spears fall like the circles of light which gild the face of night, as the noise of the troubled ocean when roll the waves on high, as the last peal of thunder in heaven, such is the din of war. Though Cormac's 100 bards were there to give the fight to some, feeble was the voice of 100 bards to send the deaths to future times, for many were the deaths of heroes, wide poured the blood of the brave. Then above the clang and clamor of dreadful battle, we hear the mournful dirge of minstrels wailing over the dead. Mourn, ye sons of song, mourn. Weep on the rocks of roaring winds, O mad of Innistor. Bend thy fair head over the waves, thou lovelier than the ghost of hills when it moves in a sunbeam at noon over the silence of Morben. He is fallen, thy youth is low, pale beneath the sword of Cathelin. No more shall valor raise thy love to match the blood of kings. His grey dogs are howling at home, they see his passing ghost. His bow is in the hall unstrung, no sound is on the hill of his hinds. Then, once again, the louder for the morning pause, we hear the din of the battle. As roll 1,000 waves to the rock, so Swaran's host came on. As meets a rock 1,000 waves, so Aaron met Swaran of spears. Death raises all his voices around and mixes with the sounds of shields. Each hero is a pillar of darkness, the sword a beam of fire in his hand. The field echoes from wing to wing as 100 hammers that rise by turn on the red sun of the furnace. But now the day is waning. To the noise and horror of battle the mystery of darkness is added. Friend and foe are wrapped in the dimness of twilight. But the fight was not ended, for neither Catelyn nor Swaran had gained the victory, and ere grey morning broke, the battle was renewed. And in this second day's fight, Swaran was the victor. But while the battle still raged, white-sailed ships appeared upon the sea. It was Fingal who came, and Swaran had to fight a second foe. Now from the grey mists of the ocean the white-sailed ships of Fingal appeared, high as their grove of their masts as they gnawed by turns on the rolling wave. Swaran saw them from the hill on which he fought, and turning from the pursuit of the men of Erin, he marched to meet Fingal. But Catelyn, beaten and ashamed, fled to hide himself. Bending, weeping, and sad and slow, and dragging his long spear behind, Catelyn sank in Cromwell's wood and mourned his fallen friends. He feared the face of Fingal, who was wont to greet him from the fields of renown. But although Catelyn fled, between Fingal and Swaran battle was renewed till darkness fell. A second day dawned, and again the hosts closed in deadly combat until at length Fingal and Swaran met face to face. There was a clang of arms, their every blow like the 100 hammers of the furnace. Terrible is the battle of the kings, dreadful the look of their eyes. Their dark brown shields are cleft in twain, their steel flies broken from their helms. They fling their weapons down, each rushes to his hero's grasp. Their sinew arms bend round each other, they turn from side to side and strain and stretch their large and spreading limbs below. But when the pride of their strength arose, they shook the hills with their heels. Rocks tumble from their places on high. The green-headed bushes are overturned. At length the strength of Swaran fell. The king of the groves is bound. The warriors of Swaran fled then, pursued by the sons of Fingal, till the hero bade the fighting cease, and darkness once more fell over the dreadful field. The clouds of night come rolling down. Darkness rests on the steeps of Cormla. The stars of the north arise over the rolling of Erin's waves. They shew their heads of fire through the flying mists of heaven. A distant wind roars in the wood, silent and dark as the plain of death. Then through the darkness is heard the sad song of minstrels mourning for the dead. But soon the scene changes and mourning is forgotten. The heroes gather to the feast. 1,000 aged oaks are burning to the wind. The souls of warriors brighten with joy. But the king of Lochlin, Swaran, is silent. Sorrow reddens in his eyes of pride. He remembered that he fell. Fingal leaned on the shield of his fathers. His grey locks slowly waved on the wind, and glittered to the beam of night. He saw the grief of Swaran, and spoke to the first of the bards. Rise, Olin, raise the song of peace. O soothe my soul for more. Let mine ear forget, in the sound, the dismal noise of arms. Let 100 harps be near to gladden the king of Lochlin. He must depart from us with joy. None ever went sad from Fingal. The lightning of my sword is against the strong in fight. Peaceful it lies on my side when warriors yield in war. So at the bidding of Fingal the minstrel sang and soothed the grief of Swaran, and when the music ceased Fingal spoke once more. King of Lochlin, let thy face brighten with gladness, and thine ear delight in the harp. Dreadful as the storm of thine ocean hast poured thy valour forth, thy voice has been like the voice of thousands when they engage in war. Raise tomorrow, raise thy white sails to the wind, or dost thou choose the fight, that thou mayst depart renowned like the sun setting in the west? Then Swaran chose to depart in peace. He had no more will to fight against Fingal, so the two heroes swore friendship together. Then once again Fingal called for the song of minstrels. 100 voices at once arose, 100 harps were strung. They sang of other times, the mighty chiefs of other years. And so the night passed, till morning trembles with the beam of the east. It glimmers on Cromwell's side. Over Lynda is heard the horn of Swaran. The sons of the oceans gather round. Silent and sad they rise on the wave. The blast of Erin is behind their sails. White as the mist of Morven they float along the sea. Thus Swaran and his warriors departed, and Fingal, calling his men together, set forth to hunt. And as he hunted far in the woods, he met Catelyn, still hiding, sad and ashamed. But Fingal comforted the beaten hero, reminding him of past victories. Together they returned to Fingal's camp, and thus the heroes sang and feasted until the soul of Catelyn rose. The strength of his arm returned, gladness brightened along his face. Thus the night passed away in song. We brought back the morning with joy. Fingal arose on the heath and shook his glittering spear. He moved first toward the plain of Lynda. We followed in all our arms. Spread the sail, said the king. Seize the winds as they pour for Lynda. We rose on the wave with songs. We rushed with joy through the foam of the deep. Thus the hero returned to his own land. Note, there is no book of Ossian specially edited for children. Later they may like to read the century edition of Macpherson's Ossian, edited by William Sharp. Stories about Ossian will be found among the many books of Celtic tales now published. End of chapter 5.
Section 6 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Faerie Book Mama. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 6. About some old Welsh stories and storytellers. You remember that the Celtic family was divided into two branches, the Gaelic and the Cymric. So far we have only spoken about the Gaels, but the Cymri had their poets and historians too. The Cymri, however, do not claim such great age for their first known poets as do the Gaels. Ossian, you remember, was supposed to live in the 3rd century, but the oldest Cymric poets whose names we know were supposed to live in the 6th century. As, however, the oldest Welsh manuscripts are of the 12th century, it is again very difficult to prove that any of the poems were really written by those old poets. But this is very certain, that the Cymri, like the Gaels, had their bards and minstrels who sang of the famous deeds of heroes in the halls of the chieftains or in the marketplaces for the people. From the time that the Romans left Britain to the time when the Saxons or English were at length firmly settled in the land, many fierce struggles, many stirring events must have taken place. That time must have been full of brave deeds such as minstrels loved to sing. But that part of our history is very dark. Much that is written of it is little more than a fairy tale, for it was not until long afterwards that anything about this time was written down. The great hero of the struggle between the Britons and the Saxons was King Arthur, but it was not until many, many years after the time in which he lived that all the splendid stories of his knights, of his round table, and of his great conquests began to take form in which we know them. Indeed, in the earliest Welsh tales the name of Arthur is hardly known at all. When he is mentioned, it is merely as a warrior among other warriors equally great, and not as the mighty emperor that we know. The Arthur that we love is the Arthur of literature, not the Arthur of history. And I think you may like to follow the story of the Arthur of literature and see how, from very little, it has grown so great that now it is known all the world over. I should like you to remember, too, that the Arthur story is not the only one which repeats itself again and again throughout our literature. There are others which have caught the fancy of great masters and have been told by them in varying ways throughout the ages. But of them all, the Arthur story is perhaps the best example. Of the old Welsh poets, it may perhaps be interesting to remember too. These are Taliesin, or Shining Forehead, and Merlin. Merlin is interesting because he is Arthur's great bard and magician. Taliesin is interesting because in a book called the MaybeCordelia, which is a translation of some of the oldest Welsh stories, we have the tales of his wonderful birth and life. MaybeCordelia really means tales for the young. Except the history of Taliesin, all the stories in this book are translated from a very old manuscript called the Red Book of Hedegest. This Red Book belongs to the 14th century, but many of the stories are far, far older, having, it is thought, been told in some form or other for hundreds of years before they were written down at all. Unlike many old tales, too, they are written in prose, not in poetry. One of the stories in the MaybeCordelia, the story of King Lud, takes us back a long way. King Lud was a king in Britain, and in another book we learn that he was a brother of Cassivellaunus, who fought against Julius Caesar, so from that we can judge of the time in which he reigned. King Lud, we are told in the MaybeCordelia, ruled prosperously and rebuilt the walls of London and encompassed it about with numberless towers. And after that he bade the citizens build houses therein, such as no houses in the kingdom could equal. And moreover he was a mighty warrior, and generous and liberal in giving meat and drink to all that sought them. And though he had many castles and cities, this one loved he more than any. And he dwelt therein most part of the year, and therefore was it called Caer Lud, and at last Caer London. And after the strange race came there, it was called London. It is interesting to remember that there is still a street in London called Ludgate. Caer is the Celtic word for castle, and is still to be found in many Welsh names, such as Carnarvon, Caerleon, and so on. Now, although Lud was such a wise king, 3 plagues fell upon the island of Britain. The first was a certain race that came and was called Coranians, and so great was their knowledge that there was no discourse upon the face of the island, however low it might be spoken, but what if the wind met it, it was known to them. The second plague was a shriek which came on every May Eve over every hearth in the island of Britain, and this went through people's hearts and frightened them out of their senses. The third plague was, however much of provision and food might be prepared in the king's courts, were there even so much as a year's provisions of meat and drink, none of it could ever be found, except what was consumed upon the first night. The story goes on to tell how King Lud freed the island of Britain from all 3 plagues and lived in peace all the days of his life. In 5 of the stories of the Mabinogion, King Arthur appears. And although these were all written in Welsh, it has been thought that some may have been brought to Wales from France. This seems strange, but it comes about in this way. Part of France is called Brittany, as you know. Now, long ago, before the Romans came to Britain, some of the people who lived in that part of France sailed across the sea and settled in Britain. These may have been the ancient Britons whom Caesar fought when he first came to our shore. Later, when the Romans left our island and the Picts and Scots oppressed the Britons, many of them fled back over the sea to Brittany or Armorica, as it used to be called. Later still, when the Saxons came, the Britons were driven by degrees into the mountains of Wales and the wilds of Cornwall, while others fled again across the sea to Brittany. These took with them the stories which their minstrels told, and told them in their new home. So it came about that the stories which were told in Wales and in Cornwall were told in Brittany also. And how were these stories brought back again to England? Another part of France is called Normandy. The Normans and the Bretons were very different peoples, as different as the Britons and the English. But the Normans conquered part of Brittany, and a close relationship grew up between the two peoples. Conan, Duke of Brittany, and William, Duke of Normandy, were related to each other, and in a manner the Bretons owned the Duke of Normandy as overlord. Now you know that in 1066 the great Duke William came sailing over the sea to conquer England, and with him came more soldiers from Brittany than from any other land. Perhaps the songs of the minstrels had kept alive in the hearts of the Bretons a memory of their island home. Perhaps that made them glad to come to help to drive out the hated Saxons. At any rate, come they did, and brought with them their minstrel tales. And soon through all the land the Norman power spread. And whether they first heard them in Armorica or in wild Wales, the Norman minstrels took the old Welsh stories and made them their own. And the best of all the tales were told of Arthur and his knights. Doubtless the Normans added much to these stories. For although they were not good at inventing anything, they were very good at taking what others had invented and making it better. And the English, too, as Norman power grew, clung more and more to the memory of the past. They forgot the difference between British and English, and in their thoughts Arthur grew to be a national hero, a hero who had loved his country, and who was not Norman. The Normans then brought tales of Arthur with them when they came to England. They heard their still other tales and improved them, and Arthur thus began to grow into a great hero. I will now go on to show how he became still greater. In the reign of Henry I, the third Norman king who ruled our land, there lived a monk called Geoffrey of Monmouth. He was filled with the love of his land, and made up his mind to write a history of the kings of Britain. Geoffrey wrote his book in Latin because at this time it was the language which most people could understand. For a long time after the Normans came to England, they spoke Norman French. The English still spoke English, and the British Welsh or Cymric, but everyone almost who could read at all could read Latin, so Geoffrey chose to write in Latin. He said he translated all that he wrote from an old British book which had been brought from Brittany and given to him. But that old British book has never been seen by anyone, and it is generally thought that Geoffrey took old Welsh tales and fables for a foundation, invented a good deal more, and so made his history, and that the old British book never existed at all. His book may not be very good history. Indeed, other historians were very angry and said that Geoffrey lied saucily and shamelessly, but it is very delightful to read. Geoffrey's chief hero is Arthur, and we may say that it is from this time that Arthur became a great hero of romance. For Geoffrey told his stories so well that they soon became famous, and they were read not only in England but all over the continent. Soon storytellers and poets in other lands began to write stories about Arthur too, and from then till now there has never been a time when they have not been read. So to the Welsh must be given the honor of having sown a seed from which has grown the wide-spreading tree we call the Arthurian legend. Joffrey begins his story long before the time of Arthur. He begins with the coming of Brutus, the ancient hero who conquered Albion and changed its name to Britain, and he continues to about 200 years after the death of Arthur. But Arthur is his real hero, so he tells the story in very few words after his death. Joffrey tells of many battles and of how the British fought, not only with the Saxons, but among themselves, and at last he says, "As barbarism crept in, they were no longer called Britons, but Welsh, a word derived either from Gualo, one of their dukes, or from Gwalis, their queen, or else from their being barbarians. But the Saxons did wiselier, kept peace and concord amongst themselves, tilling their fields and building anew their cities and castles. But the Welsh, degenerating from the nobility of the Britons, never after recovered the sovereignty of the island, but on the contrary quarrelling at one time amongst themselves, and at another with the Saxons, never ceased to have bloodshed on hand either in public or private feud." Joffrey then says that he hands over the matter of writing about the later Welsh and Saxon kings to others, whom I bid be silent as to the kings of the Britons, seeing that they have not that book in the British speech which Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, did convey hither out of Brittany, the which I have in this wise been at the pains of translating into the Latin speech. Books to read: The Mabinogion, translated by Lady Charlotte Guest. Everyman's Library, Geoffrey of Monmouth's Histories, translated by Sebastian Evans. End of Chapter 6.
Section 7 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kim Lamb. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 7, How the Story of Arthur was Written in English. Geoffrey of Monmouth had written his story so well that although he warned people not to write about the British kings, they paid no heed to his warning. Soon many more people began to write about them, and especially about Arthur. In 1155, Geoffrey died, and that year a Frenchman, or Jerseyman rather, named Robert Wace, finished a long poem which he called Les Romans de Brut, or the Romances of Brutus. This poem was founded upon Geoffrey's history and tells much the same story, to which Wace has added something of his own. Besides Wace, many writers told the tale in French, for French, you must remember, was still the language of the rulers of our land. It is to these French writers, and chiefly to Walter Map, perhaps that we owe something new which was now added to the Arthur story. Walter Map, like so many of the writers of this early time, was a priest. He was a chaplain to Henry II, and was still alive when John, the bad king, sat upon the throne. The first writers of the Arthur story had made a great deal of manly strength. It was often little more than a tale of hard knocks given and taken. Later it became softened by the thought of courtesy, with the idea that knights might give and take these hard knocks for the sake of a lady they loved, and in the cause of all women. Now something full of mystery was added to the tale. This was the quest of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail was said to be a dish used by Christ at the Last Supper. It was also said to have been used to hold the sacred blood which, when Christ hung upon the cross, flowed from his wounds. The Holy Grail came into the possession of Joseph of Arimathea, and by him was brought to Britain. But after a time the vessel was lost, and the story of it even forgotten, or only remembered in some dim way. And this is the story which poet-priest Walter Map used to give new life and new glory to the tales of Arthur. He makes the Knights of the Round Table set forth to search for the Grail. They ride far away over hill and dale, through dim forests and dark waters. They fight with men and fiends alone and in tournaments. They help fair ladies in distress, They are tempted to sin, but struggle and repent, for only the pure in heart may find the holy vessel. It is a wonderful and beautiful story, and these old storytellers meant it to be something more than a fairy tale. They saw around them many wicked things. They saw men fighting for the mere love of fighting. They saw men following pleasure for the mere love of pleasure. They saw men who were strong oppress the weak and grind down the poor. And so they told the story of the quest of the Holy Grail to try to make them a little better. With every new writer, the story of Arthur grew. It seemed to draw all the beauty and wonder of the time to itself. And many stories which at first had been told apart from it came to be joined to it. We have seen how it has been told in Welsh, in Latin, in French, and last of all, we have it in English. The first great English writer of the stories of Arthur was named Layamon. He too was a priest, and like Wace, he wrote in verse. Like Wace, Layamon called his book The Brute, because it is the story of the Britons who took their name from Brutus, and of Arthur, the great British hero. This book is known, therefore, as Layamon's Brute. Layamon took Wace's book for a foundation, but he added a great deal to it, and there are many stories in Layamon not to be found in Wace. It is probable that Layamon did not make up these stories, but that many of them are old tales he heard from the people among whom he lived. Layamon finished his book towards the end of the 12th century or the beginning of the 13th. Perhaps he sat quietly writing in his cell when the angry barons were forcing King John to sign the Magna Carta. At least he wrote it when all England was stirring to new life again. The fact that he wrote in English shows that For Layamon's Brute is the first book written in English after the conquest. This book proves how little hold the French language had upon the English people. For although our land had been ruled by Frenchmen for 150 years, there are very few words in Layamon that are French or that are even made from French. But although Layamon wrote his book in English, it was not the English we speak today. It was what is called Early English, or even sometimes Semi-Saxon. If you opened a book of Layamon's Brute, you would, I fear, not be able to read it. We know very little of Layamon. All that we do know, he tells us himself in the beginning of his poem, A Priest Was in the Land. He says, Layamon was he called. He was Leonathe's son, the Lord to him be gracious. He lived at Eney, at a noble church, upon Severn's bank. Good there to him it seemed, fast by Radstone, where he books read. It came to him in mind, and in his first thoughts, that he would of England the noble deeds tell. What they were named and whence they came, the English land, who first possessed after the flood which from the Lord came. Layamon began to journey, far he went over the land, and won the noble books which he for pattern took. He told the English book that St. Beda made, another he took in Latin which St. Alban made. And the fair Austin who baptism brought hither, book the third he took laid in the midst, that the French clerk, Wace he was called, he well could write. Layamon laid these books down, and the leaves turned. He then lovingly beheld, the Lord to him be merciful. Pen he took in fingers and wrote upon a bookskin, and the true words set together, and the 3 books pressed to one. That in words such as we use now is how Layamon begins his poem. But this is how the words looked as Layamon wrote them. An preost, Wace on Leoden, Lazamon Wace e Hoten. He Wace Leonaos, son Leoe him beo drite. You can see that it would not be very easy to read that kind of English. Nor does it seem very like poetry in either the old words or the modern. But you must remember that Old English poetry was not like ours. It did not have rhyming words at the end of the lines. Anglo-Saxon poetry depended for its pleasantness to the ear, not on rhyme as does ours, but on accent and alliteration. Alliteration means the repeating of a letter. Accent means that you rest longer on some syllables and say them louder than others. For instance, if you take the line, "The way was long, the wind was cold." Way, long, wind, and cold are accented, so there are 4 accents in that line. Now in Anglo-Saxon poetry, the lines were divided into 2 half lines, and in each half there had to be 2 or more accented syllables. But there might also be as many unaccented syllables as the poet liked. So in this way, the lines were often very unequal, some being quite short and others long. 3 of the accented syllables, generally 2 in the first half and 1 in the second half of the line, were alliterative. In translating, of course, the alliteration is very often lost. But sometimes the semi-Saxon words and the English words were very like each other, and the alliteration can be kept, so that even in translation, we can get a little idea of what the poetry sounded like. For instance, the line "Wat heo ihoten weoren" and "Wainonin heo komen," the alliteration is on W and may be translated "what they called were and whence they came," still keeping the alliteration. Upon these rules of accent and alliteration, the strict form of Anglo-Saxon verse was based. But when the Normans came, they brought a new form of poetry, and gradually rhymes began to take the place of alliteration. Layaman wrote his Brut more than 100 years after the coming of the Normans, and although his poem is in the main alliterative, sometimes he has rhyming lines, such as "Mokel dal heo I westen, mid harman pen mesten," that is, "Great part they laid waste, with harm the most." Sometimes even in translation, the rhyme may be kept as "En fara for nu to night, into Norways for right," which can be translated, "And fare forth now tonight, into Norway forthright." At times, too, Layaman has neither rhyme nor alliteration in his lines. Sometimes he has both, so that his poem is a link between the old poetry and the new. I hope that you are not tired with this long explanation, for I think if you take the trouble to understand it, it may make the rest of this chapter more interesting. Now I will tell you a little more of the poem itself. Layaman tells many wonderful stories of Arthur, from the time he was born to his last battle in which he was killed, fighting against the rebel Modred. This is how Layaman tells the story of Arthur's death, or rather of his passing. Arthur went to Cornwall with a great army. Modred heard that, and he against him came with unnumbered folk. There were many of them fated upon the Tambray they came together. The place was called Camelford, evermore has that name lasted, and at Camelford were gathered 60,000, and more thousands there too. Modred was their chief, then hitherward gan ride Arthur the mighty. With numberless folk fated though they were, upon the Tambray they came together, drew their long swords, smote on the helmets, so that fire sprang forth, spears were splintered, shields gan shatter, shafts to break. They fought all together, folk unnumbered. Tambray was in flood with unmeasured blood. No man in the fight might any warrior know, nor who did worse, nor who did better, so was the conflict mingled. For each slew downright, were he swain, were he knight. There was Modred slain and robbed of his life day in the fight. There were slain all the brave, Arthur's warriors noble, and the Britons all of Arthur's board, and all his lieges of many a kingdom. And Arthur sore wounded with war spear broad, 15 he had fearful wounds. One might in the least 2 gloves thrust, then was there no more in the fight on life. Of 200,000 men that there lay hewed in pieces, but Arthur the king alone, and of his knights 2. But Arthur was sore wounded wondrously much. Then to him came a knave who was of his kindred. He was Cador's son, the Earl of Cornwall. Constantine hight the knave. He was to the king dear. Arthur him looked on where he lay on the field, and these words said with sorrowful heart, Constantine, thou art welcome, thou wert Cador's son. I give thee here my kingdom. Guard thou my Britons so long as thou livest, and hold them all the laws that have in my days stood, and all the good laws that in Uther's days stood. And I will fare to Avalon, to the fairest of all maidens, to Argente their queen, an elf very fair. And she shall my wounds make all sound, all who make me with healing draughts, and afterwards I will come again to my kingdom, and dwell with the Britons with mickle joy, even with the words that came upon the sea, a short boat sailing, moving amid the waves, and two women therein wondrously clad. And they took Arthur anon, and bare him quickly, and softly him adown laid, and to glide forth gan they. Then was it come, what Merlin said whilom, that unmeasured sorrow should be at Arthur's forth faring. Britons believe yet that he is still in life, and dwelleth in Avalon with the fairest of all elves. And every Briton looketh still when Arthur shall return, was never the man born, nor never the lady chosen, who knoweth of the sooth of Arthur, to say more. But erstwhile there was a wizard Merlin called. He boded with words, the which were sooth, that an Arthur should yet come to the English to help. You see by this last line that Layman has forgotten the difference between Briton and English. He has forgotten that in his lifetime Arthur fought against the English. To him, Arthur has become an English hero. And perhaps he wrote these last words with the hope in his heart that someday someone would arise who would deliver his dear land from the rule of the stranger Normans. This we know happened, not indeed by the might of one man, but by the might of the English spirit, the strong spirit which had never died, and which Layman himself showed was still alive when he wrote his book in English. End of section 7. Recording by Kim Lamb.
Section 8 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 8, The Beginning of the Reading Time. We are now going on 200 years to speak of another book about Arthur. This is Morte d'Arthur by Sir Thomas Malory. Up to this time, all books had to be written by hand. But in the 15th century, printing was discovered. This was one of the greatest things which ever happened for literature, for books then became much more plentiful and were not nearly so dear as they had been, and so many more people could afford to buy them, and thus learning spread. It is not quite known who first discovered the art of printing, but William Caxton was the first man who set up a printing press in England. He was an English wool merchant who had gone to live in Bruges, but he was very fond of books, and after a time he gave up his wool business, came back to England, and began to write and print books. One of the first books he printed was Malory's Morte d'Arthur. In the preface, Caxton tells us how, after he had printed some other books, many gentlemen came to him to ask him why he did not print a history of King Arthur, which ought most to be remembered among us Englishmen, afore all the Christian kings, to whom I answered that diverse men hold opinion that there was no such Arthur, and all such books as be made of him be but feigned matters and fables. But the gentleman persuaded Caxton until at last he undertook to imprint of the noble histories of the said King Arthur and of certain of his knights, after a copy unto me delivered, which copy Sir Thomas Malory took out of certain books in the French and reduced it into English. It is a book, Caxton says, wherein ye shall find many joyous and pleasant histories, and noble and renowned acts. Do after the good, and leave the ill, and it shall bring you unto good fame and renown. And for to pass the time, this book shall be pleasant to read in. In 1485, when Morte d'Arthur was first printed, people indeed found it a book pleasant to read in, and we find it so still. It is written in English, not unlike the English of today, and although it has a quaint old-world sound, we can readily understand it. Morte d'Arthur really means the death of Arthur, but the book tells not only of his death, but of his birth and life, and of the wonderful deeds of his many knights. This is how Malory tells of the manner in which Arthur came to be king. But first let me tell you that Uther Pendragon the king had died, and although Arthur was his son and should succeed him, men knew it not. For after Arthur was born, he was given to the wizard Merlin, who took the little baby to Sir Ector, a gallant knight, and charged him to care for him. And Sir Ector, knowing nothing of the child, brought him up as his own son. Thus, after the death of the king, the realm stood in great jeopardy for a long while, for every lord that was mighty of men made him strong, and many weened to have been king. Then Merlin went to the Archbishop of Canterbury and counselled him for to send for all the lords of the realm and all the gentlemen of arms, that they should come to London afore Christmas, upon pain of cursing, and for this cause, that as Jesus was born on that night, that he would of his great mercy show some miracle, as he was come to be king of all mankind, for to show some miracle who should be rightwise king of this realm. So the Archbishop, by the advice of Merlin, sent for all the lords and gentlemen of arms, that they should come by Christmas even unto London. So in the greatest church of London, whether it were Paul's or not, the French book maketh no mention, all the estates were long or before day in the church for to pray. And when the matins and the first mass were done, there was seen in the churchyard against the high altar a great stone foursquare, like unto a marble stone, and in the midst thereof was like an anvil of steel, a foot on high, and therein stuck a fair sword, naked by the point, and letters there were written in gold about the sword, that said thus: Whoso pulleth out this sword of the stone and anvil is rightwise king, born of all England. Then the people marveled and told it to the Archbishop. So when all masses were done, all the lords went to behold the stone and the sword. And when they saw the scripture, some essayed, such as would have been king, but none might stir the sword, nor move it. He is not here, said the Archbishop, that shall achieve the sword. But doubt not, God will make him known. But this is my counsel, said the Archbishop, that we let purvey 10 knights, men of good fame, and they to keep the sword. So it was ordained, and then there was made a cry that every man should essay that would, for to win the sword. Now upon New Year's Day, when the service was done, the barons rode unto the field, some to joust and some to tourney, and so it happened that Sir Ector rode unto the jousts, and with him rode Sir Kay his son, and young Arthur, that was his nourished brother. So as they rode to the jousts ward, Sir Kay had lost his sword, for he had left it at his father's lodging, and so he prayed young Arthur for to ride for his sword. I will well, said Arthur, and rode fast after the sword, and when he came home, the lady and all were out to see the jousting. Then was Arthur wroth, and said to himself, I will ride to the churchyard, and take the sword with me that sticketh in the stone, for my brother Sir Kay shall not be without a sword this day. So when he came to the churchyard, Sir Arthur alit and tied his horse to the stile, and so he went to the tent and found no knights there, for they were at the jousting. And so he handled the sword by the handles, and lightly and fiercely pulled it out of the stone, and took his horse and rode his way until he came to his brother Sir Kay, and delivered him the sword. And as soon as Sir Kay saw the sword, he wist well it was the sword of the stone. And he rode to his father, Sir Ector, and said, Sir, lo, here is the sword of the stone, wherefore I must be king of this land. When Sir Ector beheld the sword, he returned again and came to the church, and there they alit all three, and went into the church. And anon he made Sir Kay to swear upon a book how he came to that sword. Sir, said Sir Kay, by my brother Arthur, for he brought it to me. How got ye this sword? Said Sir Ector to Arthur. Sir, I will tell you. When I came home for my brother's sword, I found nobody at home to deliver me his sword, and so I thought my brother Kay should not go swordless, and so I came hither eagerly and pulled it out of the stone without any pain. Found ye any knights about the sword? Said Sir Ector. Nay, said Arthur. Now, said Sir Ector to Arthur, I understand ye must be king of this land. Wherefore I, said Arthur, and for what cause? Sir, said Ector, for God will have it so, for there should never man have drawn out this sword, but he that should be rightwise king of this land. Now let me see if ye can put the sword there as it was, and pull it out again. That is no mastery, said Arthur, and so he put it in the stone. Therewithal Sir Ector essayed to pull out the sword, and failed. Now essay, said Sir Ector to Sir Kay, and anon he pulled at the sword with all his might, but it would not be. Now shall ye essay, said Sir Ector unto Arthur. I will well, said Arthur, and pulled it out easily. And therewithal Sir Ector knelt down to the earth, and Sir Kay. And so Arthur was acknowledged king, and so anon was the coronation made. Malory goes on to tell us, and there was Arthur sworn unto his lords and to the commons for to be a true king, to stand with true justice from henceforth the days of his life. For the rest of all the wonderful stories of King Arthur and his knights, you must go to Morte d'Arthur itself, for the language is so simple and clear that it is a book that you can easily read, though there are some parts that you will not understand or like, and which you need not read yet. But of all the books of which we have spoken, this is the first which you could read in the very words in which it was written down. I do not mean that you could read it as it was first printed, for the oldest kind of printing was not unlike the writing used in manuscripts, and so seems hard to read now. Besides which, although nearly all the words Malory uses are words we still use, the spelling is a little different, and that makes it more difficult to read. The old lettering looked like this. With that Sir Arthur turned with his knights, and smote behind and before. And ever Sir Arthur was in the foremost press, till his horse was slain under him. That looks difficult, but here it is again in our own lettering. With that Sir Arthur turned with his knights, and smote behind and before, and ever Sir Arthur was in the foremost press, till his horse was slain under him. That is quite easy to read, and there is not a word in it that you cannot understand. For since printing came, our language has changed very much less than it did before. And when printing came, the listening time of the world was done, and the reading time had begun. As books increased, less and less did people gather to hear others read aloud or tell tales, and more people learned to read for themselves, until now there is hardly a boy or girl in all the land who cannot read a little. It is perhaps because Morte d'Arthur is easily read that it has become a storehouse, a treasure book, to which other writers have gone, and from which they have taken stories and woven them afresh and given them new life. Since Caxton's time, Morte d'Arthur has been printed many times, and it is through it, perhaps, more than through the earlier books, that the stories of Arthur still live for us. Yet it is not perfect. It has indeed been called a most pleasant jumble. Footnote, J. Furnivall, end footnote. Malory made up none of the stories, as he himself tells us. He took them from French books, and in some of these French books the stories are told much better. But what we have to remember and thank Malory for is that he kept alive the stories of Arthur. He did this more than any other writer in that he wrote in English, such as all English-speaking people must love to read. End of Section 8. Section 9 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Chapter 9, The Passing of Arthur. 400 years after Malory wrote his book, another English writer told the tales of Arthur anew. This was the poet Alfred Lord Tennyson. He told them in poetry. Tennyson calls his poems the Idylls of the King. Idyll means a short poem about some simple and beautiful subject. The king that Tennyson sings of is the great King Arthur. Tennyson takes his stories, some from the Mabinogion, some from Malory, some from other books. He has told them in very beautiful English, and it is the English such as we speak today. He has smoothed away much that strikes us as rough and coarse in the old stories, and his poems are as different from the old stories as a polished diamond is different from the stone newly brought out of the mine. Yet we miss something of strength and vigor. The Arthur of the Idylls is not the Arthur of the Mabinogion nor of Malory. Indeed, Tennyson makes him almost too good to be true. He is ideal manhood clothed in real man, rather than that gray king of old. And now I will give you part of the last of the Arthur poems, The Passing of Arthur, so that you may read it along with Layamon's account of the hero's death and see for yourselves the difference between the two. The Passing of Arthur is written in blank verse. It is verse which does not rhyme, and which depends, like the Old English verse, on the accent, yet they are not alike. So all day long the noise of battle rolled among the mountains by the winter sea, until King Arthur's table, man by man, had fallen in lioness about their lord, King Arthur. Then, because his wound was deep, the bold Sir Bedivere uplifted him and bore him to a chapel nigh the field, a broken chancel by a broken cross that stood in a dark strait of barren land. On one side lay the ocean, and on one lay a great water, and the moon was full. Then the king bids Sir Bedivere take his sword Excalibur, and fling him far into the middle mere. Watch what thou seest, and lightly bring me word. Sir Bedivere takes the sword, and from the ruined shrine he stepped, and in the moon athwart the place of tombs, where lay the mighty bones of ancient men, old knights, and over them the sea winds sang, shrill, chill, with flakes of foam, he, stepping down by zigzag paths and juts of pointed rock, came on the shining levels of the lake. But when Sir Bedivere drew Excalibur and saw the jewels of the hilt shine in the wintry moonlight, he could not find it in his heart to cast anything so beautiful and precious from him. So, hiding it among the reeds by the water's edge, he returned to his master. Then spake King Arthur to Sir Bedivere, Hast thou performed my mission which I gave? What is it thou hast seen, or what hast heard? And answer made the bold Sir Bedivere, I heard the ripple washing in the reeds, and the wild water lapping on the crag. But King Arthur well knew that Sir Bedivere had not obeyed him. "This is a shameful thing for men to lie," he said, and once more sent the knight to do his bidding. Again Sir Bedivere went, but again he could not make up his mind to cast away the sword. "The king is sick, and knows not what he does," he said to himself. So a second time he hid the sword and returned. Then spake King Arthur, breathing heavily, "What is it thou hast seen, or what hast heard?" And answer made the bold Sir Bedivere, "I heard the water lapping on the crag, and the long ripple washing in the reeds." To whom replied King Arthur, much in wrath, "Ah, miserable and unkind, untrue, unknightly, traitor-hearted, woe is me! Authority forgets a dying king." Then, sorrowful and abashed before the anger of the dying king, Sir Bedivere turned, and running quickly lest his courage should fail him, he reached the water's edge and flung the sword far into the lake. But ere he dipped the surface rose an arm, clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, and caught him by the hilt, and brandished him 3 times, and drew him under in the mare. Then Sir Bedivere, in wonder, returned to the king, who, when he saw him come, cried, "Now I see by thine eyes that this is done. Speak out, what is it thou hast heard or seen?" So Sir Bedivere told the king how truly this time he had cast away the sword, and how an arm clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, had caught it and drawn it under the mare. Then at the king's bidding Sir Bedivere raised Arthur and bore him to the water's edge. Then saw they how there hove a dusky barge, dark as a funeral scarf from stem to stern. Beneath them and descending they were ware that all the decks were dense with stately forms, black-stoled, black-hooded, like a dream. By these 3 queens with crowns of gold, and from them rose a cry that shivered to the tingling start, and as it were one voice, an agony of lamentation, like a wind that shrills all night in a wasteland, where no one comes or hath come since the making of the world. Then murmured Arthur, "Place me in the barge." So to the barge they came. There those 3 queens put forth their hands, and took the king, and wept. Then slowly from the shore the barge moved, and Sir Bedivere, as he saw his master go, was filled with grief and loneliness, for he only of all the brave king's knights was left, and so he cried in mourning, "Ah, my lord Arthur, whither shall I go? Where shall I hide my forehead and my eyes? For now I see the true old times are dead. And I, the last, go forth companionless, and the days darken round me, and the years among new men, strange faces, other minds." Mournfully from the barge Arthur answered and bade him pray, for more things are wrought by prayer than the world dreams of. And so he said farewell, and the barge with oar and sail moved from the brink like some full-breasted swan. Long stood Sir Bedivere thinking of all that had come and gone, watching the barge as it glided silently away, and listening to the wailing voices, till the hull looked one black dot against the verge of dawn, and on the mare the wailing died away. Sir Bedivere turned then and climbed, even to the highest he could climb, and saw, straining his eyes beneath an arch of hand, or thought he saw, the speck that bore the king, down that long water opening on the deep, somewhere far off, pass on, and go from less to less, and vanish into light. And the new sun rose, bringing the new year. The poem moves along with mournful stately measures, yet it closes, like Layamon's farewell to Arthur, on a note of hope. Layamon recalls Merlin's words, "The which were soothed, that an Arthur should yet come the English to help. The hope of Tennyson is different, not that the old will return, but that the new will take its place. For the old order changeth, yielding place to new, and God fulfills himself in many ways. The old sorrows vanish into light, and the new sun ever rises, bringing in the new year. End of chapter 9.
Section 10 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Faerie Book Mama. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 10, The Adventures of an Old English Book. The story of Arthur has led us a long way. We have almost forgotten that it began with the old Cymric stories, the stories of the people who lived in Britain before the coming of the Romans. We have followed it before the coming of the Romans. We have followed it down through many forms: Welsh in the stories of the Mabinogion, Latin in the stories of Geoffrey of Monmouth, French in the stories of Wace and Map, Semi-Saxon in the stories of Layamon, Middle English in the stories of Malory, and at last English as we now speak it in the stories of Tennyson. Now we must go back and see why it is that our literature is English, and why it is that we speak English and not Gaelic or Cymric or Latin or French. And then from its beginnings we will follow our English literature through the ages. Since historical times, the land we now call England has been conquered 3 times, for we need hardly count the Danish invasion. It was conquered by the Romans, it was conquered by the English, and it was conquered by the Normans. It was only England that felt the full weight of these conquests. Scotland, Ireland, and, in part, Wales were left almost untouched, and of the 3, it was only the English conquest that had lasting effects. In 55 BC, the Romans landed in Britain, and for nearly 400 years after that, they kept coming and going. All South Britain became a Roman province, and people paid tribute or taxes to the Roman emperor, but they did not become Romans. They still kept their own language, their own customs and religions. It will help you to understand the state of Britain in those old days if you think of India today. India forms part of the British Empire, but the people who live there are not British. They are still Indians who speak their own languages and have their own customs and religions. The rulers only are British. It was in much the same way that Britain was a Roman province, and so our literature was never Latin. There was, indeed, a time when nearly all our books were written in Latin, but that was later, and not because Latin was the language of the people, but because it was the language of the learned and of the monks, who were the chief people who wrote books. When, then, after nearly 400 years, the Romans went away, the people of Britain were still British, but soon another people came. These were the Anglo-Saxons, the English, who came from over the sea, and little by little they took possession of Britain. They drove the old dwellers out until it was only in the north, in Wales and in Cornwall, that they were to be found. Then Britain became Angloland, or England, and the language was no longer Celtic, but English. And although there are a few words in our language that can be traced to the old Celtic, these are very few. It is thus from Anglo-Saxon, and not from Gaelic or Cymric, that the language we speak today comes. Yet our Celtic forefathers have given something to our literature which perhaps we could never have had from English alone. The Celtic literature is full of wonder. It is full of a tender magic and makes us feel the fairy charm of nature, although it has not the strength, the downrightness, we might say, of the English. It has been said that every poet has somewhere in him a Celtic strain. That is perhaps too much to believe, but it is perhaps the Celtic love of beauty, together with the Saxon love of strength and right, to which we owe much of our great literature. The Celtic languages are dying out, but they have left us something which will last so long as our literature lasts. And now, having talked in the beginning of this book of the stories which we owe to our Celtic forefathers, let us see what the Saxons brought us from over the sea. Almost the oldest Anglo-Saxon book that we have is called Beowulf, Wise men tell us that, like the tales of Arthur, like the tales of Ossian, this book was not at first the work of one man, but that it has been gradually put together out of many minstrel songs. That may be so, but what is sure is that these tales are very old, and that they were sung and told for many years in the old homes of the English across the sea before they came to Britain and named it Angloland. Yet, as with the old Gaelic and Cymric tales, we have no very old copy of this tale. But unlike these old tales, we do not find Beowulf told in different ways in different manuscripts. There is only one copy of Beowulf, and that was probably written in the 10th or 11th century, long years after the English were firmly settled in the land. As Beowulf is one of our great book treasures, you may like to hear something of its story. Long ago, in the time when Queen Elizabeth, James I, and Charles I sat upon the throne, there lived a learned gentleman called Sir Robert Bruce Cotton. He was an antiquary. That is, he loved old things, and he gathered together old books, coins, manuscripts, and other articles, which are of interest because they help to make us understand the history of bygone days. Sir Robert Cotton loved books especially, and like many other book lovers, he was greedy of them. It was said, indeed, that he often found it hard to return books which had been lent to him, and that, among others, he had books which really ought to have belonged to the king. Sir Robert's library soon became famous, and many scholars came to read there, for Sir Robert was very kind in allowing other people to use his books. But twice his library was taken from him, because it was said that it contained things which were dangerous for people to know, and that he allowed the enemies of the king to use it. That was in the days of Charles I, and those were troublous times. The second time that his library was taken from him, Sir Robert died, but it was given back to his son, and many years later his great-great-grandson gave it to the nation. In 1731, the house in which the library was took fire, and more than 100 books were burned, some being partly and some quite destroyed. Among those that were partly destroyed was Beowulf, but no one cared very much, for no one had read the book or knew anything about it. Where Sir Robert found Beowulf, or what he thought about it, we shall never know. Very likely it had remained in some quiet monastery library for hundreds of years until Henry VIII scattered the monks and their books. Many books were then lost, but some were saved, and after many adventures found safe resting places. Among those was Beowulf. Some years after the fire, the Cotton Library, as it is now called, was removed to the British Museum where it now remains. And there a Danish gentleman who was looking for books about his own land found Beowulf and made a copy of it. Its adventures, however, were not over. Just when the printed copies were ready to be published, the British bombarded Copenhagen. The house in which the copies were was set on fire, and they were all burned. The Danish gentleman, however, was not daunted. He set to work again, and at last Beowulf was published. Even after it was published in Denmark, no Englishman thought of making a translation of the book, and it was not until 50 years more had come and gone that an English translation appeared. When the Danish gentleman made his copy of Beowulf, he found the edges of the book so charred by fire that they broke away with the slightest touch. No one thought of mending the leaves, and as years went on they fell to pieces more and more. But at last someone woke up to the fact that this half-burned book was a great treasure. Then it was carefully mended and thus kept from wasting more. So now, after all its adventures having been found, we shall never know where, by a gentleman in the days of Queen Elizabeth, having lain on his bookshelves unknown and unread for 100 years and more, having been nearly destroyed by fire, having been still further destroyed by neglect, Beowulf at last came to its own, and is now carefully treasured in a glass case in the British Museum, where anyone who cared about it may go to look at it. And although it is perhaps not much to look at, it is a very great treasure, for it is not only the oldest epic poem in the Anglo-Saxon language, it is history too. By that I do not mean that the story is all true, but that by reading it carefully we can find out much about the daily lives of our forefathers in their homes across the seas. And besides this, some of the people mentioned in the poem are mentioned in history too, and it is thought that Beowulf, the hero himself, really lived. And now, having spoken about the book and its adventures, let us in the next chapter speak about the story. As usual, I will give part of it in the words of the original, translated, of course, into modern English. You can always tell what is from the original by the quotation marks, if by nothing else. End of section 10.
Section 11 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 11, The Story of Beowulf. Hrothgar, king of the Spear Danes, was a mighty man in war, and when he had fought and conquered much, he bethought him that he would build a great and splendid hall, wherein he might feast and be glad with his people. And so it was done, and when the hall was built, there night by night the thanes gathered and rejoiced with their king, and there, when the feast was over, they lay them down to sleep. Within the hall all was gladness, but without on the lone moorland there stalked a grim monster named Grendel, whose dark heart was filled with anger and hate. To him the sound of song and laughter was deep pain, and he was fain to end it. He, the Grendel, set off then, after night was come, to seek the lofty house, to see how the Ringdanes had ordered it after the service of beer. He found them therein, a troop of nobles, sleeping after the feast. They knew not sorrow, the wretchedness of men, they knew not aught of misfortune. The grim and greedy one was soon prepared, savage and fierce, and in sleep he seized upon 30 of the thanes, and thence he again departed, exulting in his prey, to go home with the carcasses of the slain, to reach his own dwelling. Then was in the morning twilight, at the breaking of day, Grendel's warcraft revealed to men. Then was lamentation upraised after the feast, a great noise in the morning. The mighty prince, a noble of old goodness, sat unblithe, the strong in armies suffered, the thanes endured sorrow, after they beheld the track of the hated one, the accursed spirit. But in spite of all their grief and horror, when night came the thanes again lay down to rest in the great hall, and there again the monster returned and slew yet more thanes, so that in horror all forsook the hall, and for 12 long years none abode in it after the setting of the sun. And now, far across the sea, a brave man of the Goths, Beowulf by name, heard of the doings of Grendel, and he made up his mind to come to the aid of King Hrothgar. He commanded to make ready for him a good ship. Quoth he would seek the war-king over the Swan's Path, the renowned prince, since he had need of men. The good chieftain had chosen warriors of the Geatish people, the bravest of those he could find. With 15 men he sought the seaward. A warrior, a man crafty in lakes, pointed out the boundaries of the land. The time passed on, the ship was on the waves, the boat beneath a mountain. The ready warriors stepped upon the prow. The men bore into the bosom of the bark bright ornaments, their ready warlike appointments. The men shoved forth the bounden wood, the men upon the journey they desired. The likest to a bird the foam-necked ship, propelled by the wind, started over the deep waves of the sea, till that about 1 hour of the second day the wreathed proud ship had sailed over so that the traveller saw land. Then quickly the people of the westerns stepped upon the plain. They tied the seaward, they let down their shirts of mail, their war weeds. They thanked God because that the waves had been easy to them. And now these new-come warriors were led to King Hrothgar. He greeted them with joy, and after feasting and song the Danes and their king departed and left the Goths to guard the hall. Quietly they lay down to rest, knowing that ere morning stern battle would be theirs. Then under veils of mist came Grendel from the moor. He bare God's anger. The criminal meant to entrap some one of the race of men in the high hall. He went under the welkin until he saw most clearly the wine hall, the treasure house of men, variegated with vessels. That was not the first time that he had sought Hrothgar's home. Never he, in all his life before or since, found bolder men keepers of the hall. Angry of mood he went. From his eyes, like as to fire, stood out a hideous light. He saw within the house many a warrior sleeping, a peaceful band together. Then his mood laughed. The foul wretch meant to divide, ere day came, the life of each from his body. Quickly then he seized a warrior, and as quickly devoured him, but as he stretched forth his hand to seize another, Beowulf gripped him in his awful grasp. Then began a terrible combat. The hall echoed with cries and sounds of clashing steel. The Goths awoke, joining in the fight, but all their swords were of no avail against the ogre. With his bare hands alone Beowulf fought, and thought to kill the monster. But Grendel escaped, though wounded to death indeed, and leaving his hand, arm, and shoulder behind in Beowulf's grip. When morning came there was much rejoicing. Hrothgar made a great feast, at which he gave rich gifts to Beowulf and his friends. The evening passed in song and laughter, and when darkness fell the Danes lay down to rest in the hall, as of old. But the evil was not over. Grendel indeed was slain, but his mother, an ogre almost as fierce as he, was ready to avenge him. So when night fell she hastened to the hall and carried off Hrothgar's best-loved thane. Then there was a cry in Heorot. Then was the prudent king, the hoary warrior, sad of mood, when he learned that his princely thane, the dearest to him, no longer lived. Quickly was Beowulf fetched to the bower, the man happy in victory at break of day. And when Beowulf heard the mournful tale, he comforted the king with brave and kindly words, and quickly he set forth to the dreadful mere, the dwelling of the water witch, Grendel's mother, and here he plunged in, ready to fight. Soon did she, who, thirsting for gore, grim and greedy, for 100 years had held the circuit of the waves, discover that some one of men, some strange being, was trying from above the land. She grappled then towards him. She seized the warrior in her foul claws. Then beneath the waves there was a fierce struggle, but Beowulf in the end conquered. The water witch was slain, and rejoicing, the hero returned to Hrothgar. Now indeed had peace come to the Danes, and loaded with thanks and rewards, Beowulf returned homeward. Many years passed. Beowulf himself became king in his own land, and for 50 years he ruled well, and kept his folk in peace. Then it fell that a fearful fire dragon wasted all the land, and Beowulf, mindful of his deeds of old, set forth to slay him. Yet ere he fought, he bade farewell to all his thanes, for he knew well that this should be his last fight. Then greeted he every one of the men. The bold helm-bearer greeted his dear comrades for the last time. I would not bear sword or weapon against the worm if I knew how else I might proudly grapple with the wretch, as I of old with Grendel did. But I ween this war fire is hot, fierce and poisonous, therefore have I on me shield and byrnie. Then did the famous warrior arise beside his shield, hard under helmet he bare the sword-shirt, under the cliffs of stone he trusted in the strength of one man, nor is such an expedition for a coward. Fiercely then did the battle rage between hero and dragon, but Beowulf's sword failed him in his need, and it was like to go ill with him. Then, when his thanes who watched saw that, fear fell upon them, and they fled. One only, Wiglaf was his name, would not forsake his liege lord. Seizing his shield and drawing his sword, he cried, "Come, let us go to him, let us help our chieftain, although the grim terror of fire be hot." But none would follow him, so alone he went. Through the fatal smoke he bare his war helmet to the assistance of his lord. Fierce was the fight, and long, but at length the dragon lay dead. Beowulf had conquered, but in conquering he had received his death wound. And there, by the wild seashore, he died, and there a sorrowing people buried him. For him, then did the people of the Geats prepare upon the earth a funeral pile, strong, hung round with helmets, with war boards and bright byrnies as he had requested. Weeping, the heroes laid down in the midst of their dear lord. Then began the warriors to awake upon the hill the mightiest of balefires. The wood smoke rose aloft, dark from the foe of wood. Noisily it went, mingled with weeping. The people of the Westerns wrought then a mound over the sea. It was high and broad, easy to behold by the sailors over the waves, and during 10 days they built up the beacon of the war, renowned the mightiest of fires. Then round the mound rode a troop of beasts of war, of nobles, 12 in all. They would speak about their king. They would call him to mind. They praised his valour and his deeds of bravery they judged with praise, even as it is fitting that a man should extol his friendly lord, should love him in his soul, when he must depart from the body to become of naught. Thus the people of the Geats, his hearth comrades, mourned their dear lord. They said that he was of the kings of the world, the mildest and gentlest of men, the most gracious to his people, and the most jealous of glory. Books to read: Stories of Beowulf by H.E. Marshall. Beowulf, translated by W. Huish. End of section 11.
Section 12 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kim Lamb, Howell, Michigan. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Chapter 12. The Father of English Literature. Although there are lines of Beowulf which seem to show that the writer of the poem was a Christian, they must have been added by someone who copied or retold the story long after the Saxons had come to Britain, for the poet who first told the tale must have been a heathen, as all the Saxons were. The Britons were Christian, for they had learned the story of Christ from the Romans. But when the Saxons conquered the land, they robbed and ruined the churches. The Christian priests were slain or driven forth, and once more the land became heathen. Then, after many years had passed, the story of Christ was again brought to England. This time it came from Ireland. It was brought from there by St. Columba, who built a church and founded a monastery on the island of Iona. And from there his eager, wandering priests carried the story far and wide, northward to the fortress of the Pictish kings, and southward to the wild Saxons, who dwelt amid the hills and uplands of Northumbria. To this story of love and gentleness, the wild heathen listened in wonder. To help the weak, to love and forgive their enemies, was something unthought of by these fierce sea rovers. Yet they listened and believed. Once again churches were built, priests came to live among the people, and the sound of Christian prayer and praise rose night and morning from castle and from hut. For 30 years and more, St. Columba, the passionate and tender, taught and labored. Many monasteries were founded which became, as it were, the lighthouses of learning and religion. There the monks and priests lived, and from them as centers they traveled out in all directions teaching the heathen. And when at last St. Columba closed his tired eyes and folded his weary hands, there were many more to carry on his work. Then also from Rome, as once before, the story of Christ was brought. In 597, the year in which St. Columba died, St. Augustine landed with his 40 followers. They too in time reached Northumbria, so side by side, Romans and Celt spoke the message of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. The wild Saxon listened to this message, it is true. He took Christianity for his religion, but it was rather as if he had put on an outer dress. His new religion made little difference to his life. He still loved fighting and war, and his songs were still all of war. He worshipped Christ as he had worshipped Woden, and looked upon him as a hero, only a little more powerful than the heroes of whom the minstrel sang. It was difficult to teach the Saxons the Bible lessons, which we know so well, for in those far-off days there were no Bibles. There were indeed few books of any kind, and these few belonged to the monks and priests. They were in Latin, and in some of them parts of the Bible had been translated into Latin. But hardly any of the men and women of England could read or understand these books. Indeed, few people could read at all, for it was still the listening time. They learned the history of their country from the songs of the minstrels, and it was in this way, too, that they came to learn the Bible stories, for these stories were made into poetry. And it was among the rugged hills of Northumbria, by the rocky shore where the sounding waves beat and beat all day long, that the first Christian songs in English were sung. For here it was that Caedmon, the father of English song, lived and died. At Whitby there was a monastery ruled over by the Abbess Hilda. This was a post of great importance, for as you know, the monasteries were the schools and libraries of the country, and they were the inns too, so all the true life of the land ebbed and flowed through the monasteries. Here priest and soldier, student and minstrel, prince and beggar came and went. Here in the great hall, when work was done and the evening meal over, were gathered all the monks and their guests. Here too would gather the simple folk of the countryside, the fishermen and farmers, the lay brothers and helpers who shared the work of the monastery. When the meal was done, the minstrel sang, while proud and humble alike listened eagerly. Or perhaps it was agreed for the sake of mirth that all present should sing in their turn. But when at the monastery of Whitby it was agreed that all should sing in turn, there was one among the circle around the fire who silently left his place and crept away, hanging his head in shame. This man was called Caedmon. He could not sing, and although he loved to listen to the songs of others, whenever he saw the harp come near him, we are told, he arose out of shame from the feast and went home to his house. Away from the bright firelight, out into the lonely dark he crept with bent head and lagging steps. Perhaps he would stand a moment outside the door beneath the starlight and listen to the thunder of the waves and the shriek of the winds. And as he felt in his heart all the beauty and wonder of the world, the glory and the might of the sea and sky, he would ask in dumb pain why, when he could feel it touch his heart, he could not also sing of the beauty and wonder, glory and might. One night, Caedmon crept away as usual and went out of the house where the entertainment was, to the stable where he had to take care of the horses that night. He there composed himself to rest. A person appeared to him then in a dream, and calling him by name, said, "Caedmon, sing some song to me." He answered, "I cannot sing, for that was the reason why I left the entertainment and retired to this place, because I cannot sing." The other who talked to him replied, "However, you shall sing." "What shall I sing?" rejoined he. "Sing the beginning of created things," said the other. Whereupon he presently began to sing verses to the praise of God, which he had never heard, the purport whereof was this: "Now must we praise the guardian of heaven's kingdom, the Creator's might and his mind's thought. Glorious Father of men, as of every wonder he, Lord eternal, formed the beginning. He first framed for the children of earth the heaven as a roof. Holy Creator, then mid-earth, the guardian of mankind, the eternal Lord afterwards produced the earth for men, Lord Almighty." This, says the old historian, who tells the story in Latin, is the sense, but not the words in order as he sang them in his sleep. For verses, though never so well composed, cannot be literally, that is, word for word, translated out of one language into another without losing much of their beauty and loftiness. Footnote, Bede Ecclesiastical History. End footnote. Awakening from his sleep, Caedmon remembered all that he had sung in his dream, and the dream did not fade away as most dreams do. For he found that not only could he sing these verses, but he who had before been dumb and ashamed when the harp was put in his hand, could now make and sing more beautifully than could others. And all that he sang was to God's glory. In the morning, full of his wonderful new gift, Caedmon went to the steward who was set over him, and told him of the vision that he had had during the night. And the steward, greatly marveling, led Caedmon to the abbess. The abbess listened to the strange tale. Then she commanded Caedmon, in the presence of many learned men, to tell his dream and repeat the verses, that they might all give their judgment what it was and whence his verse came. So the simple farm laborer, who had no learning of any kind, sang while the learned and grave men listened. And he who was wont to creep away in dumb shame, fearing the laughter of his fellows, sang now with such beauty and sweetness that they were all of one mind, saying that the Lord himself had, of his heavenly grace, given to Caedmon this new power. Then these learned men repeated to Caedmon some part of the Bible, explained the meaning of it, and asked him to tell it again in poetry. This Caedmon undertook to do, and when he fully understood the words, he went away. Next morning he returned and repeated all that he had been told, but now it was in beautiful poetry. Then the abbess saw that, indeed, the grace of God had come upon the man. She made him at once give up the life of a servant which he had been leading, and bade him become a monk. Caedmon gladly did her bidding, and when he had been received among them, his brother monks taught to him all the Bible stories. But Caedmon could neither read nor write, nor is it at all likely that he ever learned to do either even after he became a monk. For we are told that he was well advanced in years before his great gift of song came to him. It is quite certain that he could not read Latin, so that all that he put into verse had to be taught to him by some more learned brother. And someone, too, must have written down the verse which Caedmon sang. We can imagine the pious, humble monk listening while another read and translated to him out of some Latin missal. He would sit with clasped hands and earnest eyes, intent on understanding. Then, when he had filled his mind with the sacred story, he would go away by himself and weave it into song. Perhaps he would walk about beneath the glowing stars or by the sounding sea, and thank God that he was no longer dumb, and that at last he could say forth all that before had been shut within his heart in an agony of silence. And, we are told, his songs and his verse were so winsome to hear that his teachers themselves wrote and learned from his mouth. Thus Caedmon, keeping in mind all he heard, and as it were chewing the cud, converted that same into most harmonious verse, and sweetly repeating the same, made his masters in their turn his hearers. He sang the creation of the world, the origin of man, and all the history of Genesis, and made many verses on the departure of the children of Israel out of Egypt, and their entering into the land of promise, with many other histories from Holy Writ. As had been said, there are lines in Beowulf which seem to have been written by a Christian, but all that is Christian in it is merely of the outside. It could easily be taken away, and the poem would remain perfect. The whole feeling of the poem is not Christian, but pagan. So it would seem that what is Christian in it has been added long after the poem was first made, yet added before the people had forgotten their pagan ways. For very long after they became Christian, the Saxons kept their old pagan ways of thought, and Caedmon, when he came to sing of holy things, sang as a minstrel might. To him Abraham and Moses and all the holy men of old, were like the warrior chieftains whom he knew and of whom the minstrel sang. And God to him was but the greatest of these warriors. He is heaven's chief, the great prince. The clash and clang of sword and trumpet calls are heard amid the grim clash of helms. War filled the greatest half of life. All history, all poetry were bound up in it. Caedmon sang of what he saw, of what he knew. He was a Christian. He had learned the lesson of peace on earth, but he lived amid the clash of arms and sang them. End of chapter 12. Section 13 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kim Lamb, Howell, Michigan. Chapter 13, How Caedmon Sang and How He Fell Once More on Silence. One of Caedmon's poems is called the Genesis. In this, the poet begins by telling of how Satan, in his pride, rebelled against God, and of how he was cast forth from heaven with all those who had joined with him in rebelling. This story of the war in heaven and of the angels' fall is not in the Bible. It is not to be found either in any of the Latin books which the monks of Whitby may have had. The story did not come from Rome, but from the East. How then did Caedmon hear it? Whitby, we must remember, was founded by Celtic and not by Roman monks. It was founded by monks who came from Ireland to Iona, and from thence to Northumbria. To them the teaching of Christ had come from Jerusalem and the East rather than from Rome. So here again, perhaps, we can see the effects of the Celts on our literature. It was from Celtic monks that Caedmon heard the story of the war in heaven. After telling of this war, Caedmon goes on to relate how the wicked angels into darkness urged them their darksome way. They might not loudly laugh, but they in hell torments dwelt accursed, and woe they knew, pain and sorrow. Torment endured, with darkness decked, hard retribution, for that they had devised against God to war. Then after all the fierce clash of battle came a few lines which seemed like peace after war, quiet after storm. Then was after as before peace in heaven, fair loving thanes, the Lord dear to all. Then God grieved at the empty spaces in heaven from whence the wicked angels had been driven forth, and that they might at last be filled again, he made the world and placed a man and woman there. This to the chief of the fallen angels was grief and pain, and his heart boiled with him in anger. Heaven is lost to us, he cried, but now that we may not have it, let us so act that it shall be lost to them also. Let us make them disobey God. Then with them will he be wroth of mind. Will cast them from his favor. Then shall they seek this hell and these grim depths. Then may we have them to ourselves as vassals, the children of men in this first durance. Then Satan asks, who will help him to tempt mankind to do wrong? If to any followers I princely treasure gave of old while we in that good realm happy sate, let him my gift repay, let him now aid me. So one of Satan's followers made himself ready. On his head the chief his helmet set, and he, wheeled up from thence, departed through the doors of hell lion-like in air. In hostile mood, dashed the fire aside with a fiend's power. Caedmon next tells how the fiend tempted first the man and then the woman, with guileful lies to eat of the fruit, which had been forbidden to them, and how Eve yielded to him. And having eaten of the forbidden fruit, Eve urged Adam to eat too, for it seemed to her that a fair new life was open to her. I see God's angels, she said. Encompass him with feathery wings, of all folk greatest, of bands most joyous. I can hear from far and so widely see, through the whole world, over the broad creation. I can the joy of the firmament here in heaven. It became light to me in mind, from without and within, after the fruit I tasted. And thus urged by Eve, Adam too ate of the forbidden fruit, and the man and woman were driven out of the happy garden, and the curse fell upon them because of their disobedience. So they went forth into a narrower life, yet there was left to them the roof adorned with holy stars, and earth to them her ample riches gave. In many places, this poem is only a paraphrase of the Bible. A paraphrase means the same thing said in other words. But in other places, the poet seems to forget his model and sings out of his own heart. Then his song is best. Perhaps some of the most beautiful lines are those which tell of the dove that Noah sent forth from the ark. Then after 7 nights he from the ark let forth a pallid dove, to fly after the swart raven, over the deep water, to quest whether the foaming sea had of the green earth yet any part laid bare. Wide she flew, seeking her own will, far she flew yet, found no rest. Because of the flood, with her feet she might not perch on land, nor on the tree leaves light. For the steep mountain tops were whelmed in waters. Then the wild bird went at eventide the ark to seek. Over the darling waves she flew, weary to sink hungry to the hands of the holy man. A second time the dove is sent forth, and this is how the poet tells of it. Fair and wide she flew, glad and flying free, till she found a place on a gentle tree. Gay of mood she was and glad, since she sorely tired now could settle down on the branches of the tree, on its beamy mast. Then she fluttered feathers, went a-flying off again, with her booty flew, brought it to the sailor. From an olive tree a twig right into his hands brought the blade of green. Then the chief of seamen knew that gladness was at hand, and he sent forth after 3 weeks the wild dove, who came not back again, for she saw the land of the greening trees. The happy creature, all rejoicing, would no longer of the ark, for she needed it no more. Footnote, Stopford Brooke. End footnote. Besides Genesis, many other poems were thought at one time to have been made by Caedmon. The chief of these are Exodus and Daniel. They are all in an old book called the Junian MS, from the name of the man, Francis Dujon, who first published them. The MS was found among some other old books in Trinity College, Dublin, and given to Francis Dujon. He published the poems in 1655, and it is from that time that we date our knowledge of Caedmon. Wise men tell us that Caedmon could not have made any of these poems, not even the Genesis of which you have been reading. But if Caedmon did not make these very poems, he made others like them which have been lost. It was he who first showed the way, and other poets followed. We need not wonder, perhaps, that our poetry is a splendor of the world, when we remember that it is rooted in these grand old tales, and that it awoke to life through the singing of a strong son of the soil, a herdsman and a poet. We know very little of this first of English poets, but what we do know makes us love him. He must have been a gentle, humble, kindly man, tender of heart and pure of mind. Of his birth we know nothing, of his life little except the story which has been told. And when death came to him, he met it cheerfully as he had lived. For some days he had been ill, but able still to walk and talk. But one night, feeling that the end of life for him was near, he asked the brothers to give him for the last time the Eucharist, or the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. They answered, "What need of the Eucharist? For you are not likely to die, since you talk so merrily with us, as if you were in perfect health." However, said he, "Bring me the Eucharist." Having received the same into his hand, he asked whether they were all in charity with him, and without any enmity or rancor. They answered that they were all in perfect charity and free from anger. and in turn asked him whether he was in the same mind towards them. He answered, I am in charity, my children, with all the servants of God. Then, strengthening himself with the heavenly viaticum, footnote, the Eucharist given to the dying, and footnote, he prepared for the entrance into another life, and asked how near the time was when the brothers were to be awakened to sing the nocturnal praises of our Lord. They answered, It is not far off. Then he said, Well, let us wait that hour. And signing himself with the sign of the cross, he laid his head on the pillow, and falling into a slumber, ended his life, so in silence. Thus his life, which had been begun in silence, ended also in silence, with just a few singing years between. Thus it came to pass that as he had served God with a simple and pure mind and undisturbed devotion, so he now departed to his presence, leaving the world by a quiet death. And that tongue which had composed so many holy words in praise of the Creator uttered its last words while he was in the act of signing himself with a cross and recommending himself into his hands. Footnote, Bede Ecclesiastical History. End footnote. At Whitby still the ruins of a monastery stand. It is not the monastery over which the abbess Hilda ruled, or in which Caedmon sang, for in the 9th century that was plundered and destroyed by the fierce hordes of Danes who swept our shores. But in the 12th century the house was rebuilt, and parts of that building are still to be seen. End section 13.
Section 14 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 14. The Father of English History. While Caedmon was still singing at Whitby, in another Northumbrian village named Jarrow, a boy was born. This boy we know as Bede. When he was 7 years old, his friends gave him into the keeping of the abbot of Wearmouth. Under this abbot there were 2 monasteries, the one at Jarrow and the other at Wearmouth, a few miles distant. And in these 2 monasteries Bede spent all the rest of his life. When Bede was 8 years old, Caedmon died. And although the little boy had never met the great but humble poet, he must have heard of him, and it is from Bede's history that we learn all that we know of Caedmon. There is almost as little to tell of Bede's life as of Caedmon's. He passed it peacefully, reading, writing, and teaching within the walls of his beloved monastery. But without the walls, wars often raged. England was at this time still divided into several kingdoms, whose kings often fought against each other. Bede loved to learn even when he was a boy. We know this, for long afterward another learned man told his pupils to take Bede for an example, and not spend their time digging out foxes and coursing hares. When he became a man, he was one of the most learned of his time, and wrote books on nearly every subject that was then thought worth writing about. Once, when Bede was still a boy, a fearful plague swept the land, killing and destroying a great multitude of men. In the monastery of Jarrow, all who could read, or preach, or sing were killed by it. Only the abbot himself and a little lad were left. The abbot loved services and the praises of the church. His heart was heavy with grief and mourning for the loss of his friends. It was heavy, too, with the thought that the services of his church could no longer be made beautiful with song. For a few days the abbot read the services all alone, but at the end of a week he could no longer bear the lack of singing. So calling the little lad, he bade him to help him and to chant the responses. The story calls up to us a strange picture. There stands the great monastery, all its rooms empty. Along its stone-flagged passages, the footsteps of the men and boy echo strangely. They reach the chapel vast and dim, and there before the great altar with its gleaming lights, the abbot in his robes chants the services, but where the voices of choir and people were wont to join, there sounds only the clear high voice of one little boy. That little boy was Bede, and thus night and morning the sound of prayer and praise rose from the deserted chapel, until the force of the plague had spent itself, and it was once more possible to find men to take the places of those singers who had died. So the years passed on until, when Bede was 30 years of age, he became a priest. He might have been made an abbot had he wished, but he refused to be taken away from his beloved books. The office, he said, demands household care, and household care brings with it distraction of mind, hindering the pursuit of learning. Footnote: H. Morley, English Writers. End footnote. Bede wrote many books, but it is by his ecclesiastical history, that is church history, that we remember him best. As Caedmon is called the father of English poetry, Bede is called the father of English history, but it is well to remember that Caedmon wrote in Anglo-Saxon and Bede in Latin. There were others who wrote history before Bede, but he was perhaps the first who wrote history in the right spirit. He did not write in order to make a good minstrel's tale. He tried to tell the truth. He was careful as to where he got his facts, and careful how he used them, so those who came after him could trust him. Bede's history, you remember, was one of the books which Laemon used when he wrote his Brut, and in it we find many of the stories of early British history which have grown familiar to us. It is in this book that we find the story of how Gregory saw the pretty children in the Roman slave market, of how, for love of their fair faces, he sent Augustine to teach the heathen Saxons about Christ. There are, too, many stories in it of how the Saxons became Christian. One of the most interesting, perhaps, is about Edwin, King of Northumbria. Edwin had married a Christian princess, Ethelberga, sister of Eadbald, King of Kent. Eadbald was at first unwilling that his sister should marry a pagan king, but Edwin promised that he would not try to turn her from her religion, and that she and all who came with her should be allowed to worship what god they chose. So the Princess Ethelberga came to be Queen of Northumbria. With her she brought poor Linus, a man beloved of God, as priest. He came to help her to keep faithful among a heathen people, and in the hope, too, that he might be able to turn the pagan king and his folk to the true faith. And in this hope he was not disappointed. By degrees King Edwin began to think much about the Christian faith. He gave up worshipping idols, and although he did not at once become Christian, he often sat alone with silent lips, while in his inmost heart he argued much with himself, considering what was best to do, and what religion he should hold to. At last the king decided to call a council of his wise men, and to ask each one what he thought of this new teaching. And when they were all gathered, Coffey, the chief priest, spoke. "O king," he said, "consider what this is which is now preached to us. For I verily declare to you, that the religion which we have hitherto professed has, as far as I can learn, no virtue in it. For none of your people has applied himself more diligently to the worship of our gods than I, and yet there are many who receive greater favours from you, and are more preferred than I, and are more prosperous in their undertakings. Now if the gods were good for anything, they would rather afford me, who have been more careful to serve them. It remains, therefore, that if upon examination you find those new doctrines, which are now preached to us, better and more efficacious, we immediately receive them without delay." Another of the king's chief men, approving of his words and exhortations, presently added, "The present life of man, O king, seems to me, in comparison of that time which is unknown to us, like to the swift flight of a sparrow through the room wherein you sit at supper in winter, with your commanders and ministers, and a good fire in the midst, while the storms of rain and snow prevail abroad. The sparrow, I say, flying in at one door, and immediately out at another, whilst he is within, is safe from the wintry storm, but after a short space of fair weather, he immediately vanishes out of your sight, into the dark winter from whence he had emerged. So this life of man appears for a short space, but of what went before, what is to follow, we are utterly ignorant. If therefore this new doctrine contains something more certain, it seems justly to deserve to be followed. Others of the king's wise men and counsellors spoke, and they all spoke to the same end. Cooke then said he would hear yet more of what Paulinus had to tell. So Paulinus rose from his place and told the people more of the story of Christ, and after listening attentively for some time, Cooke again cried out, I advise, O king, that we instantly abjure and set fire to those temples and altars which we have consecrated without reaping any benefit from them. In short, the king publicly gave his license to Paulinus to preach the gospel, and renouncing idolatry, declared that he received the faith of Christ. When he inquired of the high priest who should first profane the altars and temples of their idols with the enclosures that were about them, Cooke answered, I, for who can more properly than myself destroy those things which I worship for ignorance, for an example to all others, through the wisdom which has been given me by the true God? Then immediately, in contempt of his former superstitions, he desired the king to furnish him with arms and a stallion, and mounting the same, he set out to destroy the idols. For it was not lawful before for the high priest either to carry arms or to ride upon any but a mare. Having therefore girt a sword about him with a spear in his hand, he mounted the king's stallion and proceeded to the idols. The multitude, beholding it, concluded he was distracted, but he lost no time, for as soon as he drew near the temple he profaned the same, casting into it the spear which he held, and rejoicing in the knowledge of the worship of the true God, he commanded his companions to destroy the temple with all its enclosures by fire. Footnote: Dr. Giles' translation of Ecclesiastical History. End footnote. One of the reasons why I have chosen this story out of Bede's history is because it contains the picture of the sparrow flitting through the firelit room. Out of the dark and cold it comes into the light and warmth for a moment, and then vanishes into the dark and cold once more. The Saxon who more than 1300 years ago made that word picture was a poet. He did not know it. Perhaps he was only speaking of what he had often seen, telling in simple words of something that happened almost every day. Yet he has given us a picture which we cannot forget, and has made our literature by so much the richer. He has told us of something too, which helps us to realize the rough life our forefathers lived. Even in the king's palace the windows were without glass. The doors stood open to let out the smoke from the good fire in the midst, for there were no chimneys, or at best but a hole in the roof to serve as one. The doors stood open, even though the storms of snow and rain prevailed abroad, and in spite of the good fire, it must have been comfortless enough. Yet many a stray bird might well be drawn thither by the light and warmth. Bede lived a peaceful, busy life. When he came to die, his end was peaceful too, and his work ceased only with his death. One of his pupils, writing to a friend, tells of those last hours. Footnote: Extracts are from a letter of Cuthbert, afterwards Abbot of Wearmouth, and Jarrow, to his friend Cuthwin. End footnote. For some weeks in the bright spring time of 735 Bede had been ill, yet cheerful and rejoicing, giving thanks to Almighty God every day and night, yea, every hour. Daily too he continued to give lessons to his pupils, and the rest of the time he spent in singing psalms. I can with truth declare that I never saw with my eyes or heard with my ears anyone return thanks so unceasingly to the living God, says the letter. During these days he laboured to compose 2 works, well worthy to be remembered besides the lessons we had from him, and singing us psalms. That is, he translated the Gospel of St. John as far as the words, but what are these among so many, into our own tongue, for the benefit of the Church, and some collections out of the Book of Notes of Bishop Isidore. When the Tuesday before the Ascension of our Lord came, he began to suffer still more in his health, but he passed all that day and dictated cheerfully, and now and then among other things said, "Go on quickly. I know not how long I shall hold out, and whether my Maker will not soon take me away." But to us he seemed very well to know the time of his departure, as though he spent the night awake in thanksgiving, and when the morning appeared, that is Wednesday, he ordered us to write with all speed what he had begun. There was one of us with him who said to him, "Most dear Master, there is still 1 chapter wanting. Do you think it troublesome to be asked any more questions?" He answered, "It is no trouble. Take your pen and make ready and write fast." Then the same boy said once more, "Dear Master, there is yet 1 sentence not written." And he said, "Well then, write it." And after a little space the boy said, "Now it is finished." And he answered, "Well, thou hast spoken truth, it is finished. Receive my head into your hands, for it is great satisfaction to me to sit facing my holy place, where I was wont to pray, that I may also sitting call upon my Father." And sitting upon the pavement of his little cell, he sang glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost. When he had named the Holy Ghost, he breathed his last, departed to the heavenly kingdom. So died Bede, surnamed the Venerable. We have come to think of venerable as meaning very old, but Bede was only 62 when he died, and venerable here means rather greatly to be honoured. There are 2 or 3 stories about how Bede came to be given his surname. One tells how a young monk was set to write some lines of poetry to be put upon the tomb where his master was buried. He tried hard, but the verse would not come right. He could not get the proper number of syllables in his lines. "In this grave lies the bones of Bede," he wrote, but he could not find an adjective that would make the line the right length, try how he might. At last, wearied out, he fell asleep over his task. Then as he slept, an angel bent down, and taking the pen from the monk's tired fingers, wrote the words, "The Venerable," so that the line ran, "In this grave lies the bones of the Venerable Bede," a verse for all time. Our first great historian is known as the Venerable Bede. Book to read: The Ecclesiastical History of the English Nation by Bede, translated by Dr. Giles. End of chapter 14.
Section 15 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 15. How Alfred the Great Fought with His Pen. While Caedmon sang his English lays and Bede wrote his Latin books, Northumbria had grown into a centre not only of English literature but of learning for Western Europe. The abbots of Jarrow and Weymouth made journeys to Rome and brought back with them precious manuscripts for the monastery libraries. Scholars from all parts of Europe came to visit Northumbrian monasteries or sent thither for teachers. But before many years had passed, all that was changed. Times of war and trouble were not yet over for England. Once again heathen hordes fell upon our shores. The Danes, fierce and lawless, carrying sword and firebrand wherever they passed, leaving death and ruin in their track, surged over the land. The monasteries were ruined. The scholars were scattered. A life of peaceful study was no longer possible. The learning of 200 years was swept away. The lamp of knowledge lit by the monks grew dim and flickered out. But when 60 years or more had passed, a king arose who crushed the Danish power and who once again lit that lamp. This king was Alfred the Great. History tells us how he fought the Danes, how he despaired, and how he took heart again, and how he at last conquered his enemies and brought peace to his people. Alfred was great in war. He was no less great in peace. As he fought the Danes with the sword, so he fought ignorance with his pen. He loved books, and he longed to bring back to England something of the learning which had been lost. Nor did he want to keep learning for a few only. He wanted all his people to get the good of it. And so, as most good books were written in Latin, which only a few could read, he began to translate some of them into English. In the beginning of one of them, Alfred says, "There are only a few on this side of the Humber who can understand the divine service, or even explain a Latin epistle in English, and I believe not many on the other side of the Humber either. But there are so few that indeed I cannot remember south of the Thames when I began to reign." By this side of the Humber, Alfred means the south side, for now the centre of the learning was no longer Northumbria but Wessex. Alfred translated many books. He translated books of geography, history, and religion. And it is from Alfred that our English prose dates, just as English poetry dates from CadenB. For you must remember that although we call Bede the father of English history, he wrote in Latin for the most part, and what he wrote in English has been lost. Besides writing himself, Alfred encouraged people to write. He also caused a national chronicle to be written. A chronicle is the simplest form of history. The old chronicles did not weave their history into stories. They simply put down a date and something that happened on that date. They gave no reasons for things, they expressed no feelings, no thoughts. So the chronicles can hardly be called literature. They were not meant to be looked upon as literature. The writers of them used them rather as keys to memory. They kept all the stories in their memories, and the sight of the name of a king or of a battle was enough to unlock their store of words. As they told their tales, if they forgot a part, they made up something, just as the minstrels did. Alfred caused the chronicle to be written up from such books and records as he had from the coming of the Romans until the time in which he himself reigned. And from then onwards to the time of the death of King Stephen, the Saxon chronicle was kept. It is now one of the most useful books from which we can learn the history of those times. Sometimes, especially at the beginning, the record is very scant. As a rule, there is not more than one short sentence for a year, sometimes not even that, but merely a date. It is like this: Year 189. In this year, Severus succeeded to the empire and reigned 17 winters. He begirt Britain with a dike from sea to sea. Year 190. Year 199. Year 200, and this year was found the Holy Rood. And so on it goes. And every now and again, among entries which seem to us of little or no importance, we learn something that throws great light on our past history. And when we come to the time of Alfred's reign, the entries are much more full. From the chronicle, we learnt a great deal about his wars with the Danes and of how he fought them both by land and by sea. The Saxon Chronicle, as it extended over many hundred years, was of course written by many different people, and so parts of it are written much better than other parts. Sometimes we find a writer who does more than merely set down facts, who seems to have a feeling for how he tells his story, and who tries to make the thing he writes about living. Sometimes a writer even breaks into song. Besides causing the chronicle to be written, Alfred translated Bede's history into English. And so that all might learn the history of their land, he rebuilt the ruined monasteries and opened schools in them once more. There he ordered that Every free-born youth in the kingdom who has the means shall attend to his book, so long as he have no other business, till he can read English perfectly. Preface to Boethius' Pastoral Care, translated into English by Alfred. Alfred died after having reigned for nearly 30 years. Much that he had done seemed to die with him, for once again the Danes descended upon our coasts. Once again they conquered, and Canute the Dane became King of England. But the English spirit was strong, and the Danish invasion has left scarcely a trace upon our language. Nor did the Danish power last long, for in 1042 we had in Edward the Confessor an English king once more. But he was English only in name. In truth, he was more than half French, and under him French forces began already to work on our literature. A few years later, that French force became overwhelming, for in 1066 William of Normandy came to our shores, and with his coming it seemed for a time as if the life of English literature was to be crushed out forever. Only by the chronicle were both prose and poetry kept alive in the English tongue. And it is to Alfred the Great that we owe this slender thread which binds our English literature of today with the literature of 1,000 years ago. End of section 15.
Section 16 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 16. When English Slept. This chapter begins with a quotation. William came o'er the sea, with bloody sword came he. Cold heart and bloody sword hand now rule the English land. The Heimskringla. William the Norman ruled England. Norman knights and nobles filled all the posts of honor at court, all the great places in the land. Norman bishops and abbots ruled in church and monastery. The Norman tongue was alone the speech in court and hall. Latin alone was the speech of the learned. Only among the lowly, the unlearned, and the poor was English heard. It seemed as if the English tongue was doomed to vanish before the conquering Norman, even as the ancient British tongue had vanished before the conquering English. And in truth, for 200 years it might have been thought that English prose was dead, put to sleep by the sword. But it was not so. It slept indeed, but to awake again. For England conquered the conqueror, and when English literature awoke once more, it was the richer through the gifts which the Norman had brought. One thing the Normans had brought was a liking for history, and soon there sprang up a whole race of chroniclers. They, like Bede, were monks and priests. They lived in monasteries and wrote in Latin. One after another they wrote, and when one laid down his pen, another took it up. Some of these chroniclers were mere painstaking men who noted facts and dates with care, but others were true writers of literature, who told their tales in vivid, stirring words, so that they make these times live again for us. The names of some of the best of these chroniclers are Eadmar, Ulric Vitalis, and William of Malmesbury. By degrees these Norman and Anglo-Norman monks became filled with the spirit of England. They wrote of England as of their home. They were proud to call themselves English, and they began to desire that England should stand high among the nations. It is, you remember, from one of these chroniclers, Geoffrey of Monmouth, see chapter 6, that we date the reawakening of storytelling in England. As a writer of history, Geoffrey is bad. Another chronicler, William of Newbury, says of him, Therefore, as in all things we trust Bede, whose wisdom and truth are not to be doubted, so that fabler with his fables shall be forthwith spat out by us all. But if Geoffrey was a bad writer of history, he was good as a fabler, and, as we have seen in chapter 7, it was to his book that we owe the first long poem written in English after the Conquest. The Norman came with sword in hand, bringing in his train the Latin-writing chroniclers. But he did not bring those alone. He brought minstrels also. Besides the quiet monks who sat in their little cells or in the pleasant cloisters, writing the history of the times, there were the light-hearted minstrels who roamed the land with harp and song. The man who struck the first blow at Hastings was a minstrel who, as he rode against the English, sang. And the song he sang was of Roland, the great champion of Charlemagne. The Roland story is to France what the Arthur story is to us, and it shows perhaps the strength of English patriotic spirit that the story never took hold of English minds. Some few tales there are told of Roland in English, but they are few indeed, in comparison with the many that are told of Arthur. The Norman, however, who did not readily invent new tales, was very good at taking and making his own the tales of others. So, even as he conquered England by the sword, he conquered our literature too. For the stories of Arthur were told in French before they came back to us in English. It was the same with other tales, and many of our old stories have come down to us not through their English originals, but through the French. For the years after the Conquest are the poorest in English literature. From the Conquest until Layamonde wrote his Brut, there was no English literature worthy of the name. Had we not already spoken of Layamonde out of true order in following the story of Arthur, it is here that we should speak of him and of his book, the Brut. So perhaps it would be well to go back and read chapter 7, and then we must go on to the metrical romances. The 300 years from 1200 to 1500 were the years of the metrical romances. Metrical means written in verse. Romance meant at first the languages made from the Latin tongue, such as French or Spanish. After a time, the word romance was used to mean a story told in any Romance language. But now we use it to mean any story of strange and wonderful adventures, especially when the most thrilling adventures happen to the hero and heroine. The Norman minstrels, then, took English tales and made them into romances. But when the English began once more to write, they turned these romances back again into English. We still call them romances, although they are now written in English. Some of these tales came to us, no doubt, from the Danes. They were brought from over the sea by the fierce Northmen, who were, after all, akin to the Normans. The Normans made them into French stories, and the English turned them back into English. Perhaps one of the most interesting of these metrical romances is that of Havelock the Dane. The poem begins with a few lines which seem meant to call the people together to listen. Hearken to me, good men, wives, maidens, and all men, to a tale that I will tell to whoso will hear and list thereto. We can imagine the minstrel as he stands in some marketplace or in some fire-lit hall, touching his harp lightly as he sings the words. With a quick movement, he throws back his long green cloak and shows his gay dress beneath. Upon his head he wears a jaunty cap, and his hair is long and curled. He sings the opening lines, perhaps more than once, in order to gather the people round him. Then, when the eager crowd sit or stand about him, he begins his lay. It is most probably in a marketplace that the minstrel stands and sings, for Havelock the Dane was written for the people, and not for the great folk who still spoke only French. There was a king in bygone days that in his time wrought good laws. He did them make and full well hold. Him loved young, him loved old, earl and baron, strong man and thane, knight, bondman and swain, widows, maidens, priests and clerks, and all for his good works. If you will compare this poetry with that of Layamon, you will see that there is something in it quite different from his. This no longer rests, as that does, upon accent and alliteration, but upon rhyme. The English, too, in which it is written, is much more like the English of today, for Havelock was written perhaps 100 years after Layamon's Brut. These are the first lines as they are in the manuscript. Ac neb to me god men, walius maidnes and all men, of a tel petit you will tell, whereso it dwell here and where to dwell. That, you see, except for curious spelling, is not very unlike our English of today, although it is fair to tell you that all the lines are not so easy to understand as these are. End of section 16.
Section 17 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 17. The Story of Havelock the Dane. The good king of whom we read in the last chapter was called Athelwold, and the poet tells us that there were happy days in England while he reigned. But at length he became sick unto death. Then was he sore grieved, because he had no child to sit upon the throne after him, save a maiden very fair. But so young was she that she could neither go on foot nor speak with mouth. So, in this grief and trouble, the king wrote to all his nobles, from Roxburgh or unto Dover, bidding them come to him. And all who had the writings came to the king, where he lay at Winchester. Then, when they were all come, Athelwold prayed them to be faithful to the young princess, and to choose one of themselves to guard her until she was of age to rule. So Godrich, Earl of Cornwall, was chosen to guard the princess, for he was a true man, wise in counsel, wise in deed, and he swore to protect his lady until she was such age as no longer to have need of him. Then he would wed her. He swore to the best man in all the land. So, happy in thought that his daughter should reign after him in peace, the king died, and there was great sorrow and mourning throughout the land. But the people remained at peace, for the earl ruled well and wisely. From Dover to Roxburgh, all England of him stood in awe. All England was of him adread. Meanwhile, the Princess Goldborough grew daily more and more fair, and when Earl Goldrich saw how fair and noble she became, he sighed and asked himself whether she should be queen and lady over me, whether she should all England and me and mine have in her hand. Nay, he said, I have a son, a full fair knave. He shall England all have. He shall be king, he shall be sire. Then, full of his evil purpose, Godrich thought no more of his oath to the dead king, but cast Goldborough into a darksome prison, where she was poorly clad and ill fed. Now it befell that at this time there was a right good king in Denmark. He had a son named Havelock, and 2 fair daughters, and feeling death come upon him, he left his children in the care of his dear friend Goddard, and so died. But no sooner was the king in his grave than the false Goddard took Havelock and his 2 sisters and thrust them into a dungeon. And in the castle did he them do, where no man might come them to, of their kin, there they prisoned were, there they wept of sort, both for hunger and for cold. Ere they were 3 winters old, scantly he gave them clothes, and cared not a nut for his oaths. He them nor clothed right nor fed, nor them richly gave to bed. Then Goddard was most sickly, under God the most treachery that ever in earth shapen was, except the wicked Judas. After a time the traitor went to the tower where the children were, and there he slew the 2 little girls. But the boy Havelock he spared. For the lad that little was, he kneeled before that Judas, and said, Lord, mercy now, homage, Lord, to you I vow, for Denmark I to you will give, if that now you let me live. So the wicked Earl spared the lad for the time, but he did not mean that he should live. Anon he called a fisherman to him, and said, Grim, thou art my thrall, wilt thou do my will all, that I will bid thee? To-morrow I shall make thee free, and give thee goods and rich thee make, if that thou wilt this child take, and lead him with thee to-night, when thou seest it is moonlight, unto the sea, and do him in, and I will take on me the sin. Grim, the fisherman, rejoiced at the thought of being free and rich, so he took the boy, and wound him in an old cloth, and stuffed an old coat into his mouth, so that he might not cry aloud. Then he thrust him into a sack, and thus carried him home to his cottage. But when the moon rose, and Grim made ready to drown the child, his wife saw a great light coming from the sack, and opening it, they found therein the prince. Then they resolved, instead of drowning him, to save and nourish him as their own child. But they resolved also to hide the truth from the Earl. At break of day, therefore, Grim set forth to tell Goddard that his will was done. But instead of the thanks and reward promised to him, he got only evil words. So, speeding homeward from that traitor, he made ready his boat, and with his wife and 3 sons and 2 daughters and Havelock, they set sail upon the high seas, fleeing for their lives. Presently a great wind arose which blew them to the coast of England, and when they were safely come to land, Grim drew up his boat upon the shore, and there he built him a hut, and there he lived, and to this day men call the place Grimsby. Years passed. Havelock lived with the fisherman, and grew great and fair and strong, and as Grim was poor, the prince thought it no dishonour to work for his living, and he became in time a cook's scullion. Havelock had to work hard, but although he worked hard he was always cheerful and merry. He was so strong that at running, jumping, or throwing a stone, no one could beat him. Yet he was so gentle that all the children of the place loved him, and played with him. Him loved all, quiet or bold, knight, child, young and old. All him loved that him saw, both high men and low. Of him full wide the word sprang, how he was meek, how he was strong. At last even the wicked Goldrich in his palace heard of Havelock in the kitchen. Now truly this is the best man in England, he said with a sneer, and thinking to bring shame on Goldborough, and wed her with the kitchen knave, he sent for Havelock. Master, wilt wed? He asked, when the scullion was brought before him. Nay, quoth Havelock, by my life, what should I do with a wife? I could not feed her, nor clothe her, nor shoe her. Whither should I bring a woman? I have no cot, I have no stick nor twig, I have neither bread nor sauce, and no clothes but one old coat. These clothes even that I wear are the cook's, and I am his knave. At that, Godwin shook with wrath. Up he sprang, and began to beat Havelock without mercy, and said, Unless thou take her, that I well ween thee to make, I shall hanging thee full high, or I shall thrusten out thine eyes. Then, seeing that there was no help for it, and that he must either be wedded or hanged, Havelock consented to marry Goldborough. So the princess was brought, the fairest woman under the moon, and she, sore afraid of the anger and threats of Goldridge, does not ought to oppose the wedding. So they were espoused fair and well by the Archbishop of York, and Havelock took his bride home to Grimsby. You may be sure that Havelock, who was so strong and yet so gentle, was kind to his beautiful young wife, but Goldborough was unhappy, for she could not forget the disgrace that had come upon her. She could not forget that she was a princess, and that she had been forced to wed a low-born kitchen knave. But one night, as she lay in bed weeping, an angel appeared to her, and bade her sorrow no more, for it was no scullion that she had wed, but a king's son. So Goldborough was comforted. And of all that afterward befell Havelock and Goldborough, of how they went to Denmark and overcame the traitor there, and received the kingdom, and of how they returned again to England, and of how Godrich was punished, you must read for yourselves in the book of Havelock the Dane. But this one thing more I will tell you, that Havelock and Goldborough lived happily together until they died. They loved each other so tenderly that they were never angry with each other. They had 15 children, and all the sons became kings, and all the daughters became queens. I should like to tell you many more of these early English metrical romances. I should like to tell you of Guy of Warwick, of King Horn, of William and the Werewolf, and of many others. But, indeed, if I told all the stories I should like to tell, this book would have no end. So, we must leave them and pass on. Books to read. The Story of Havelock the Dane, rendered into later English by Emily Hickley. The Lay of Havelock the Dane, edited by W. W. Skeat, in the original English. End of section 17.
Section 18 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 18 about some song stories. Besides the metrical romances, we may date another kind of story from this time, I mean the ballads. Ballad was an old French word spelt ballade. It really means a dance song, for ballads were at first written to be sung to dances. Slow, shuffling, balancing dances such as one may still see in out-of-the-way places in Brittany. These ballads often had a chorus or refrain in, which everyone joined, but by degrees the refrain was dropped and the dancing too. Now we think of a ballad as a simple story told in verse. Sometimes it is merry, but more often it is sad. The ballads were not made for grand folk. They were not made to be sung in courts and halls. They were made for the common people, and sometimes at least they were made by them. They were meant to be sung and sung out of doors, for in those days the houses of all but the great were very comfortless. They were small and dark and full of smoke. It was little wonder then that people lived out of doors as much as they could, and that all their amusements were out of doors. And so it comes about that many of the ballads have an out of door feeling about them. A ballad is much shorter than a romance, and therefore much more easily learned and remembered. So many people learned and repeated the ballads, and for 300 years they were the chief literature of the people. In those days men sang far more, and read and thought far less than nowadays. Now if we read poetry, some of us like to be quietly by ourselves. Then all poetry was made to be read or sung aloud, and that in company. I do not mean you to think that we have any ballads remaining to us as old as the 13th or the beginning of the 14th century, which was the time in which Havelock was written. But what I want you to understand is that the ballad-making days went on for hundreds of years. The people for whom the ballads were made could not read and could not write, so it was of little use to write them down, and for a long time they were not written down. They were made for singing, and no for reading, said an old lady to Sir Walter Scott, who in his day made a collection of ballads. They were made for singing and no for reading, but ye ha broken the charm now, and they'll never be sung mair. And so true is this, that ballads which have never been written down, but which are heard only in out-of-way places, sung or said by people who have never learned to read, have really more of the old-time feeling about them than many of those which we find in books. We cannot say who made the ballads. Nowadays a poet makes a poem, and it is printed with his name upon the title page. The poem belongs to him and is known by him. We say, for instance, Gray's Elegy or Shakespeare's Sonnets, but many people helped to make the ballads. I do not mean that 20 or 30 people sat down together and said, "Let us make a ballad." That would not have been possible. But perhaps one man heard a story and put it into verse. Another then heard it and added something to it. Still another and another heard, repeated, added to, or altered it in one way or another. Sometimes the story was made better by the process, sometimes it was spoiled. But who those men were, who made and altered the ballads, we do not know. They were simply the people. One whole group of ballads tells of the wonderful deeds of Robin Hood. Who Robin Hood was we do not certainly know, nor does it matter much. Legend has made him a man of gentle birth, who had lost his lands and money, and who had fled to the woods as an outlaw. Stories gradually gathered round his name, as they had gathered round the name of Arthur, and he came to be looked upon as the champion of the people against the Norman tyrants. Robin was a robber, but a robber as courtly as any knight. His enemies were the rich and great. His friends were the poor and oppressed. For I never yet hurt any man that honest is and true, but those that give their minds to live upon other men's due. I never hurt the husbandmen that used to till the ground, nor spill their blood that range the wood to follow hawk or hound. My chiefest spite to clergy is, who in those days bear a great sway, with friars and monks with their fine sprunks, I make my chiefest prey. The last time we heard of monks and priests, they were the friends of the people, doing their best to teach them and make them happy. Now we find that they are looked upon as enemies, and the monasteries, which at the beginning had been like lamps of light set in a dark country, had themselves become centres of darkness and idleness. But although Robin fought against the clergy, the friars and monks who did wrong, he did not fight against religion. A good manner then had Robin, in land where that he were. Every day ere he would dine, 3 masses would he hear. The one in worship of the Father, and another of the Holy Ghost, the third of our dear Lady, that he loved all the most. Robin loved our dear Lady, for doubt of deadly sin, would he never do company harm that any woman was in. And Robin himself tells his followers, But look ye do not husbandman harm that tilleth with his plough. No more ye shall no good yeoman that walketh by greenwood shore, nor no knight nor no squire that will be good fellow. These bishops and these archbishops ye shall then beat and bind. The high sheriff of Nottingham, him hold ye in your mind. The great idea of the Robin Hood ballads is the victory of the poor and oppressed over the rich and powerful, the triumph of the lawless over the lawgivers. Because of this, and because we like Robin much better than the Sheriff of Nottingham, his chief enemy, we are not to think that the poor were always right and the rulers always wrong. There were many good men among the despised monks and friars, bishops and archbishops, but there were too many evils in the land, and some of the laws pressed sorely on the people, yet they were never without a voice. The Robin Hood ballads are full of humour. They are full, too, of English outdoor life, of hunting and fighting. Of quite another style is the ballad of Sir Patrick Spens, that takes us away from the green leafy woods and dells of England to the wild rocky coast of Scotland. It takes us from the singing birds to the roar of the waves. The story goes that the king wanted a good sailor to sail across the sea. Then an old knight says to him that the best sailor that ever sailed the sea is Sir Patrick Spens. So the king writes a letter bidding Sir Patrick make ready. At first he is pleased to get a letter from the king, but when he has read what is in it, his face grows sad and angry too. Who has done me this evil deed, he cries, to send me out to sea in such weather? Sir Patrick is very unwilling to go, but the king has commanded, so he and his men set forth. A great storm comes upon them, and the ship is wrecked. All the men are drowned, and the ladies who sit at home, waiting their husband's return, wait in vain. There are many versions of this ballad, but I give you here one of the shortest and perhaps the most beautiful. The king sets in Dunfermline town, drinking the blue red wine. Oh, where will I get a good sailor to sail this ship of mine? Up and spak and Eldon nicht, sat at the king's right knee. The king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking the blue red wine. Oh, where will I get a good sailor to sail this ship of mine? Up and spake an Eldon knight, sat at the king's right knee. Sir Patrick Spens is the best sailor that sails upon the sea. The king has written a braid letter and signed it with his hand, and sent it to Sir Patrick Spens, was walking on the sand. The first line that Sir Patrick read, aloud lauched he. The next line that Sir Patrick read, the tear blinded his ee. Oh, what is this has done this deed, this ill deed done to me, to send me out this time of the year to sail upon the sea? Make haste, my merry men all, our good ship sails the morn. Oh, say, nay, say, my master dear, for I fear a deadly storm. Late yestreen I saw the new moon, with the old moon in her arm, and I fear, my dear master, that he will come to harm. Oh, our Scots nobles were rick lath to weet their cork-heeled schoon, but lang o'er a play were played, their hats they swam aboon. Oh, lang may their ladies sit, with their fans into their hand, oh, ere they see Sir Patrick Spens come sailing to the land. Oh, lang may the ladies stand, with their golden calms in their hair, waiting for their ain dear lords, for they'll see them no more. Half o'er to Aberdour, it's 50 fathom deep, and there lies good Sir Patrick Spens, with the Scots lords at his feet. And now, just to end this chapter, let me give you one more poem. It is the earliest English song that is known. It is a spring song, and it is so full of the sunny green of fresh young leaves, and of all the sights and sounds of early summer, that I think you will like it. Summer is a-coming, loud sing cuckoo, groweth seed and bloweth mead, and springeth the wood new. Sing cuckoo. Ewe bleateth after lamb, loweth after calf the cow, bullock starteth, buck verteth, merry sing cuckoo. Footnote. Turns to the green fern or vert. Vert is French for green. End of footnote. Cuckoo, cuckoo, well singeth thou cuckoo, thou art never silent now. Sing cuckoo, now sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo now. Is that not pretty? Can you not hear the cuckoo call, even though the lamps may be lit and the winter wind be shrill without? But I think it is prettier still in its 13th century English. Perhaps you may be able to read it in that, so here it is. Summer is coming in, loud sing cuckoo. Groweth said and bloweth med, and springth the wide new, sing cuckoo. Or bletherd after loam, loth after calf coo, bullock stirteth, buck verteth, murray sing cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo, well sings the cuckoo, ne swike the never knew. Sing cuckoo, new, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, new. Footnote. Ritson's Ancient Songs. End of footnote. Books to read. Stories of Robin Hood by H. E. Marshall. Stories of the Ballads by Mary McGregor. A Book of Ballads by C. L. Thompson. Percy's Reliques of Ancient English Poetry. Everyman's Library. End of section 18. Section 19 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 19. Piers the Ploughman. During the long years after the Norman Conquest, when English was a despised language, it became broken up into many dialects. But as time went on and England became once more the language of the educated as well as of the uneducated, there arose a cultured English, which became the language which we speak today. In the time of Edward III, England was England again, and the rulers were English both in heart and in name. But England was no longer a country apart. She was no longer a lonely sea-girt island, but had taken her place among the great countries of Europe. For the reign of Edward III was a brilliant one. The knightly, chivalrous king set his country high amongst the countries of Europe. Men made songs and sang of his victories, of Crécy and of Calais, and France bowed the knee to England. But the war and triumphs of the king pressed hardly on the people of England, and ere his reign was over, misery, pestilence, and famine filled the land. So many men had been killed in Edward's French and Scottish wars that there were too few left to till the land. Then came a terrible disease called the Black Death, slaying young and old, rich and poor, until nearly half the people in the land were dead. The fewer still were left to do the work of the farms. Cattle and sheep strayed where they would, for there were none to tend them. Corn ripened and rotted in the fields, for there were none to gather it. Food grew dear as workers grew scarce. Then the field labourers who were left began to demand larger wages. Many of these labourers were little more than slaves, and their masters refused to pay them better. Then some left their homes and went away to seek new masters who would be willing to pay more, while others took to a life of wandering beggary. The owners of the land had thought that they should be ruined did they pay the great wages demanded of them. Now they saw that they should be ruined quite as much if they could not find no one at all to do the work. So laws were made forcing men to work for the same wages they had received before the plague, and forbidding them to leave the towns and villages in which they had been used to live. If they disobeyed, they were imprisoned and punished. Yet these new laws were broken again and again, because bread had now become so dear that it was impossible for men to live on as little as they had done before. Still many masters tried to enforce the law, and the land was soon filled not only with hunger and misery, but with a fierce class hatred between master and man. It was the beginning of a long and bitter struggle, and as the cry of the poor grew louder and louder, the hatred and spirit of revolt grew fiercer. But the great of the land seemed little touched by the sorrows of the people. While they starved and died, the king, surrounded by a glittering court, gave splendid feasts and tournaments. He built fair palaces and chapels, founded a new round table, and thought to make the glorious days of Arthur live again. And the great among the clergy cared as little for the poor as did the great among the nobles. Many of them had become selfish and worldly, some of them wicked, though of course there were many good men left among them too. The church was wealthy, but the powerful priests kept that wealth in their own hands, and many of the country clergy were almost as miserably poor as the people whom they taught. And it was through one of these poor priests, named William Langland, that the sorrows of the people found a voice. We know very little about Langland, so little do we know that we are not sure if his name was really William or not. But in his poem called The Vision of Piers the Ploughman, he says, "I have lived in the land, quoth I, my name is Long Will." It is chiefly from his poem that we learn to know the man. When we have read it, we seem to see him tall and thin, with lean earnest face, out of which shine great eyes, the eyes that see visions. His head is shaven like a monk's. He wears a shabby long gown, which flaps in the breeze as he strides along. Langland was born in the country, perhaps in Oxfordshire, perhaps in Shropshire, and he went to school at Great Malvern. He loved school, for he says, "For if heaven be on earth and ease to any soul, it is in cloister or in school. Be many reasons I find, for in the cloister cometh no man to chide nor to fight, but all is obedience here and books to read and to learn." Perhaps Langland's friends saw that he was clever, and hoped that he might become one of the great ones in the church. In those days, the Middle Ages they were called, there was no sharp line dividing the priests from people. The one shaded off into the other, as it were. There were many who wore long gowns and shaved their heads, who yet were not priests. They were called clerks, and for a sum of money, often very small, they helped to sing masses for the souls of the dead, and performed other offices in connection with the services of the church. They were bound by no vows and were allowed to marry, but of course could never hope to be powerful. Such was Langland. He married and always remained a poor clerk. But if Langland did not rise high in the church, he made himself famous in another way, for he wrote Piers the Ploughman. This is a great book. There is no other written during the 14th century in which we see so clearly the life of the people of the time. There are several versions of Piers, and it is thought by some that Langland himself wrote and rewrote his poem, trying always to make it better. But others think that someone else wrote the later versions. The poem is divided into parts. The first part is the vision of Piers the Ploughman. The second is the vision concerning do well, do bet, do best. In the beginning of Piers the Ploughman, Langland tells us how. In a summer season when soft was the sun, I wrapped myself in a cloak as if I were a shepherd, in the habit of a hermit unholy of works. Abroad I wandered in this world wonders to hear. But on a May morning on Malvern Hills, me befell a wonder, a strange thing. Methought I was weary of wandering, and went me to rest under a broad bank by a burn side. And as I lay and leaned, and looked on the waters, I slumbered in a sleeping, it sounded so merry. If you will look back, you will see that this poetry is very much more like Laymon's than like the poetry of Havelock the Dane. Although people had for many years been writing rhyming verse, Langland has, you see, gone back to the old alliterative poetry. Perhaps it was that, living far away in the country, Langland had written his poem before he had heard of the new kind of rhyming verses, for news travelled slowly in those days. 200 years later, when the Vision of Piers the Ploughman was first printed, the printer in his preface explained alliterative verse very well. Langland wrote altogether in metre, he says, but not after the manner of our rhymers that write nowadays, for his verses end not alike. But the nature of his metre is to have 3 words, at the least, in every verse which begin with some one letter. As for example, the first 2 verses of the book run upon's as thus. In a summer season, one set was the sun, I showed me in robes as I shep were. The next runneth upon H as thus, Inhabite as an hermit unholy of works. This thing being noted, the metre shall be very pleasant to read. The English is according to the time it was written in, and the sense somewhat dark, but not so hard but that it may be understood of such as will not stick to break the shell of the nut for the kernel's sake. This printer also says in his preface that the book was first written in the time of King Edward III, in whose time it pleased God to open the eyes of many to see his truth, giving them boldness of heart to open their mouths and cry out against the works of darkness. There is no manly of vice that reigneth in any estate of man, which this writer hath not godly, learnedly, and wittily rebuked. Footnote: R. Crowley in his preface to Piers Ploughman, printed in 1550. End of footnote. I hope that you will be among those who will not stick to break the shell of the nut for the kernel's sake, and that although the sense be somewhat dark, you will some day read the book for yourselves. Meantime, in the next chapter, I will tell you a little more about it. End of section 19. Section 20 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 20. Piers the Ploughman continued. When Langland fell asleep upon the Malvern Hills, he dreamed a wondrous dream. He thought that he saw a fair field full of folk, where was gathered all the wealth of the world and the woe both. Working and wondering as the world asketh, some put them to the plough and played them full seldom, in earing and sowing laboured full hard. But some are gluttons, and others think only of fine clothes. Some pray and others jest. There are rogues and knaves here, friars and priests, barons and burgesses, bakers and butchers, tailors and tanners, masons and miners, and folk of many other crafts. Indeed, the field is the world. It lies between a tower and a dungeon. The tower is God, the dungeon is the dwelling of the evil one. Then as Langland looked on all this, he saw a lady lovely in face, in linen y-clothed, come adown from the cliff and spake me fair, and said, Son, sleepest thou? Seest thou this people? All how busy they be about the maze. Langland was afeard of her face, though she was fair, but the lovely lady, who is Holy Church, speaks gently to the dreamer. She tells him that the tower is the dwelling of truth, who is the Lord of all, and who gives to each as he hath need. The dungeon is the castle of care. Therein liveth a wight that wrong is called, the father of falseness. Love alone, said the lady, leads to heaven. Therefore I warn ye, the rich have ruth on the poor. Though ye be mighty in counsels, be meek in your works. For the same measure ye meet amiss or otherwise, ye shall be weighed therewith when ye wend hence. Truth is best in all things, she said at length. I have told thee now what truth is, and may no longer linger. And so she made ready to go. But the dreamer kneeled on his knees, and prayed her stay yet a while, to teach him to know falsehood also, as well as truth. And the lady answered, Look on thy left hand, and see where he standeth, both false and flattery, and all his train. I looked on the left hand as the lady me taught. Then was I ware of a woman wondrously clothed, purfled with fur the richest on earth, crowned with a crown, the king hath no better. All her 5 fingers were fretted with rings, of the most precious stones that a prince ever wore. In red scarlet she rode, beribboned with gold. There is no queen alive that is more adorned. This was Lady Mead, or Bribery. To-morrow, said Holy Church, she shall wed with false, and so the lovely lady departed. Left alone, the dreamer watched the preparations for the wedding. The earldom of envy, the kingdom of covetousness, the isle of usury were granted as marriage gifts to the pair. But Theology was angry. He would not permit the wedding to take place. Ere this wedding be wrought, woe betide thee, he cried. Mead is wealthy, I know it. God grant us to give her unto whom truth wills. But thou hast bound her fast to falseness. Mead is gently born. Lead her therefore to London, and there see if the law allows this wedding. So, listening to the advice of Theology, all the company rode off to London, Guile leading the way. But Soothness pricked on his palfrey, and passed them all, and came to the king's court, where he told Conscience all about the matter, and Conscience told the king. Then quoth the king, If I might catch False and Flattery, or any of their masters, I would avenge me on the wretches that work so ill, and would hang them by the neck and all that them abet. So he told the constable to seize False, and to cut off Guile's head, and let not Liar escape. But Dread was at the door and heard the doom. He warned the others, so that they all fled away, save Mead the maiden. Save Mead the maiden no man durst abide, and truly to tell she trembled for fear, and she wept and wrung her hands when she was taken. But the king called a clerk and told him to comfort Mead. So Justice soon hurried to her bower to comfort her kindly, and many others followed him. Mead thanked them all, and gave them cups of clean gold and pieces of silver, rings with rubies and riches enough, and pretending to be sorry for all that she had done amiss, Mead confessed her sins and was forgiven. The king then, believing that she was really sorry, wished to marry her to Conscience, but Conscience would not have her, for he knew that she was wicked. He tells of all the evil things she does, by which Langland means to show what wicked things men will do if tempted by bribery and the hope of gain. Then mourned Mead and plained her to the king. If men did great and noble deeds, she said, they deserved praise and thanks and rewards. Nay, nay, quoth Conscience to the king, and kneeled to the ground. There be 2 manner of meads, my lord, by thy life. That one the good God giveth by his grace, giveth in his bliss, to them that will work while that they are here. What a labourer received, he said, was not meed, but just wages. Bribery, on the other hand, was ever wicked, and he would have none of her. In spite of all the talk, however, no one could settle the question. So at length Conscience set forth to bring Reason to decide. When Reason heard that he was wanted, he saddled his horse, suffer till I see my time, and came to court with wit and wisdom in his train. The king received him kindly, and they talked together. But while they talked, Peace came complaining that Wrong had stole his goods and ill-treated him in many ways. Wrong well knew that the complaint was just, but with the help of Mead, he won wit and wisdom to his side, but Reason stood out against him. Counsel me not, quoth Reason, Ruth to have, till lords and ladies all love truth. and their sumptuous garments be put into chests, till spoiled children be chastened with rods, till clerks and knights be courteous with their tongues, till priests themselves practise their preaching, and their deeds be such as may draw us to goodness. The king acknowledged that reason was right, and begged him to stay with him always and help him to rule. I am ready, quoth reason, to rest with thee ever, so that conscience be our counsellor. To that the king agreed, and he and his courtiers all went to church. Here suddenly the dream ends. Langland cries, Then waked I of my sleep, I was woe withal, that I had not slept more soundly and seen much more. The dreamer arose and continued his wandering, but he had only gone a few steps when once again he sank upon the grass and fell asleep and dreamed. Again he saw the field full of folk, and to them now conscience was preaching, and at his words many began to repent them of their evil deeds. Pride, envy, sloth, and others confessed their sins and received forgiveness. Then all these penitent folk set forth in search of Saint Truth, some riding, some walking, but there were few there so wise as to know the way thither, and they went all amiss. No man could tell them where Saint Truth lived, and now appears at last Piers Ploughman, who gives his name to the whole poem. Quoth a ploughman and put forth his head, I know him as well as a clerk knows his books. Clear conscience and wit showed me his place, and did engage me since to serve him ever. Both in sowing and setting which I labour, I have been his man this 15 winters. Piers described to the pilgrims all the long way that they must go in order to find truth. He told them that they must go through meekness, that they must cross the ford, honour your father, and turn aside from the brook, bear no false witness, and so on until they come at last to Saint Truth. It were a hard road unless we had a guide that might go with us afoot until we got there, said the pilgrims. So Piers offered, if they would wait until he had ploughed his field, to go with them and show them the way. That would be a long time to wait, said a lady. What could we women do meantime? And Piers answered, some should sow sacks to hold wheat, and you who have wool weave it fast. Spin it speedily, spare not your fingers, unless it be a holy day or holy eve. Look out your linen and work on it quickly. The needy and the naked take care how they live, and cast on them clothes for the cold, for so truth desires. Then many of the pilgrims began to help Piers with his work. Each man did what he could, and some to please Piers picked up the weeds, but some of them sat and sang a tale, and helped him to plough with high trolley-lolly. To these idle ones Piers went in anger. If ye do not run quickly to your work, he cried, you will receive no wage, and if ye die of hunger, who will care? Then these idle ones began to pretend that they were blind or lame and could not work. They made great moan, but Piers took no heed and called for hunger. Then hunger seized the idle ones, and beat and buffeted them until they were glad to work. At last Truth heard of Piers, and of all the good that he was doing among the pilgrims, and sent him a pardon for all his sins. In those days people who had done wrong used to pay money to a priest, and think that they were forgiven by God. Against that belief Langland preaches, and his pardon is something different. It is only, do well and have well, and God shall have thy soul, and do evil and have evil, hope none other, that after thy death day thou shalt turn to the evil one. And over this pardon a priest and Piers began so loudly to dispute that the dreamer awoke, and saw the sun that timed towards the south, and I meatless and moneyless upon the Malvern hills. That is a little of the story of the first part of Piers Ploughman. It is an allegory, and in writing it Langland wished to hold up to scorn all the wickedness that he saw around him, and sharply to point out many causes of misery. There is laughter in his poem, but it is the terrible and harsh laughter of contempt. His most bitter words, perhaps, are for the idle rich, but the idle poor do not escape. Those who beg without shame, who cheat and steal, who are greedy and drunken, have a share of his wrath. Yet Langland is not all harshness. His great word is duty, but he speaks of love too. Learn to love, quoth King, and leave off all other. The poem is rambling and disconnected. Characters come on the scene and vanish again without cause. Stories begin and do not end. It is all wild and improbable, like a dream, yet it is full of interest. But perhaps the chief interest and value of Piers Ploughman is that it is history. It tells us much of what the people thought and of how they lived in those days. It shows us the first mutterings of the storm that was to rend the world. This was the storm of the Reformation, which was to divide the world into Protestant and Catholic. But Langland himself was not a Protestant. Although he speaks bitter words against the evil deeds of priest and monk, he does not attack the Church. To him she is still Holy Church, a radiant and lovely lady. Books to read: The Vision of Piers Ploughman by W. Langland. End of section 20.
Section 21 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 21. How the Bible Came to the People. In all the land there is perhaps no book so common as the Bible. In homes where there are no other books we find at least a Bible, and the Bible stories are almost the thirst that we learn to know. But in the 14th century there were no English Bibles. The priests and clergy and a few great people perhaps had Latin Bibles, and although Caedmon songs had long been forgotten, at different times some parts of the Bible had been translated into English, so that the common people sometimes heard a Bible story. But an English Bible as a whole did not exist, and if today it is the commonest and cheapest book in all the land, it is to John Wycliffe in the first place that we owe it. John Wycliffe was born, it is thought, about 1324 in a little Yorkshire village. Not much is known of his early days, except that he went to school and to Oxford University. In time he became one of the most learned men of his day, and was made head or master of Balliol College. This is the first time in this book that we have heard of a university. The monasteries had, until now, been the centres of learning, but now the two great universities of Oxford and Cambridge were taking their place. Men no longer went to the monasteries to learn, but to the universities, and this was one reason perhaps why the land had become filled with so many idle monks. Their profession of teaching had been taken from them, and they had found nothing else with which to fill their time. But at first the universities were very like monasteries. The clerks, as the students were called, often took some kind of vow. They wore a gown and shaved their heads in some fashion or other. The colleges, too, were built very much after the style of monasteries, as may be seen in some of the old college buildings of Oxford or Cambridge to this day. The life in every way was like the life in a monastery. It was only by slow degrees that the life and teaching grew away from the old model. While Wycliffe grew to be a man, England had fallen in troublous times. Edward III, worn out by his French wars, had become old and feeble, and the power was in the hands of his son, John of Gaunt. The French wars and the Black Death had slain many of the people, and those who remained were miserably poor. Yet poor though they were, much money was gathered from them every year, and sent to the Pope, who at that time still ruled the Church in England as elsewhere. But now the people of England became very unwilling to pay so much money to the Pope, especially as at this time he was a Frenchman ruling, not from Rome, but from Avignon. It was folly, English men said, to pay money into the hands of a Frenchman, the enemy of their country, who would use it against their country. And while many people were feeling like this, the Pope claimed still more. He now claimed a tribute which King John had promised long before, which had not for more than 30 years been paid. John of Gaunt made up his mind to resist this claim, and John Wycliffe, who had already begun to preach against the power of the Pope, helped him. They were strange companions, and while John of Gaunt fought only for more power, Wycliffe fought for freedom both in religion and in life. God alone was Lord of all the world, he said, and to God alone each man must answer for his soul, and to no man besides. The money belonging to the Church of England belonged to God and to the people of England, and ought to be used for the good of the people, and not to be sent abroad to the Pope. In those days it needed a bold man to use such words, and Wycliffe was soon called upon to answer for his boldness before the Archbishop of Canterbury and all his bishops. The council was held in St. Paul's Cathedral in London. Wycliffe was fearless, and he obeyed the Archbishop's command. But as he walked up the long aisle to the chapel where the bishops were gathered, John of Gaunt marched by his side, and Lord Percy, Earl Marshal of England, cleared a way for him through the throng of people that filled the church. The press was great, and Earl Percy drove away through the crowd with so much haughtiness and violence that the Bishop of London cried out at him in wrath. "Had I known what masteries you would use in my church," he said, "I had kept you from coming there." At which words the Duke, disdaining not a little, answered the bishop and said that he would keep such mastery there, though he said nay. Footnote: Fox, Axe, and Monuments. End of footnote. Thus, after much struggling, Wycliffe and his companions arrived at the chapel. There Wycliffe stood humbly enough before his bishop, but Earl Percy bade him to be seated, for as he had much to answer, he had need of a soft seat. Thereat the Bishop of London was angry again, and cried out, saying that it was not the custom for those who had come to answer for their misdeeds to sit. Upon these words a fire began to heat and kindle between them, insomuch that they began to rate and revile one the other, that the whole multitude therewith disquieted began to be set on a hurry. Footnote: Fox, Axe, and Monuments. End of footnote. The Duke, too, joined in, threatening at last to drag the bishop out of the church by the hair of his head. But the Londoners, when they heard that, were very wrathful, for they hated the Duke. They cried out they would not suffer their bishop to be ill-used, and the uproar became so great that the council broke up without there being any trial at all. But soon after this, no fewer than 5 bulls or letters from the Pope were sent against Wycliffe. In one, the University of Oxford was ordered to imprison him. In others, Wycliffe was ordered to appear before the Pope. In still another, the English bishops were ordered to arrest him and try him themselves. But little was done, for the English would not imprison an English subject at the bidding of a French Pope, lest they should seem to give him royal power in England. At length, however, Wycliffe was once more brought before a court of bishops in London. By this time Edward III had died, and Richard, the young son of the Black Prince, had come to the throne. His mother, the Princess of Wales, was Wycliffe's friend, and she now sent a message to the bishops bidding them let him alone. This time, too, the people of London were on his side. They had learned to understand that he was their friend. So they burst into the council room, eager to defend the man whose only crime was that of trying to protect England from being robbed. And thus the second trial came to an end, as the first had done. Wycliffe now began to preach more boldly than before. He preached many things that were very different from the teaching of the Church of Rome, and as he was one of the most learned men of his time, people crowded to Oxford to hear him. John of Gaunt, now no longer his friend, ordered him to be silent, but Wycliffe still spoke. The university was ordered to crush the heretic, but the university stood by him till the king added his orders to those of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Then Wycliffe was expelled from the university, but still not silenced, for he went into the country and there wrote and taught. Soon his followers grew in numbers. They were called poor priests, and clad in long brown robes they wandered on foot through the towns and villages teaching and preaching. Wycliffe trusted that they would do all the good that the old friars had done, and that they would be kept from falling into the evil ways of the later friars. But churchmen were angry and called his followers lollards or idle babblers. Wycliffe, however, cared no longer for the great. He trusted no more in them. It was to the people now that he appealed. He wrote many books, and at first he wrote in Latin. But by degrees he saw that if he wanted to reach the hearts of the people, he must preach and teach in English, and so he began to write English books. But above all the things that he wrote, we remember him chiefly for his translation of the Bible. He himself translated the New Testament, and others helped him with the Old Testament, and so for the first time the people of England had the whole Bible in their own tongue. They had it too in fine scholarly language, and this was a great service to our literature. For naturally the Bible was a book which everyone wished to know, and the people of England, through it, became accustomed to use fine stately language. To his life's end Wycliffe went on teaching and writing, although many attempts were made to silence him. At last, in 1384, the Pope summoned him to Rome. Wycliffe did not obey, for he answered another call. One day, as he heard Mass in his own church, he fell forward speechless. He never spoke again, but died 3 days later. After Wycliffe's death, his followers were gradually crushed out. The Lollards disappear from our history, but his teaching never quite died. For by giving the English people the Bible, Wycliffe left a lasting mark on England. And although the Reformation did not come until 200 years later, he may be looked upon as its forerunner. It is hard to explain all that William Langland and John Wycliffe stand for in English literature and in English history. It was the evil that they saw around them that made them write and speak as they did, and it was their speaking and writing, perhaps, that gave the people courage to rise against oppression. Thus their teaching and writing marked the beginning of new life to the great mass of the people of England, for in June 1381, while John Wycliffe still lived and wrote, Wat Tyler led his men to Blackheath in a rebellion which proved to be the beginning of freedom for the workers of England. And although at first sight there seems to be no connection between the two, it was the same spirit working in John Wycliffe and Wat Tyler that made the one speak and the other fight as he did. End of section 21.
Section 22 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 22. Chaucer, Bread and Milk for Children. Today, as we walk about the streets and watch the people hurry to and fro, we cannot tell from the dress they wear to what class they belong. We cannot tell among the men who pass us, all clad alike in dull, sad-coloured clothes, who is a knight and who is a merchant, who is a shoemaker and who is a baker. If we see them in their shops, we can still tell, perhaps, for we know that a butcher always wears a blue apron and a baker a white hat. These are but the remains of a time long ago, when everyone dressed according to his calling, whether at work or not. It was easy then to tell by the cut and texture of his clothes to what rank in life a man belonged, for each dressed accordingly, and only the great might wear silk and velvet and golden ornaments. And in the time of which we have been reading, in the England where Edward III and Richard II ruled, where Langland sadly dreamed and Wycliffe boldly wrote and preached, there lived a man who has left for us a clear and truthful picture of those times. He has left a picture so vivid that as we read his words, the people of England of the 14th century still seem to us to live. This man was Geoffrey Chaucer. Chaucer was a poet, and is generally looked upon as the first great English poet. Like Caedmon, he is called the father of English poetry, and each has a right to the name. For if Caedmon was the first great poet of the English people in their new home of England, the language he used was Anglo-Saxon. The language which Chaucer used was English, though still not quite the English which we use today. But although Chaucer was a great poet, we know very little about his life. What we do know has nothing to do with his poems or of how he wrote them. For in those days, and for long after, a writer was not expected to live by his writing. But in return for giving the world beautiful thoughts, beautiful songs, the king or some great noble would reward him by giving him a post at court. About this public life of Chaucer we have a few facts, but it is difficult at times to fit the man of the camp and court and counting-house to the poet and storyteller who possessed a wealth of words and a knowledge of how to use them greater than any Englishman who had lived before him. And it is rather through his works than through the scanty facts of his life that we learn to know the real man, full of shrewd knowledge of the world, of humour, kindliness, and cheerful courage. Chaucer was a man of the middle class. His father, John Chaucer, was a London wine merchant. The family very likely came at first from France, and the name may mean shoemaker, from an old Norman word, chaussier or chaussier, a shoemaker. And although the French word for shoemaker is different now, there is still a slang word, chasseur, meaning cobbler. We know nothing at all of Chaucer as a boy, nothing of where he went to school, nor do we know if he ever went to college. The first thing we hear of him is that he was a page in the house of the Princess Elizabeth, the wife of Prince Lionel, who was the third son of Edward III. So although Chaucer belonged to the middle class, he must have had some powerful friend able to get him a place in a great household. In those days, a boy became a page in a great household very much as he might now become an office boy in a large merchant's office. A page had many duties. He had to wait at table, hold candles, go messages, and do many other little household services. Such a post seems strange to us now, yet it was perhaps quite as interesting as sitting all day long on an office stool. In time of war it was certainly more exciting, for a page had often to follow his master to the battlefield, and as a war with France was begun in 1359, Geoffrey went across the Channel with his prince. Of what befell Chaucer in France we know nothing, except that he was taken prisoner, and that the king, Edward III, himself gave £16 towards his ransom. That sounds a small sum, but it meant as much as £240 would now. So it would seem that, boy though he was, Geoffrey Chaucer had already become important. Perhaps he was already known as a poet and a good storyteller whom the king was loath to lose. But again for 7 years after this we hear nothing more about him, and when next we do hear of him, he is valet de chambre in the household of Edward III. Then a few years later he married one of Queen Philippa's maids-in-waiting. Of Chaucer's life with his wife and family, again we know nothing, except that he had at least one son named Lewis. We know this because he wrote a book called A Treatise on the Astrolabe for this little son. An astrolabe was an instrument used in astronomy to find out the distance of stars from the earth, the position of the sun and moon, the length of days, and many other things about the heavens and their bodies. Chaucer calls his book A Treatise on the Astrolabe, Bread and Milk for Children. Little Lewis, my son, he says in the beginning, I have perceived well by certain evidences thine ability to learn science touching numbers and proportions, and as well consider I thy busy prayer in special to learn the treatise of the astrolabe. But although there were many books written on the subject, some were unknown in England, and some were not to be trusted. And some of them be too hard to thy tender age of 10 years. This treatise then will I show thee under few light rules, and naked words in English, for Latin canst thou yet but small, my little son. Now will I pray meekly every discreet person that readeth or heareth this little treatise to have my rude inditing for excused, and my superfluity of words for 2 causes. The first cause is for that curious inditing and hard sentence is full heavy at one and the same time for a child to learn. And the second cause is this, that soothly me seemeth better to write unto a child twice a good sentence than he forget it once. And Lewis, if so be I show you in my easy English as true conclusions as be shown in Latin, grant me the more thank, and pray God save the King who is Lord of this English. So we see from this that more than 500 years ago, a kindly father saw the need of making simple books on difficult subjects for children. You may never want to read this book itself. Indeed, few people read it now. But I think that we should all be sorry to lose the preface, although it has in it some long words which perhaps a boy of 10 in our day would still find full heavy. It is interesting, too, to note in this preface that here Chaucer calls his king Lord of this English. We now often speak of the King's English, so once again we see how an everyday phrase links us with the past. End of section 22.
Section 23 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather Eney. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 23. Chaucer, The Canterbury Tales. Chaucer rose in the king's service. He became an esquire and was sent on business for the king to France and to Italy. To Italy he went at least twice, and it is well to remember this, as it had an effect on his most famous poems. He must have done his business well, for we find him receiving now a pension for life worth about £200 in our money, now a grant of a daily pitcher of wine, besides a salary of 7 1/2 pence a day, and 2 robes yearly. Chaucer's wife too had a pension, so the poet was well off. He had powerful friends also, among them John of Gaunt. And when the Duke's wife died, Chaucer wrote a lament which is called The Death of Blanche, the Duchess, or sometimes the Book of the Duchess. This is one of the earliest known poems of Chaucer, and although it is not so good as some which are later, there are many beautiful lines in it. The poet led a busy life. He was a good businessman, and soon we will find him in the civil service, as we would call it now. He was made comptroller of customs, and in this post he had to work hard, for one of the conditions was that he must write out the accounts with his own hand and always be in the office himself. If we may take some lines he wrote to be about himself, he was so busy all day long that he had not time to hear what was happening abroad, or even what was happening among his friends and neighbors. Not only far from country, that there no tidings cometh to thee, not of thy very neighbors, that dwellen almost at thy doors. Thou hearest neither this nor that. Yet after his hard office work was done, he loved nothing better than to go back to his books, for he goes on to say, For when thy labor done all is, and hasty made thy reckonings, instead of rest and new things, thou goest home to thy house anon, and all so dumb as any stone, thou sittest at another book, till fully dazed is thy look, and livest thus as a hermite, although thine abstinence is light. But if Chaucer loved books, he loved people too, and we may believe that he readily made friends, for there was a kingly humor about him that must have drawn people to him, and that he knew men and their ways we learn from his poetry, for it is full of knowledge of men and women. For many years Chaucer was well off and comfortable, but he did not always remain so. There came a time when his friend and patron, John of Gaunt, fell from power, and Chaucer lost his appointments. Soon after that his wife died, and with her life her pension ceased. So for a year or two the poet knew something of poverty at least compared to what he had been used to. But if he lost his money, he did not lose his sunny temper, and in all his writings we find little that is bitter. After a time, John of Gaunt returned to power, and again Chaucer had a post given to him, and so until he died he suffered ups and downs. Born when Edward III was in his highest glory, Chaucer lived to see him hated by his people. He lived through the reign of Edward's grandson, Richard II, and knew him from the time when as a gallant yellow-haired boy he had faced Wat Tyler and his rioters, till as a worn and broken prisoner he yielded the crown to Henry of Lancaster, the son of John of Gaunt. But before the broken king died in his darksome prison, Chaucer lay taking his last rest in St. Benet's Chapel in Westminster. He was the first great poet to be laid there, but since then there have been gathered round him so many bearing the greatest names in English literature that we call it now the Poet's Corner. But although Chaucer lived in stirring times, although he was a soldier and a courtier, he does not, in the book by which we know him best, write of battles and of pomp, of kings and of princes. In this book we find plain everyday people, people of the great middle class, of merchants and tradesmen and others of like calling, to which Chaucer himself belonged. It was a class which year by year had been growing more and more strong in England, and which year by year had been making its strength more and more felt. But it was a class which no one had thought of writing about in plain fashion. And it is in the Canterbury Tales that we have, for the first time in the English language, pictures of real men, and what is more wonderful, of real women. They are not giants or dwarfs, they are not fairy princes or knights in shining armor. They do no wondrous deeds of strength or skill. They are not queens of marvelous beauty or enchanted princesses. They are simply plain, middle-class English people, and yet they are very interesting. In Chaucer's time, books, although still copied by hand, had become more plentiful than ever before. And as more and more people learned to read, the singing time began to draw to a close. Stories were now not all written in rhyme, and poetry was not all written to be sung. Yet the listening time was not quite over, for these were still the days of talk and storytelling. Life went at a leisure pace. There was no hurry. There was no machinery. All sewing was done by hand, so when the ladies of a great household gathered to do their handiwork, it was no unusual thing for one among them to lighten the long hours with tales read or told. Houses were badly lighted, and there was little to do indoors in the long winter evenings, so the men gathered together and listened while one among them told of love and battle. Indeed, through all the life of the Middle Ages, there was room for storytelling. So now, although Chaucer meant his tales to be read, he made believe that they were told by a company of people on a journey from London to Canterbury. He thus made a framework for them in the life he knew, and gave a reason for them all being told in one book. But a reason had to be given for the journey. For in those days, people did not travel about from place to place for the mere pleasure of seeing another town, as we do now. Few people thought of going for a change of air. Nobody perhaps ever thought about going to the seaside for the summer. In short, people always had a special object in taking a journey. One reason for this was that traveling was slow and often dangerous. The roads were bad, and people nearly all traveled on horseback and in company, for robbers lurked by the way, ready to attack and kill for the sake of their money any who rode alone and unprotected. So when a man had to travel, he tried to arrange to go in company with others. In olden days, the most usual reason for a journey, next to business, was a pilgrimage. Sometimes this was simply an act of religion or devotion. Clad in a simple gown and perhaps with bare feet, the pilgrim set out. Carrying a staff in his hand and begging for food and shelter by the road, he took his way to the shrine of some saint. There he knelt and prayed and felt himself blessed in the deed. Sometimes it was an act of penance for some great sin done, sometimes of thanksgiving for some great food received, some great danger past. But as time went on, these pilgrimages lost their old meaning. People no longer trudged along barefoot wearing a pilgrim's garb. They began to look upon a pilgrimage more as a summer outing and dressed in their best as they rode comfortably on horseback. And it is a company of pilgrims such as this that Chaucer paints for us. He describes himself as being part of the company, and it is quite likely that Chaucer really did at one time go upon this pilgrimage from London to Canterbury, for it was a very favorite one. Not only was the shrine of St. Thomas at Canterbury very beautiful in those days, but it was also within easy distance of London. Neither costing much nor lasting long, it was a journey which well-to-do merchantmen and others like them could well afford. Chaucer tells us that it was when the first sunshiny days of April came that people began to think of such pilgrimages. When that April with his showers sweet, the drought of March hath pierced to the root. When the soft wind with his sweet breath inspired hath in every holt, and hath the tender crops. When the little birds make new songs, then longen folk to go on pilgrimages, and palmers for to seeken strange lands, and especially from every shire's end of England to Canterbury they wend. So one day in April, a company of pilgrims gathered at the Tabard Inn on the south side of the Thames, not far from London Bridge. A tabard, or coat without sleeves, was the sign of the inn, hence its name. In those days, such a coat would often be worn by workmen for ease in working, but it has come down to us only as the gaily colored coat worn by heralds. At the Tabard Inn, 29 of sundry folk, besides Chaucer himself, were gathered. They were all strangers to each other, but they were all bound on the same errand. Every one was willing to be friendly with his neighbor, and Chaucer in his cheery way had soon made friends with them all. And shortly when the sun was to rest, so had I spoke with them every one. And having made their acquaintance, Chaucer begins to describe them all so that we may know them too. He describes them so well that he makes them all living to us. Some we grow to love, some we smile upon and have a kindly feeling for although they are not fine folk, they are so very human we cannot help but like them. And some we do not like at all, for they are rude and rough, as the poet meant them to be. End of chapter 23. Recording by Heather Eney.
Section 24. Chaucer at the Tabard Inn. Chaucer begins his description of the people who were gathered at the Tabard Inn with the knight, who was the highest in rank among them. A knight there was, and that a worthy man. And though he was worthy, he was wise, and of his port as meek as any maid. He never yet no villainy ne'er said, in all his life unto no manner wight. He was a very perfect, gentle knight. Yet he was no knight of romance or fairy tale, but a good, honest English gentleman who had fought for his king. His coat was of fustian, and stained with rust from his armour, for he had just come back from fighting, and was still clad in his war-worn clothes. His horse was good, but he neigh was gay. With the knight was his son, a young squire of 20 years. He was gay and handsome, with curling hair and comely face. His clothes were the latest fashion, gaily embroidered. He sat his horse well and guided it with ease. He was merry and careless and clever too, for he could joust and dance, sing and play, read and write, and indeed do everything a young squire should. Yet with it all, courteous he was, lowly and serviceable. With these two came their servant, a yeoman, clad in hood of green, and carrying, besides many other weapons, a mighty bow. As was natural in a gathering such as this, monks and friars and their like figured largely. There was a monk, a worldly man, fond of dress, fond of hunting, fond of a good dinner, and a friar even more worldly and pleasure-loving. There was a pardoner, a man who sold pardons to those who had done wrong, and a sumpter or summoner, who was so ugly and vile that children were afraid of him. A summoner was a person who went to summon or call people to appear before the church courts when they had done wrong. He was a much hated person, and both he and the pardoner were great rogues and cheats, and had no love for each other. There was also a poor parson. All these, except the poor parson, Chaucer holds up to scorn, because he had met many such in real life who, under the pretence of religion, lived bad lives. But that it was not the church that he scorned, or any who were truly good, he shows by his picture of the poor parson. He was poor in worldly goods, but rich he was in holy thought and work. He was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly would preach, his parishioners devoutly would he teach. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. Wide was his parish, and houses far asunder, but he left naught for rain nor thunder, in sickness nor in mischief to visit the farthest of his parish, great or light. Little. Upon his feet and in his hand a staff, the noble ensample to his sheep he gave, the first he wrought, and afterward he taught. There was no better parson anywhere. He taught his people to walk in Christ's way, but first he followed it himself. Chaucer gives this good man a brother, who is a ploughman. A true worker and a good was he, living in peace and perfect charity. He could dig and he could thresh, and everything to which he put his hand he did with a will. Besides all the other religious folk, there were a prioress and a nun. In those days the convents were the only schools for fine ladies, and the prioress perhaps spent her days teaching them. Chaucer makes her very prim and precise. At meat well taught was she withal, she let no morsel from her lips fall, nor wet her fingers in her sauce deep, well could she carry a morsel, and well keep that no drop might fall upon her breast. It should be remembered that in those days forks were unknown, and people used their fingers. In courtesy was set full mickle her lest, pleasure, Her overlip wiped she so clean, that in her cup there was no morsel seen of grease when she drunken had her draught. And she was so tender-hearted. She would cry if she saw a mouse caught in a trap, and she fed her little dog on the best of everything. In her dress she was very dainty and particular, and yet with all her fine ways we feel that she was no true lady, and that ever so gently Chaucer is making fun of her. Besides the prioress and the nun, there was only one other woman in the company. This was the vulgar, bouncing wife of Bath. She dressed in rich and gaudy clothes. She liked to go about to see and be seen and have a good time. She had been married 5 times, and though she was getting old and rather deaf, she was quite ready to marry again, if the husband she had should die before her. Chaucer describes nearly everyone in the company, and last of all he pictures for us the host of the Tabard Inn. A seemly man our host was withal, for to have been a marshal in a hall. A large man he was, with eyen steep, bright, A fairer burgess was there none in Cheap, Cheapside, a street in London, Bold was his speech, and wise and well he taught, and of manhood him lacked right naught, eke thereto he was right a merry man. The host's name was Harry Bailey, a big man and jolly fellow who dearly loved a joke. After supper was over, he spoke to all the company gathered there. He told them how glad he was to see them, and that he had not had so merry a company that year. Then he told them that he had thought of something to amuse them on the long way to Canterbury. It was this: that each of you to shorten of your way in this voyage shall tell tales twain, to Canterbury ward, I mean it so, and homeward they shall tellen other two, of adventures which Willem have befallen, and which of you the beareth you best of all, that is to say, that telleth in this case tales of best sentence and most solace, shall have a supper at all our cost, here in this place, sitting at this post, when that we come again for Canterbury, and for to make you the more merry, I will myself gladly with you ride, right at mine own cost, and be your guide. To this everyone willingly agreed, and next morning they waked very early and set off. And having ridden a little way, they cast lots as to who should tell the first tale. The lot fell upon the knight, who accordingly began. All that I have told you so far forms the first part of the book, and is called the prologue, which means really before-word or explanation. It is perhaps the most interesting part of the book, for it is entirely Chaucer's own, and it is truly English. It is said that Chaucer borrowed the form of his famous tales from a book called the Decameron, written by an Italian poet named Boccaccio. Decameron comes from two Greek words, deca, 10, and hemera, a day, the book being so called because the stories in it were supposed to be told in 10 days. During a time of plague in Florence, 7 ladies and 3 gentlemen fled, and took refuge in a house surrounded by a garden far from the town. There they remained for 10 days, and to amuse themselves, each told a tale every day, so that there are 100 tales in all in the Decameron. It is very likely that in one of his journeys to Italy, Chaucer saw this book. Perhaps he even met Boccaccio, and it is more than likely that he met Petrarch, another great Italian poet, who also retold one of the tales of the Decameron. Several of the tales which Chaucer makes his people tell are founded on these tales. Indeed, nearly all his poems are founded on old French, Italian, or Latin tales. But although Chaucer takes his material from others, he tells the stories in his own way, and so makes them his own, and he never wrote anything more truly English in spirit than the prologue to the Canterbury Tales. Some of these stories you will like to read, but others are too coarse and rude to give you any pleasure. Even the roughness of these tales, however, helps us to picture the England of those far-off days. We see from them how hard and rough the life must have been, when people found humour and fun in jokes in which we can only feel disgust. But even in Chaucer's day, there were those who found such stories coarse. Precious fold, Chaucer calls them. He himself perhaps did not care for them. Indeed, he explains in the tales why he tells them. Here is a company of common, everyday people, he said, and if I am to make you see these people, if they are to be living and real to you, I must make them act and speak as such common people would act and speak. They are churls, and they must speak like churls and not like fine folk, and if you don't like the tale, turn over the leaf and choose another. What should I more say but this miller? He would his words for no man forbear, but told his churl's tale in his manner. Methinketh that I shall rehearse it here, and therefore every gently wight I pray, for goddess love deem not that I say of evil intent, but for I might rehearse their tales all, be they better or worse, or else falsen some of my matter, and therefore whoso listeth it not to hear, turn over the leaf and choose another tale, for he shall find enough, both great and small, in storial thing that toucheth gentlesse, and eke morality and holiness. Blame not me if that the choose amiss. This miller is a churl the know well. So this was the reeve, and many more, and wickedness they tolden both too. Advise you, put me out of blame, and eke men shall not make earnest of game. If Chaucer had written all the tales that he meant to write, there would have been 124 in all, but the poet died long before his work was done, and as it is, there are only 24. 2 of these are not finished. 1, indeed, is only begun. Thus, you see, many of the pilgrims tell no story at all, and we do not know who got the prize, nor do we hear anything of the grand supper at the end of the journey. Chaucer is the first of our poets who had a perfect sense of sound. He delights us not only with his stories, but with the beauty of the words he chooses. We lose a great deal of that beauty when his poetry is put into modern English, as are all the quotations which I have given you. It is only when we read the poems in the quaint English of Chaucer's own time that we can see truly how fine it is. So although you may begin to love Chaucer now, you must look forward to a time when you will be able to read his stories as he wrote them. Then you will love them much more. Chaucer wrote many other books beside the Canterbury Tales, although not so many as was at one time thought. But the Canterbury Tales are the most famous, and I will not trouble you with the names even of the others. But when the grown-up time comes, I hope that you will want to read some of his other books, as well as the Canterbury Tales. And now, just to end this long chapter, I will give you a little poem by Chaucer, written as he wrote it, with modern English words underneath, so that you may see the difference. This poem was written when Chaucer was very poor. It was sent to King Henry IV, who had just taken the throne from Richard II. Henry's answer was a pension of 20 marks, so that once more Chaucer lived in comfort. He died, however, a year later. The Complaint of Chaucer to his Purse. To you my purse, and to none other wight. To you my purse, and to no other wight. Complain I for thee by my lady dear. Complain I for thee by my lady dear. I am so sorry now that thee be light. I am so sorry now that thee be light. For certes, but if thee make me heavy, cheer. For certainly, but if thee make me heavy, cheer. Me were as lief be laid upon my bier. I would as soon be laid upon my bier. For which unto your mercy thus I cry. For which unto your mercy thus I cry. Be heavy again, or else mote I die. Be heavy again, or else must I die. Now vouchsafe south this day or height by night. Now vouchsafe this day before it be night. That I of you the blissful sonne may hear. That I of you the blissful sound may hear. Or see your colour like the sunne bright. Or see your colour like the sun bright. That of yellowness had ne'er peer. That of yellowness had never peer. Thee be my life, thee be mine heart's steer. Thee be my life, thee be my heart's guide. Queen of comfort and of good company. Queen of comfort and of good company. Beth heavy again, or else moot I die. Be heavy again, or else must I die. Now purse that bend to me my life is light. Now purse that art to me my life's light. And Saviour as down in this world here. And Saviour as down in this world here. Out of this town, help me through your might. Out of this town, help me through your might. Sin that thee wolle not binne my treasurer. Since that thee will not be my treasurer. For I am shave as nigh as is a friar. For I am shaven as close as is a friar. But yet I pray unto your courtesy. But yet I pray unto your courtesy. Bethe heavy again, or else moot I die. Be heavy again, or else must I die. L'envoi de Chaucer. Footnote. This is from a French word meaning to send, and is still often used for the last verse of a poem. It is, as it were, a sending off. End footnote. O conqueror of Brutus Albion, O conqueror of Brutus's Albion, which that by line and free election, who that by line and free election, being very king, this song to you I send, art very king, this song to you I send. And thee that mowen alle mine harm amend, and thee that art able all my harm amend, have mind upon my supplication. Have mind upon my supplication. In reading this, you must sound the final E in each word, except when the next word begins with an H or with another vowel. You will then find it read easily and smoothly. Books to read. Stories from Chaucer, prose, by J. H. Kelman. Tales from Chaucer, prose, by C. L. Thompson. Prologue to the Canterbury Tales and Minor Poems, poetry, done into modern English, by W. W. Skeat. Canterbury Tales, poetry, edited by A.W. Pollard, in Chaucer's English, suitable only for grown-up readers. Note, as there are so many books now published containing stories from Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, I feel it unnecessary to give any here in outline. End of section 24.
Section 25 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 25. The First English Guidebook. And now, lest you should say, "What, still more poetry?" I shall give you next a chapter about a great storyteller who wrote in prose. We use storyteller in two senses, and when we speak of Sir John Mandeville, we use it in both. He was a great storyteller. But before saying anything about his stories, I must first tell you that after having been believed in as a real person for 500 years and more, Sir John has at last been found out. He never lived at all, and the travels about which he tells us so finely never took place. Sir John, too, used to be called the father of English prose, but even that honour cannot be left to him, for his travels were not written first in English, but in French, and were afterwards translated into English. But although we know Sir John Mandeville was not English, that he never saw the places he describes, that indeed he never lived at all, we will still call him by that name. For we must call him something, and as no one really knows who wrote the book which is known as The Voyages and Travels of Sir John Mandeville, we may as well call the author by the name he chose as by another. Sir John, then, tells us that he was born in St. Albans, that he was a knight, and that in 1322 he set out on his travels. He travelled about for more than 20 years, but at last, although in the course of them he had drunk of the well of everlasting youth, he became so crippled with gout that he could travel no longer. He settled down, therefore, at Liege in Belgium. There he wrote his book, and there he died and was buried. At any rate, many years afterwards, his tomb was shown there. It was also shown at St. Albans, where the people were very proud of it. Sir John's great book was a guide-book. In those days, as we know, it was a very common thing for people to go on pilgrimages. And among the long pilgrimages, the one to the Holy Land was the most common. So Sir John wrote his book to help people on their way, just as Mr. Baedeker and Mr. Murray do now. It is perhaps the earliest and certainly one of the most delightful guide-books ever written, although really it was chiefly made up of bits out of books by other people. Sir John tells of many different ways of getting to Palestine, and relates wonderful stories about the places to be passed through. He wrote in French. "I know that I ought to write in Latin," he says, "but because more people understand French, I have written in French, so that everyone may understand it." Afterwards it was translated into Latin, later into English, and still later into almost every European language. So much did people like the stories. When these stories appeared, it was something quite new in literature, for until this time stories were always written in poetry. It was only great and learned books, or books that were meant to teach something, that were written in prose. Here is one of Sir John Mandeville's tales. After telling about the tomb of St. John at Ephesus, Sir John goes on, "And then men passed through the isles of Cophus and Lango, of the which isles Ippocras was lord. And some say that in the isle of Lango is Ippocras' daughter in the form of a dragon. It is 100 foot long, so men say, but I have not seen it. And they say the people of the isles call her the lady of the country, and she lieth in an old castle, and showeth herself thrice a year, and she doeth no man harm. And she is thus changed from a lady to a dragon through a goddess whom men call Diana. And men say that she shall dwell so until the time that a knight come that is so hardy as to go to her and kiss her mouth. And then shall she turn again to her own kind, and be a woman. And after that she shall not live long. And it is not long since a knight of the island of Rhodes, that was hardy and valiant, said that he would kiss her. But when the dragon began to lift up her head, and he saw it was so hideous, he fled away. Then the dragon in her anger bare the knight to a rock, and cast him into the sea, and so he was lost. Also a young man that wist not of the dragon went out of a ship, and went through the isle till he came to a castle. Then came he into the cave, and went on till he found a chamber. And there he saw a lady combing her hair, and looking in a mirror, and she had much treasure about her. He bowed to the lady, and the lady saw the shadow of him in the mirror. Then she turned towards him, and asked him what he would. And he answered, he would be her lover. Then she asked him if he were a knight, and he said, nay. She said then, he might not be her lover. But she bade him go again to his fellows, and make him knight, and come again on the morrow. Then she would come out of the cave, and he should kiss her on the mouth. And she bade him have no dread, for she would do him no harm. Although she seemed hideous to him, she said it was done by enchantment, for, she said, she was really such as he saw her then. She said, too, that if he kissed her, he should have all the treasures, and be her lord, and lord of all these isles. Then he departed from her, and went to his fellows in the ship, and made him knight, and came again on the morrow for to kiss the damsel. But when he saw her come out of the cave in the form of a dragon, he had so great dread that he fled to the ship. She followed him, and when she saw that he turned not again, she began to cry as a thing that had much sorrow, and turned back again. Soon after the knight died, and since hitherto might no knight see her, but he died anon. But when a knight cometh that is so hardy to kiss her, he shall not die, but he shall turn that damsel into her right shape, and shall be lord of the country aforesaid. When Sir John reaches Palestine, he has very much to say of the wonders to be seen there. At Bethlehem he tells a story of how roses first came into the world. Here it is. Bethlehem is but a little city, long and narrow, and well walled and enclosed with a great ditch, and it was wont to be called Ephrata, as Holy Writ saith, Lo, we heard it at Ephrata. And toward the end of the city, toward the east, is a right fair church, and a gracious. And it hath many towers, pinnacles, and turrets, full strongly made. And within that church are 44 great pillars of marble, and between the church the field flowered, as ye shall hear. The cause is, forasmuch as a fair maiden was blamed with wrong, for the which cause she was deemed to die, and to be burnt in that place, to the which she was led. And as the wood began to burn about her, she made her prayer to our Lord, as she was not guilty of that thing, that he would help her, that her innocence might be known to all men. And when she had this said, she entered the fire, and anon the fire went out, and those branches that were burning became red roses, and those branches that were not kindled became white roses. And those were the first roses and rose trees that any man saw. And so was the maiden saved through the grace of God, and therefore is that field called the field of God flowered. for it was full of roses. Although Sir John begins his book as a guide to Palestine, he tells of many other lands also, and of the wonder there. Of Ethiopia he tells us, "On the other side of Chaldea, toward the south, is Ethiopia, a great land. In this land in the south are the people right black. In that side is a well, that in the day the water is so cold that no man may drink thereof, and in the night it is so hot that no man may suffer to put his hand in it. In this land the rivers and all the waters are troublous, and some deal salt for the great heat. And men of that land are easily made drunken, and have little appetite for meat. They have commonly great illness of body, and live not long. In Ethiopia are such men as have 1 foot, and they walk so fast that it is a great marvel. And that is a large foot, that the shadow thereof covereth the body from sun and rain when they lie upon their backs." Sir John tells us, too, of a wonderful group of islands, and in one of these isles are men that have 1 eye, and that in the midst of their forehead, and they eat not flesh or fish, all raw. And in another isle dwell men that have no heads, and their eyes are in their shoulders, and their mouth is in their breast. And in another isle are men that have flat faces, without nose and without eyes, but they have 2 small round holes instead of eyes, and they have a flat mouth without lips. And in another isle are men that have the lips about their mouth so great that when they sleep in the sun they cover all their face with the lip. But I must not tell all the lying wonders of our English knight. Footnote: Colonel Sir Henry Yule, The Book of Sir Marco Polo. End footnote. For you must read the book for yourselves, and when you do you will find that it is written with such an easy air of truth that you will half believe in Sir John's marvels. Every now and again, too, he puts in a bit of real information which helps to make his marvels seem true, so that sometimes we cannot be sure what is truth and what is fable. Sir John wandered far and long, but at last his journeyings ended. "I have passed through many lands and isles and countries," he says, "and now am come to rest against my will." And so, to find comfort in his wretched rest, he wrote his book. But, he says, there are many other diverse countries, and many other marvels beyond that I have not seen. Also, in countries where I have been, there are many marvels that I speak not of, for it were too long a tale. And also he thought it was as well to leave something untold, so that other men that go thither may find enough for to say that I have not told, which was very kind of him. Sir John tells us then how he took his book to the Holy Father the Pope, and how he caused it to be read, and "the Pope hath ratified and affirmed my book in all points. And I pray to all those that read this book that they will pray for me, and I shall pray for them." Books to read: The Voyages and Travels of Sir John Mandeville, edited. End of section 25.
Section 26 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 26. Barber, the Bruce, the Beginnings of a Struggle. While Chaucer was making for us pictures of English life, in the sister kingdom across the rugged Cheviot, Another poet was singing to a ruder people. This poet was John Barber, Archdeacon of Aberdeen, an older man than Chaucer, born perhaps 20 years before the English poet. He died only 5 years earlier, so that for many years these two lived and wrote at the same time. But the book by which Barber is remembered best is very different from that by which we remember Chaucer. Barber's best-known book is called The Bruce, and in it, instead of the quiet tales of middle-class people, we hear throughout the clash and clang of battle. Here once again we have the hero of romance. Here once again history and story are mingled, and Robert the Bruce swings his battle axe and wings his faultless arrow, saving his people from the English yoke. The music of the Bruce cannot compare with the music of the tales, but the spirit throughout is one of manliness, of delight in noble deeds and noble thoughts. Barber's way of telling his stories is simple and straightforward. It is full of stern battle, yet there are lines of tender beauty. But nowhere do we find anything like the quiet laughter and humor of Chaucer. And that is not wonderful, for those were stern times in Scotland, and the Bruce is as much an outcome of those times as were the tales of Piers the Ploughman an outcome of the times in England. But if to Chaucer belongs the title of Fathers of English Poetry, to Barber belongs that of Fathers of Scottish Poetry and Scottish History. He indeed calls the language he wrote in English, but it is a different English from that of Chaucer. They were both founded on Anglo-Saxon, but instead of growing into modern English, Barber's tongue grew into what was known later as Braid Scots. All the quotations that I am going to give you from the poem I have turned into modern English, for although they lose a great deal in beauty, it makes them easier for everyone to understand. For even to the Scots, boys and girls, who read this book, there are many words in the original that would need translating, although they are words still used by everyone who speaks Scots to this day. In one page of 27 lines taken at random, we find 16 such words. They are meek, neek, leeked, wheel, gain, ain, nain, stain, rowet, merk, knock, brock, mare, spirit, at, sare, hurt. For those who are Scots, it is interesting to know how little the language of the people has changed in 500 years. As of many another of our early poets, we know little of Barber's life. He was Archdeacon of Aberdeen, as already said, and in 1357 he received a safe conduct from Edward III to allow him to travel to Oxford with 3 companions. In those days there was not as yet any university in Scotland. The monasteries still held their place as centres of learning, but already the fame of Oxford had reached the northern kingdom, and Barber was anxious to share in the treasures of learning to be found there. At the moment there was peace between the two countries, but hate was not dead, it only slumbered. So a safe conduct or passport was necessary for any Scotsman who would travel through England in safety. Edward the King unto his lieges greeting, it ran. Know ye that we have taken under our protection, at the request of David de Bruce, John Barber, Archdeacon of Aberdeen, with the scholars in his company, in coming into our kingdom of England, in order to study in the University of Oxford, and perform his scholastic exercises, and in remaining there and in returning to his own country of Scotland, and we hereby grant him our safe conduct, which is to continue in force for 1 year. Barbara was given 2 other safe conducts, one to allow him again to visit Oxford, and another to allow him to pass through England on his way to France. Besides this, we knew that Barbara received a pension from the King of Scotland, and that he held his archdeaconry until his death, and that is almost all we know certainly of his life. The Bruce is a great national poem, Robert the Bruce, the great national hero of Scotland. But although the Bruce concerns Scotland in the first place, it is of interest to everyone, for it is full of thrilling stories of knightly deeds, many of which are true. The fine poem deserves to be better known, said one of its editors. Footnote, Cosmos Inns. End footnote. It is a proud thing for a country to have given a subject for such an odyssey, and to have had so early in its literature a poet worthy to celebrate it. And it is little wonder that Barbara wrote so stirringly of his hero, for he lived not many years after the events took place, and when he was a schoolboy, Robert the Bruce was still reigning over Scotland. In the beginning of his book, Barbara says, "Stories to read are delightful, supposing even they be naught but fable. Then should stories that true were, and that were said in good manner, have double pleasantness in hearing. The first pleasantness is the telling, and the other is the truthfulness, that shows the thing right as it was, and such thing that are like end to man's hearing are pleasant. Therefore I would fain set my will, if my wit may suffice hereto, to put in writ a truthful story, that it last aye forth in memory, so that no time of length it let, nor gar it wholly be forgot. So he will, he says, tell the tale of stalwart folk that lived erewhile, of King Robert of Scotland, that hardy was of heart and hand, and of Sir James of Douglas, that in his time so worthy was, that his fame reached into far lands. Then he ends this preface with a prayer that God will give him grace, so that I say naught but soothfast thing. The story begins with describing the state of Scotland after the death of Alexander III, when Edward I ruled in England. Alexander had been a good king, but at his death the heir to the throne was a little girl, the Maid of Norway. She was not even in Scotland, but was far across the sea, and as this child queen came sailing to her kingdom, she died on board ship, and so never saw the land over which she ruled. Then came a sad time for Scotland. The land 6 year and more, I faith, lay desolate, for there was no other near heir to the throne, and 13 nobles claimed it. At last, as they could not agree which had the best right, they asked King Edward of England to decide for them. As you know, it had been the dream of every king of England to be the King of Scotland too, and now Edward I saw his chance to make that dream come true. He chose as king the man who had, perhaps, the greatest right to the throne, John Balliol, but he made him promise to hold the crown as a vassal to the King of England. This, however, the Scots would not suffer. Freedom they had ever loved, and freedom they would have. No man, they said, whether he was chosen king or no, had power to make them thralls of England. Oh, freedom is a noble thing. Freedom makes a man to have liking. Freedom all solace to man gives. He lives at ease that freely lives. A noble heart may have no ease, nor nothing else that may him please. If freedom faileth, for free delight is desired before all other thing. Nor he that has lived free may not know well the quality, the anger, nor the wretched doom that joined is to foul thraldom. So sang Barber, and so the passionate hearts of the Scots cried through all the wretched years that followed the crowning of John Ball. And when at last they had greatest need, a leader arose to show them the way to freedom. Robert the Bruce, throwing off his sloth and forgetfulness of his country, became their king and hero. He was crowned and received the homage of his barons, but well he knew that was but the beginning. To maintain what he had begun, he wist, ere all the land was won, he should find full hard bargaining with him that was of England king. For there was none in life so fell, so stubborn, nor so cruel. Then began a long struggle between two gallant men, Robert of Scotland and Edward of England. At first things went ill with the Bruce. He lost many men in battle, others forsook him, and for a time he lived a hunted outlaw among the hills. He durst not to the plains go, for all the commons went him fro, that for their lives were full fain to pass to the English peace again. But in all his struggles Bruce kept a good heart and comforted his men. For discomfort, as then said he, is the worst thing that may be. For through mickle discomforting, men fall off into despairing, and if a man despairing be, then truly vanquished is he. Yet even when Bruce comforted his men, he bade them be brave, and said, and if that then were set a choice, to die or to live cowardly, they should ever die chivalrously. He told them stories, too, of the heroes of olden times, who, after much suffering, had in the end won the victory over their enemies. Thus the days passed, and winter settled down on the bleak mountains. Then the case of Robert and his men grew worse and worse, and they almost lost hope. But at length, with many adventures, the winter came to an end. Spring returned again, and with spring, hope. End of section 26. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 27 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 27. Barber, the Bruce, the End of the Struggle. 'Twas in spring, when winter tide, with his blasts terrible to bide, was overcome, and birdies small, as throstle and the nightingale, began right merrily to sing, and to make in their singing sundry notes, and varied sounds, and melody pleasant to hear, and the trees began to blow with buds and bright blossom also, to win the covering of their heads, which wicked winter had them riven, and every grove began to spring. It was in spring that Bruce and his men gathered to the island of Arran, off the west coast of Scotland, and there Bruce made up his mind to make another fight for the crown. A messenger was therefore sent over to the mainland, and it was arranged that if he found friends there, if he thought it was safe for the king to come, he should, at a certain place, light a fire as a signal. Anxiously Bruce watched for the light, and at last he saw it. Then joyfully the men launched their boat, and the king and his few faithful followers set out. They rowed fast with all their might, till that upon them fell the night, that it walks murk in great manner. Footnote, dark, end footnote, so that they wist not where they were, for they no needle had nor stone, but rode always in one way, steering always upon the fire that they saw burning bright and clear. It was but adventure that them led, and they in short time so them sped, that at the fire arrived they, and went to land, but mere delay. Footnote, without, end footnote. On shore the messenger was eagerly and anxiously awaiting them, and with a sere heart he told the king that the fire was none of his. Far from there being friends around, the English, he said, swarmed in all the land. Were in the castle there beside, full filled of despite and pride. There was no hope of success. Then said the king in full great ire, Traitor, why make thou on the fire? All sire, he said, so God me see, that fire was never made on for me. No ere this night, I wist it not, but when I wist it will. Footnote, well, end footnote, I thought that you and all your company in haste would put you to the sea. For this I come to meet you here, to tell the perils that may appear. The king, vexed and disappointed, turned to his followers for advice. What was best to do, he asked. Edward Bruce, the king's brave brother, was the first to answer, and said, I say you securely, there shall no perils that may be drive me eftsoons into the sea. Mine adventure here take will I, whether it be easeful or angry. Brother, he said, since you will so, it is good that we together take disease and ease, or pain or play, after as God will us purvey. And so, taking courage, they set out in the darkness, and attacked the town, and took it with great slaughter. In such a fray they bode that night, till in the morn that day was bright, and then ceased partly the noise, the slaughter, and the cry. Then once again the fierce struggle was begun. By this time the Bruce was successful. From town after town, from castle after castle, the enemy was driven out, till only Stirling was left to the English. It was near this town, on the field of Bannockburn, that the last great struggle took place. Brave King Edward the first was dead by this time, but his son, Edward II, led the army. It was the greatest army that had ever entered Scotland, but the Scots won the day and won freedom at the same time. I cannot tell you of this great battle, nor all the adventures which led up to it. These you must read in other books, one day, I hope, in Barbour's Bruce itself. From the day of Bannockburn, Barbour tells us, Robert the Bruce grew great. His men were rich, and his country abounded well with corn and cattle, and of all kind other richness. Mirth, solace, and eke blitheness was in the land all commonly, for Irk man blithe was and jolly. And here Barbour ends the first part of his poem. In the second part he goes on to tell us of how the Bruces carried war into Ireland, of how they overran Northumberland, and of how at length true peace was made. Then King Robert's little son David, who was but 5, was married to Joan, the 7-year-old sister of King Edward III. Thus, after war, came rest and ease to both countries. But King Robert did not live long to enjoy his well-earned rest. He died, and all the land was filled with mourning and sorrow. All our defence, they said, alas, and he that all our comfort was, our wit and all our governing, is brought, alas, here to ending. Alas, what shall we do or say? For in life, while he lasted, but all our foes dread were we, and in many a far country of our worship ran the renown, and that was all for his person. Barbour ends his book by telling how the Douglas set out to carry the heart of the Bruce to Palestine, and of how he fell fighting in Spain, and how his dead body and the king's heart were brought back to Scotland. Barbour was born about 6 years after the Battle of Bannockburn. As a boy he must have heard many stories of these stirring times from those who had taken part in them. He must have known many a woman who had lost husband or father in the great struggle. He may even have met King Robert himself, and as a boy he must have shared in the sorrow that fell upon the land when its hero died. He must have remembered, when he grew up, how the people mourned when the dead body of the Douglas and the heart of the gallant Bruce were brought home from Spain. But in spite of the barber's prayer to be kept from saying aught but soothfast thing, we must not take the Bruce too seriously. If King Robert was a true king, he was also a true hero of romance. We must not take all the Bruce as serious history, but while allowing for the truth of much, we must also allow something for the poet's worship of his hero. A hero, too, who lived so near the time in which he wrote. We must allow something for the feelings of a poet who so passionately loved the freedom for which that hero fought. Books to read. There is, so far as I know, no modernized version of the Bruce, but there are many books illustrative of the text. In this connection may be read Robert the Bruce, Children's Heroes Series, by Jeannie Lang, chapters 24 to 44. Scotland's Story by H.E. Marshall, The Lord of the Isles by Sir Walter Scott. Castle Dangerous by Sir Walter Scott. The Heart of the Bruce, Inlays of the Scottish Cavaliers by Eaton, the most available version of the Bruce in Old English, edited by W.M. Mackenzie. End of section 27. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 28 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 28. A Poet King. The Bruce is a book which is the outcome of the history of the times. It is the outcome of the quarrels between England and Scotland and of Scotland's struggle for freedom. Now we come to another poet and another poem which was the outcome of the quarrels between England and Scotland. For although Scotland's freedom was never again in danger, the quarrels between the two countries were, unhappily, not over. In 1399, as we know, Henry IV wrested the crown of England from Richard II. The new king proved no friend to Scotland, for he desired, as those before him had desired, to rule both countries. Henry lost no chance, therefore, by which he might gain his end. So, when in 1405 the King of Scotland sent his little son, James, to be educated in France, the English attacked the ship in which he sailed and took him prisoner. Instead, then, of going as a guest to the court of France, the prince was carried as a prisoner to the court of England. When the old king heard the sad news, he died, and James, captive though he was, became King of Scotland. Those were again troublous times in Scotland. The captive king's uncle was chosen as regent to rule in his absence, but he, wishing to rule himself, had no desire that his nephew should be set free. So, through the reigns of Henry IV and of Henry V, James remained a prisoner. But although a prisoner, he was not harshly treated, and the kings of England took care that he should receive an education worthy of a prince. James was taught to read and write English, French, and Latin. He was taught to fence and wrestle, and indeed to do everything as a knight should. Prince James was a willing pupil. He loved his books and looked forward to the coming of his teachers, who lightened the loneliness of his prison. But, says a Frenchman who has written a beautiful little book about this captive king, stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. The soul of the child who grew up to be a youth was never a prisoner. Behind the thick walls of the tower, built long ago by the conqueror, he studied. Guards watched over him, but his spirit was far away, voyaging in the realms of poetry. And in these thought journeys, sitting at his little window with a big book upon his knee, he visited the famous places which the Gestia Romanorum unrolled before him. the noble senator, Bocha, taught him resignation. William de Loris took him by the hand and led him to the garden of the rose. The illustrious Chaucer invited him to follow the gay troop of pilgrims along the high road to Canterbury. The grave Gower, announcing in advance a sermon of several hours, begged him to be seated, and to the murmur of his wise talk, his head leaning on the window frame, the child slept peacefully. Thus passed the years, and the chief change they brought was a change of prison. After the Tower, it was the castle of Nottingham, another citadel of the Norman time, then Evesham, then again the Tower when Henry V came to the throne, and at last, and this was by contrast almost liberty, the castle of Windsor. Footnote: J. Toussaint, the Roman de droit et croix, and thus for 18 years the prince lived a half real, half dream. The gray days followed each other without change, without adventure, but the brilliant throngs of kings and queens, of knights and ladies, of pilgrims and lovers, and all the make-believe people of Storyland stood out all the brighter for the grayness of the background, and perhaps to the prince in his quiet tower the storied people were more real than the living, who only now and again came to visit him. For the storied people were with him always, while the living came and went again and were lost to him in the great world without, of which he knew scarce anything. But at last, across this twilight life, which was more than half a dream, there struck one day a flash of sunshine. Then to the patient, studious prisoner all was changed. Life was no longer a twilight dream, but real. He knew how deep joy might be, how sharp sorrow. Life was worth living, he learned, freedom worth having, and at length freedom came, and the prince returned to his country a free king and a happy lover. End footnote. How all this happened, King James has told himself in a book called The King's Quair, which means the King's Little Book, which he wrote while he was still a prisoner in England. King James tells us how one night he could not sleep, try as he might. He lay tossing and tumbling, but sleep for craft on earth might I no more. So at last, knowing no better while, he took a book, hoping to borrow a sleep by reading, but instead of bringing sleep, the book only made him more and more wide awake. At length he says, "Mine even gone too smart for studying. My book I shut, and at my head it laid, and down I lay, but footnote without end footnote any tarrying." Again he lay thinking and tossing upon his bed until he was weary. Then I listened suddenly, and soon I heard the bell to matins ring, and up I rose. No longer would I lie, but now, how trow ye, such a fantasy fell me to mind, that methought the bell said to me, "Tell on man what thee befell." Thought I though to myself, what may this be? This is mine own imagining. It is no life. Footnote. Living person. And footnote. That speaketh unto me. It is a bell, or that impression of my thought causeth this illusion, that maketh me think so nicely in this wise, and so befell as I shall you devise. Prince James says he had already wasted much ink and paper on writing, yet at the bidding of the bell he decided to write some new thing, so up he rose, and forthwith all my pen in hand I took, and made a plus, and thus began my book. Prince James then tells of his past life, of how, when he was a lad, his father sent him across the sea in a ship, and of how he was taken prisoner, and found himself in straitward and strong prison, without comfort in sorrow. And there full often he bemoaned his fate, asking what crime was his that he should be shut up within 4 walls, when other men were free. Bewailing in my chamber thus alone, despairing of all joy and remedy, out-wearied with my thought, and woe begone, unto the window 'gan I walk in haste, to see the world and folk that went forby, as for the time though I of mirth's food might have no more, to look it did me good. Beneath the tower in which the prince was imprisoned lay a beautiful garden. It was set about with hawthorn hedges and juniper bushes, and on the small green branches sat a little nightingale, which sang so loud and clear that all the garden and the walls rang right with the song. Prince James leaned from his window, listening to the song of the birds and watching them as they hopped from branch to branch, preening themselves in the early sunshine and twittering to their mates. And as he watched, he envied the birds and wondered why he should be a thrall while they were free. And therewith cast I down mine eyes again, whereas I saw, walking under the tower, full secretly, new coming her to play, the fairest and the freshest young flower that ever I saw methought before that hour, for which sudden abate, anon a start, the blood of all my body to my heart. A lovely lady was walking in the garden, a lady more lovely than he had dreamed anyone might be. Her hair was golden and wreathed with flowers. Her dress was rich, and jewels sparkled on her white throat. Spellbound, he stood a while watching the lovely lady. He could do nothing but gaze. No wonder was, for why my wits all were so overcome with pleasance and delight, only through letting of my eyes down fall, that suddenly my heart became her thrall for ever of free will. Thus, from the first moment in which he saw her, James loved the beautiful lady. After a few minutes he drew in his head lest she might see him and be angry with him for watching her, but soon he leaned out again, for while she was in the garden he felt he must watch and see her walk, so womanly. So he stood still at the window, and although the lady was far off in the garden and could not hear him, he whispered to her, telling of his love. "Oh, sweet," he said, "are you an earthly creature, or are you a goddess? How shall I do reverence to you enough, for I love you? And you, if you will not love me too, why, then, have you come? Have you but come to add to the misery of a poor prisoner?" Prince James looked and longed and sighed and envied the little dog with which the lovely lady played. Then he scolded the little birds because they sang no more. "Where are the songs you chanted this morning?" he asked. "Why do you not sing now? Do you not see that the most beautiful lady in all the world is come into your garden?" Then to the nightingale he cried, "Lift up thine heart and sing with good intent. If thou would sing well ever in thy life, here is i' faith the time. Here is the time, or else never." Then it seemed to the prince as if, in answer to his words, all the birds sang more sweetly than ever before, and what they sang was a love song to his lady, and she, walking under the tender green of the May trees, looked upward and listened to their sweet songs, while James watched her and loved her more and more. And when she walked had a little while under the sweet green boughs bent, her fair fresh face as white as any snow, she turned as and forth her ways went. But then began my sickness and torment, to see her go, and follow I not might. Methought the day was turned into night. Then, indeed, the day was dark for the prince. The beautiful lady in going had left him more lonely than before. Now he truly knew what it was to be a prisoner. All day long he knelt at the window, watching and longing, and not knowing by what means he might see his lady again. At last night came, and worn out in heart and mind, he leaned his head against the cold, rough stone and slept. End of chapter 28. Section 29 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 29. The Death of the Poet King. As Prince James slept, he dreamed that a sudden great light shone into his prison, making bright all the room. A voice cried, "I bring thee comfort and healing. Be not afraid." Then the light passed as suddenly as it had come, and the prince went forth from his prison, no man saying him nay. And hastily by both arms twain I was raised up into the air, caught in a cloud of crystal clear and fair. And so through air and water and hot fire he was carried, seeing and hearing many wonders, till he awoke to find himself still kneeling by his window. Was it all a dream? Prince James asked himself. Even the vision of the lovely lady in the garden? At that thought, his heart grew heavy. Then, as if to comfort him, a dove flew in at his window, carrying in her mouth a sprig of gilliflowers. Upon the stalk, in golden letters, were written the words, "Awake, awake, lover, I bring thee glad news." And so the story had a happy ending, for Prince James knew that the lovely lady of the garden loved him. "And if you think," he says, "that I have written a great deal about a very little thing, I say this to you: who that from hell hath creeped once to heaven would after one thank for joy not make 6 or 7? And every wight his own sweet or sore has most in mind. I can say you no more." Then, in an outburst of joy, he thanks and blesses everything that has led up to this happy day, which has brought him under love's yoke, which easy is and sure. Even his exile and his prison he thanks. And thanked be the fair castle wall, whereas I will come looked forth and leant. The King's Choir reminds us very much of Chaucer's work. All through it there are lines which might have been written by Chaucer, and in the last verse James speaks of Gower and Chaucer as his masters dear. Of Gower I have said nothing in this book, because there is not room to tell of every one, and he is not so important as some or so interesting as others. So I leave you to learn about him later. It is to Chaucer, too, much more than to Gower, that James owes his music. And if he is grave like Gower rather than merry like Chaucer, we must remember that for 19 years he had lived a captive, so that it was natural his verse should be somber as his life had been. And though there is no laughter in this poem, it shows a power of feeling joy as well as sorrow, which makes us sad when we remember how long the poet was shut away from common human life. The King's Choir is written in verses of 7 lines. Chaucer used this kind of verse, but because King James used it too, and used it so well, it came to be called the Rhyme Royal. King James' story had a happy ending. A story with a happy ending must end, of course, with a wedding, and so did this one. The King of England, now Henry VI, was only a child, but those who ruled for him were quite pleased when they heard that Prince James had fallen in love with the beautiful lady of the garden, for she was the king's cousin, Lady Jane Beaufort. They set James free and willingly consented that he should marry his lady, for in this way they hoped to bind England and Scotland together and put an end to wars between the two countries. So there was a very grand wedding in London when the lovely lady of the garden became Queen of Scotland. And then these two, a king and queen, yet happy as any simple lovers, journeyed northward to their kingdom. They were received with great rejoicing and crowned at Scone, But the new king soon found that during the long years he had been kept prisoner in England, his kingdom had fallen into wild disorder. Sternly he set himself to bring order out of disorder, and the willful, lawless nobles soon found to their surprise that the gentle poet had a will of iron and a hand of steel, and that he could wield a sword and scepter as skillfully as his pen. James I righted much that was wrong. In doing it, he made for himself many enemies, but of all that he did or tried to do in the 12 years that he ruled, you will read in history books. Here I will only tell you of his sad death. In 1436, James decided to spend Christmas at Perth, a town he loved. As he neared the river Forth, which he had to cross on his way, an aged woman came to him, crying in a loud voice, "My lord king, if ye cross this water, ye shall never return again in life." Now the king had read a prophecy in which it was said that a king of Scotland should be slain that same year. So, wondering what this woman might mean, he sent a knight to speak with the woman. But the knight could make nothing of her, and returning to the king, he said, "Sir, take no heed of yon woman's word, for she is old and foolish, and what's not what she saith." So the king rode on. Christmas went by quietly and peacefully, and the new year came, and still the king lingered in Perth. The winter days passed pleasantly in reading, walking, and tennis playing, the evenings in chess playing, music, and storytelling. But one night, as James was chatting and laughing with the queen and her ladies before going to bed, a great noise was heard. The sound of many feet, the clatter of armor mingled with wild cries was borne to the quiet room, and through the high windows flashed the light of many torches. At once the king guessed that he was betrayed. The queen and her ladies ran hastily to the door to shut it, but the locks had been broken and the bolts carried away, so that it could not be fastened. In vain James looked round. Way of escape there was none. Alone, unarmed, he could neither guard the ladies nor save himself. Crying to them to keep fast the door as best they might, he sprang to the window, hoping by his great strength to wrench the iron bars from their places and escape that way. But alas, they were so strongly set in the stone that he could not move them, for which cause the king was ugly astoned. Footnote: the death of the King of Scotus. End footnote. Then turning to the fire, James seized the tongs, and under his feet he mightily breast up a blank of the chamber. Footnote: the death of the King of Scotus. End footnote. And leaping down into the vault beneath, he let the plank fall again into its place. By this vault the king might have escaped, for until 3 days before there had been a hole leading from it to the open air. But as he played tennis, his balls often rolled into this hole and were lost, so he had ordered it to be built up. There was nothing then for the king to do but wait. Meanwhile the noise grew louder and louder. The traitors came nearer and nearer. One brave lady named Catherine Douglas, hoping to keep them out and so save the king, thrust her arm through the iron loops on the door where the great bowl should have been. But against the savage force without, her frail white arm was useless. The door was burst open. Wounded and bleeding, Catherine Douglas was thrown aside, and the wild horde stormed into the room. It was not long ere the king's hiding place was found, and one of the traitors leaped down beside him with a great knife in his hand, and the king, doubting him for his life, caught him mightily by the shoulders, and with full great violence cast him under his feet, for the king was of his person and stature a man right manly strong. Footnote: the death of the King of Scotus. End footnote. Seeing this, another traitor leaped down to help his fellow, and the king caught him manly by the neck, both under him, that all a long month after men might see how strongly the king had holden them by the throats. Footnote: the death of the King of Scotus. End footnote. Fiercely the king struggled with his enemies, trying to wrench their knives from them so that he might defend himself. But it was in vain. Seeing him grow weary, a third traitor, the king's greatest enemy, Robert Graham, leaped down too into the vault with a horrible and mortal weapon in his hand, and therewithal he smote him through the body, and therewithal the good king fell down. Footnote: the death of the King of Scotus. End footnote. And thus the poet king died, with 16 wounds in his brave heart, and many more in his body. So at the long last our story has a sad ending. But we have to remember that for 12 years King James had a happy life, and that as he had loved his lady at the first, so he loved her to the end, and was true to her. Besides the King's Quair, there are a few other short poems which some people think King James wrote. They are very different from the Quair, being more like the ballads of the people, and most people think now that James did not write them. But because they are different, is no real reason for thinking that they are not his. For James was quite clever enough, we may believe, to write in more than one way. Besides these doubtful poems, there is one other poem of 3 verses about which no one has any doubt. I will give you one verse here, where it seems in tune with the king's own life and sudden death. Be not our pride in thy prosperet. Be not our proud in thy prosperity. For as it cometh, so will it pass away. For as it comes, so will it pass away. Thy time to count is short, thou may well see. Thy time to count is short, thou mayst well see. For of green grass soon cometh well-wet hay. For of green grass soon cometh withered hay. Labor is truth, Quahill is of the day. Labor in truth, while light is of the day. Trust mayst in God, for he best gives thee can. Trust most in God, for he best guide thee can. And for ilk inch he will thee quit a span, and for each inch he will thee requite a span. Books to read. An illustration of this chapter may be read in The Fair Maid of Perth by Sir Walter Scott. The King's Tragedy, poetry by D.G. Rossetti in his poetical works. The best version of the King's Quair in the ancient text is by W.W. Skeat. End of chapter 29. Section 30 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 30. The Wedding of the Thistle and the Rose. The 15th century, a century in which King James I reigned and died, has been called the Golden Age of Scottish poetry because of the number of poets who lived and wrote then. And so, although I am only going to speak of one other Scottish poet at present, you must remember that there were at this time many more. But of them all, William Dunbar is counted the greatest. And although I do not think you will care to read his poems for a very long time to come, I write about him here, both because he was a great poet and because with one of his poems, The Thistle and the Rose, he takes us back, as it were, over the border into England once more. William Dunbar was perhaps born in 1460 and began his life when James III began his reign. He was of noble family, but there is little to know about his life, and as with Chaucer, what we learn about the man himself, we learn chiefly from his writing. We know, however, that he went to the University of St. Andrews, and that it was intended that he should go into the church. In those days in Scotland, there were only two things a gentleman might be. Either he must be a soldier or a priest. Dunbar's friends, perhaps seeing that he was fond of books, thought it best to make him a priest, but indeed he had made a better soldier. For a time, however, although he was quite unsuited for such a life, he became a friar. As a preaching friar he wandered far, for in every town and place of all England, from Berwick to Calais, I have in my habit made good cheer. In Friar's weed full fairly have I flashed.
Footnote, flattered, end footnote.
In it have I in pulpit gone and preached, in Durton Kirk and in Canterbury. In it I passed at Dover or the ferry, through Picardy, and there the people teached. Dunbar himself knew that he had no calling to be a friar or preacher. He confesses that, as long as I did bear a friar's style, in me, God wot, was many rink and wile. In me was falseness every wight to flatter. which might be banished by no holy water. I was ready all men to beguile. So after a time we find him no longer a friar, but a courtier. Soon we find him, like Chaucer, being sent on business to the continent for his king, James the Fourth. Like Chaucer, he receives pensions. Like Chaucer, too, he knows sometimes what it is to be poor, and he has left more than one poem in which he prays the king to remember his old and faithful servant and not leave him in want. We find him also begging the king for a church living, for although he had no mind to be a friar, he wanted a living, perhaps merely that he might be sure of a home in his old age. But for some reason the king never gave him what he asked. We have nearly 90 poems of Dunbar, none of them very long, but although he is a far better poet than Barber, or even perhaps than James I, he is not for you so interesting in the meantime. First, his language is very hard to understand. One reason for this is that he knows so many words and uses them all. He language had at large, says one of his fellow poets and countrymen.
Footnote: Sir David Lindsay. End footnote.
And so, although his thought is always clear, it is not always easy to follow it through his strange words. Second, his charm as a poet lies not so much in what he tells, not so much in his story, as in the way that he tells it. And so, even if you are already beginning to care for words and the way in which they are used, you may not yet care so much that you can enjoy poetry writing in a tongue which to us is almost a foreign tongue. But if some day you care enough about it to master this old world poet, you will find that there is a wonderful variety in his poems. He can be glad and sad, tender and fierce. Sometimes he seems to smile gently upon the sins and sorrows of his day. At other times he pours forth upon them words of savage scorn, grim and terrible. But when we take all his work together, we find that we have such a picture of the times in which he lived as perhaps only Chaucer, besides, has given us. For us, the most interesting poem is The Thistle and the Rose. This was written when Margaret, the daughter of King Henry VII of England, came to be the wife of King James IV of Scotland. Dunbar was the rhymer of Scotland, that is, the poet laureate of his day, and so, as was natural, he made a poem upon this great event. For a poet laureate is the king's poet, and it is his duty to make poems on all the great things that may happen to the king. For this he receives a certain amount of money and a cask of wine every year, but it is the honor and not the reward which is now prized. Dunbar begins by telling us that he lay dreaming one May morning. You will find, when you come to read much of the poetry of those days, that poets were very fond of making use of a dream by which they tell a story. It was then a May morning when Dunbar lay asleep. When March was with varying winds past, and April had, with her silver showers, ta'en leave of nature with an orient blast, and pleasant May, that mother is of flowers, had made the birds to begin their hours.
Footnote: Orisons, morning prayers. End footnote.
Among the tender arbors red-white, whose harmony to hear it was delight. Then it seemed that May, in the form of a beautiful lady, stood beside his bed. She called to him, "Sluggard, awake anon, for shame. In thine honor go write something." "What," quoth I, "shall I apprise at morrow? For in this May few birdies heard I sing. They have more cause to weep and plain their sorrow. Thy air is not wholesome or benign." "Nevertheless, rise," said May. And so the lazy poet rose and followed the lady into a lovely garden. Here he saw many wonderful and beautiful sights. He saw all the birds and beasts and flowers in the world pass before Dame Nature. Then called she all flowers that grew in field, discerning all their fashions and properties. Upon the awful thistle she beheld, and saw him keeped.
Footnote: guarded. End footnote.
By a bush of spears. Considering him so able for the wars, a radiant crown of rubies him she gave, and said, "In field go forth and fend the lave."
Footnote: rest equal others. End footnote.
"And since thou art a king, be thou discreet. Herb without virtue hold thou naught of such price as herb of virtue and of odor sweet, and let no nettle vile and full of vice mate him to the goodly fleur-de-lis, nor let no wild weed full of churlishness compare her to the lily's nobleness, nor hold thou no other flower in such dainty as the fresh rose of color red and white, for if thou dost, hurt is thine honesty, considering that no flower is so perfect, so full of virtue, pleasance, and delight, so full of blissful angelic beauty, imperial birth, honor, and dignity. By the thistle, of course, Dunbar means James IV, and by the rose, the Princess Margaret. Then to the rose Dame Nature spoke, and crowned her with a costly crown with shining rubies bright. When that was done, all the flowers rejoiced, crying out, "Hail be thou, richest rose!" Then all the birds, the thrush, the lark, the nightingale, cried "Hail!" and the common voice uprose of birdies small, till all the garden rang with joy. Then all the birdies sang with such a shout, that I anon awoke where that I lay, and with a start I turned me about to see this court, but all were went away. Then up I leaned, half yet in fear, and thus I wrote, as ye have heard to Pharaoh.
Footnote: before equal already. End footnote.
Of lusty May upon the 9th morrow. Thus did Dunbar sing of the wedding of the thistle and the Rose. It was a marriage by which the two peoples hoped once more to bring a lasting peace between the two countries. And although the hope was not at once fulfilled, it was 100 years later. For upon the death of Elizabeth, James VI of Scotland, the great-grandson of Margaret Tudor and James Stuart, received the crown of England also, thus joining the two rival countries. Then came the true marriage of the thistle and the rose. Meanwhile, as long as Henry VII remained upon the throne, there was peace between the two peoples. But when Henry VIII began to rule, his brother-in-law of Scotland soon found cause to quarrel with him. Then once again the thistle and the rose met, not in peace, but in war. On the red field of Flodden, once again the blood of a Scottish king stained the grass. Once again Scotland was plunged in tears. After that most dolent day,
Footnote: Sir David Lindsay. End footnote.
We hear no more of Dunbar. It is thought by some that he, as many another knight, courtier, and priest, laid down his life fighting for his king, and that he fell on Flodden Field. By others, it is thought that he lived to return to Scotland, and that the Queen gave to him one of the now many vacant church livings, and that there he spent his last days in quietness and peace. This may have been so, for although Dunbar makes no mention of Flodden in his poems, it is possible that he may have done so in some that are lost. But where this great poet lies, taking his last rest, we do not know. It may be he was laid in some quiet country churchyard. It may be he met death suddenly amid the din and horror of battle.
Books to read. An illustration of this chapter may be read Edinburgh after Flodden in Lays of the Scottish Cavaliers by W.E. Eaton. The best edition of the poems of Dunbar in the original is edited by J. Small.
End of section 30.
Section 31 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 31. At the Sign of the Red Pale. If the 15th century has been called the golden age of Scottish poetry, it was also the dullest age in English literature. During the 15th century, few books were written in England. One reason for this was that in England it was a time of foreign and of civil war. The century opened in war with Wales. It continued in war with France. Then for 30 years the Wars of the Roses laid desolate the land. They ended at length in 1485 with Bosworth Field, by which Henry VII became king. But in spite of all the wars and strife, the making of books did not quite cease. And if only a few books were written, it was because it was a time of rebirth and new life as well as a time of war and death. For it was in the 15th century that printing was discovered. Then it was that the listening time was really done. Men began to use their eyes rather than their ears. They saw as they had never before seen. Books began to grow many and cheap. More and more people learned to read, and this helped to settle our language into a form that was to last. French still, although it was no longer the language of the court or of the people, had an influence on our speech. People traveled little, and in different parts of the country different dialects, which were almost like different languages, were spoken. We have seen that the Ingles of Scotland differed from Chaucer's English, and the language of the north of England differed from it just as much. But when printed books increased in number quickly, when every man could see for himself what the printed words looked like, these differences began to die out. Then our English as a literary language was born. It was Caxton, you remember, who was the first English printer. We have already heard of him when following the Arthur story as the printer of Malory's Morte d'Arthur. But Caxton was not only a printer. He was author, editor, printer, publisher, and bookseller, all in one. William Caxton, as he himself tells us, was born in Kent, in the Weald. But exactly where or when we do not know, although it may have been about the year 1420. Neither do we know who or what his father was. Some people think that he may have been a mercer or cloth merchant, because later Caxton was apprenticed to one of the richest cloth merchants of London. In those days, no man was allowed to begin business for himself until he had served for a number of years as an apprentice. When he had served his time, and then only, was he admitted into the company and allowed to trade for himself. As the Mercers' Company was one of the wealthiest and most powerful of the merchant companies, they were very careful of whom they admitted as apprentices. Therefore, it would seem that really Caxton's family was of great repute of old and genteel-like, as an old manuscript says. Footnote: Harleian Manuscript, 5910. End footnote. Caxton's master died before he had finished his apprenticeship, so he had to find a new master, and very soon he left England and went to Bruges. There he remained for 35 years. In those days there was much trade between England and Flanders, Belgium we now call the country, in wool and cloth, and there was a little colony of English merchants in Bruges. There Caxton steadily rose in importance until he became governor of the English nation beyond the seas. As governor, he had great power, and ruled over his merchant adventurers as if he had been a king. But even with all his other work, with his trading and ruling to attend to, Caxton found time to read and write, and he began to translate from the French a book of stories called the Recueil, footnote, collection, from the French word recueillir, to gather, end footnote, of the histories of Troy. This is a book full of the stories of Greek heroes and of the ancient town of Troy. Recueil. Caxton was not very well pleased with his work, however. He fell into despair of it, he says, and for 2 years he put it aside and wrote no more. In 1468, Princess Margaret, the sister of King Edward IV, married the Duke of Burgundy and came to live in Flanders, for in those days Flanders was under the rule of the Dukes of Burgundy. Princess Margaret soon heard of the Englishman William Caxton, who had made his home in Bruges. She liked him and encouraged him to go on with his writing, and after a time he gave up his post of governor of the English and entered the service of the princess. We do not know what post Caxton held in the household of the princess, but it was one of honor, we may feel sure. It was at the bidding of the princess, whose dreadful command I durst in no wise disobey, that Caxton finished the translation of his book of stories. And as at this time there were no stories written in English prose, poetry only being still used for stories, the book was a great success. The Duchess was delighted and rewarded Caxton well, and besides that, so many other people wished to read it that he soon grew tired of making copies. It was then that he decided to learn the new and wonderful art of printing, which was already known in Flanders. So it came about that the first book ever printed in English was not printed in England, but somewhere on the continent. It was printed some time before 1477, perhaps in 1474. If in manuscript the book had been a success, it was now much more of one. and we may believe that it was this success that made Caxton leave Bruges and go home to England in order to begin life anew as a printer there. Many a time, as governor of the English nation over the seas, he had sent forth richly laden vessels, but, had he known it, none was so richly laden as that which now sailed homeward, bearing a printing press. At Westminster, within the precincts of the Abbey, Caxton found a house and set up his printing press. And there, not far from the great west door of the Abbey, he, already an elderly man, began his new busy life. His house came to be known as the House of the Red Pale, from the sign that he set up. It was probably a shield with a red line down the middle of it, called in heraldry a pale. And from here Caxton sent out the first printed advertisement known in England. "If it please any man, spiritual or temporal," he says, "to buy a certain book, let him come to Westminster into the almonry at the Red Pale, and he shall have them good cheap." The advertisement ended with some Latin words, which we might translate, "Please do not pull down the advertisement." The first book that Caxton is known to have printed in England was called the Dictus, footnote, another word for sayings, from the French dire, to say, end footnote, and sayings of the philosophers. This was also a translation from French, not, however, of Caxton's own writing. It was translated by Earl Rivers, who asked Caxton to revise it, which he did, adding a chapter and writing a prologue. To the people of Caxton's day, printing seemed a marvelous thing. So marvelous did it seem that some of them thought it could only be done by the help of evil spirits. It is strange to think that in those days, when anything new and wonderful was discovered, people at once thought it must be the work of evil spirits. That it might be the work of good spirits never seemed to occur to them. Printing indeed was a wonderful thing. For now, instead of taking weeks and months to make one copy of a book, a man could make dozens or even hundreds at once. And this made books so cheap that many more people could buy them, and so people were encouraged both to read and write. Instead of gathering together to hear one man read out of a book, each man could buy a copy for himself. At the end of one of his books, Caxton begs folk to notice that it is not written with pen and ink as other books be, to the end that every man may have them at once. For all the books of this story, called the Requiem of the Histories of Troy, thus imprinted, as you see here, were begun on one day, and also finished in one day. We who live in the world of books can hardly grasp what that meant to the people of Caxton's time. For 14 years, Caxton lived a busy life, translating, editing, and printing. Besides that, he must have led a busy social life, for he was a favorite with Edward IV, and with his successors, Richard III and Henry VII too. Great nobles visited his workshop, sent him gifts, and eagerly bought and read his books. The wealthy merchants, his old companions in trade, were glad still to claim him as a friend. Great ladies courted, flattered, and encouraged him. He married, too, and had children, though we know nothing of his home life. Altogether, his days were full and busy, and we may believe that he was happy. But at length, Caxton's useful, busy life came to an end. On the last day of it, he was still translating a book from French. He finished it only a few hours before he died. We know this, although we do not know the exact date of his death. For his pupil and follower, who carried on his work afterwards, says on the title page of this book that it was finished at the last day of his life. Caxton was buried in the church near which he had worked, St. Margaret's, Westminster. He was laid to rest with some ceremony as a man of importance, for in the account books of the parish we find these entries. At burying of William Caxton, for 4 torches, 6 shillings 8 pence. For the bell at same burying, 6 pence. This was much more than was usually spent at the burial of ordinary people in those days. Among the many works which Caxton printed, we must not forget Sir Thomas Malory's Morte d'Arthur, which we spoke of out of its place in following the story of Arthur in chapter 8. Perhaps you would like to turn back and read it over again now. As we have said, Caxton was not merely a printer, he was an author too. But although he translated books both from French and Dutch, it is perhaps to his delightful prefaces more than to anything else that he owes his title of author. Yet it must be owned that sometimes they are not all quite his own, but parts are taken wholesale from other men's works or are translated from the French. We are apt to look upon a preface as something dull which may be left unread. But when you come to read Caxton's books, you may perhaps like his prefaces as much as anything else about them. In one he tells of his difficulties about the language, because different people spoke it so differently. He tells how once he began to translate a book, but when I saw the fair and strange terms therein, I doubted that it should not please some gentlemen, which late blamed me, saying that in my translation I had over-curious terms, which could not be understood by common people, and desired me to use old and homely terms in my translations. And fain would I satisfy every man, and so to do I took an old book and read therein, and certainly the English was so rude and broad that I could not well understand it. And certainly our language now used varieth far from that which was used and spoken when I was born. And that common English that is spoken in one shire varieth from another. Insomuch that in my days it happened that certain merchants were in a ship in Thames, for to have sailed over the sea into Zealand. For lack of wind they tarried at Foreland, and went to land for to refresh them. And one of them, named Sheffield, a mercer, came into a house and asked for meat. And especially he asked for eggs. And the good wife answered that she could speak no French. And the merchant was angry, for he also could speak no French, but would have had eggs, and she understood him not. And then at last another said that he would have iron. Then the good wife said that she understood him well. So what should a man in these days now write, eggs or iron? Certainly it is hard to please every man by cause of diversity and change of language. And some honest and great clerks have been with me, and desired me to write the most curious terms that I could find. And thus, between plain, rude, and curious, I stand abashed. But in my judgment, the common terms that be daily used be lighter to be understood than the old and ancient English. In another book, Caxton tells us that he knows his own simpleness and unperfectness in both French and English. For in France was I never, and was born and learned my English in Kent in the Weald, where I doubt not is spoken as broad and rude English as any place in England. So you see, our English was by no means yet settled, but printing perhaps did more than anything else to settle it. We know that Caxton printed at least 102 editions of books, and you will be surprised to hear that of all these, only 2 or 3 were books of poetry. Here we have a sure sign that the singing time was nearly over. I do not mean that we are to have no more singers, for most of our greatest are still to come. But from this time, prose had shaken off its fetters. It was no longer to be used only for sermons, for prayers, for teaching. It was to take its place beside poetry as a means of enjoyment, as literature. Literature, then, was no longer the affair of the marketplace and the banqueting hall, but of a man's own fireside and quiet study. It was no longer the affair of the crowd, but of each man to himself alone. The chief poems which Caxton printed were Chaucer's. In one place he calls Chaucer the worshipful father and first founder and embellisher of ornate eloquence in our English. Here, I think, he shows that he was trying to follow the advice of those great and honest clerks who told him he should write the most curious terms that he could find. But certainly he admired Chaucer very greatly. In the preface to his second edition of the Canterbury Tales he says, "Great thank, laud, and honour ought to be given unto the clerks, poets, and others who have written noble books, among whom, especially before all others, we ought to give a singular laud unto that noble and great philosopher, Geoffrey Chaucer." Then Caxton goes on to tell us how hard he had found it to get a correct copy of Chaucer's poems. For I find many of the said books which writers have abridged it, and many things left out, and in some places have set verses that he never made nor set in his book. This shows us how quickly stories became changed in the days when everything was copied by hand. When Caxton wrote these words, Chaucer had not been dead more than about 80 years, yet already it was not easy to find a good copy of his works. And if stories changed, the language changed just as quickly. Caxton tells us that the language was changing so fast that he found it hard to read books written at the time he was born. His own language is very Frenchy, perhaps because he translated so many of his books from French. He not only uses words which are almost French, but arranges his sentences in a French manner. He often, too, drops the E in the, just as in French, the E or A in lay or la is dropped before a vowel. This you often find in Old English books. The abbey becomes the abbey. The English. Caxton writes, too, enseignement for the teaching. Here we have the dropped E and also the French word enseignement used instead of teaching. But these were only last struggles of a foreign tongue. The triumphant English we now express was already taking form. But it was not by printing alone that in the 15th century men's eyes were opened to new wonder. They were also opened to the wonder of a new world far over the sea. For the 15th century was the age of discovery, and of all the world's first great sailors. It was the time when America and the Western Isles were discovered, when the Cape of Good Hope was first rounded, and the new way to India found. So with the whole world urged to action by the knowledge of these new lands, with imagination wakened by the tales of marvels to be seen there, with a new desire to see and do stirring in men's minds, it was not wonderful that there should be little new writing. The 15th century was the age of new action and new worlds. The new thought was to follow. End of section 31.
Section 32 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by CadenB. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 32. About the beginning of the theater. Many of you have, no doubt, been to the theater. You have seen pantomimes and Peter Pan, perhaps. Perhaps, too, a play of Shakespeare. A comedy, it may be, which made you laugh, or even a tragedy which made you want to cry, or at least left you sad. Some of you, too, have been to pageants, and some may even have been to an oratorio, which last may have been sung in a church. But did you ever wonder how plays and theaters came to be? Did you ever think that there was a time when in all the length and breadth of the land there was no theater, when there were no plays either merry or sad? Yet it was so. But at a very early time the people of England began to act, and strange as it may seem to us now, the earliest plays were acted by monks and took place in church. And it is from these very early monkish plays that the theater with its different kinds of plays, that pageants and even oratorios have sprung. In this chapter, I am going to talk about these beginnings of the English theater and of its literature. All plays taken together are called the drama, and the writers of them are called dramatists, from a Greek word dran, to act or do. For dramas are written not to be read merely, but also to be acted. To trace the English drama from its beginnings, we must go a long way back from the reigns of Henry VII and of Henry VIII, down to which the life of Dunbar has brought us. We must go back to the days when the priests were the only learned people in the land, when the monasteries were the only schools. If we would picture to ourselves what these first English plays were like, we must not think of a brilliantly lighted theater pranked out and fine with red and gold and white such as we know. We must think rather of some dim old church. Stately pillars rise around us, and the outline of the arches is lost in the high twilight of the roof. Behind the quaintly dressed players gleams the great crucifix with its strange, sad figure and outstretched arms, which, under the flickering light of the high altar candles, seems to stir to life. and beyond the circle of light, in the soft darkness of the nave, the silent people kneel or stand to watch. It was in such solemn surroundings that our first plays were played, and the stories that were acted were Bible stories. There was no thought of irreverence in such acting. On the contrary, these plays were performed to exhort the minds of common people to good devotion and wholesome doctrine. You remember when Caedmon sang, he made his songs of the stories of Genesis and Exodus, and in this way, in those bookless days, the people were taught the Bible stories. But you know that what we learn by our ears is much harder to remember than what we learn by our eyes. If we are only told a thing, we may easily forget it. But if we have seen it or seen a picture of it, we remember it much more easily. In those far-off days, however, there were as few pictures as there were books in England, and so the priests and monks fell upon a plan of acting the Bible stories and the stories of the saints so that the people might see and better understand. These plays which the monks made were called mystery or miracle plays. I cannot tell you the exact date of our first miracle plays, but the earliest that we know of certainly was acted at the end of the 11th or beginning of the 12th century. It is not unreasonable to suppose, however, that there had been still earlier plays of which we know nothing. For the miracle plays did not spring all at once to life. They began gradually, and the beginnings can be traced as far back as the 9th century. In an old book of rules for Winchester Cathedral, written about 959, there are directions given for showing the death and resurrection of Christ in dumb show chiefly, with just a few Latin sentences to explain it. By degrees, these plays grew longer and fuller, until in them the whole story of man, from the creation to the day of judgment, was acted in what was called a cycle or circle of short acts or plays. But although these plays were looked upon as an act of religion, they were not all solemn. At times, above the grave tones of the monks or the solemn chanting of the choir, laughter rang out, for some of the characters were meant to be funny, and the watching crowd knew and greeted them as such even before they spoke, just as we know and greet the jester or the clown. The demons were generally funny, and Noah's wife, who argued about going into the ark. The shepherds also, watching their flocks by night, were almost sure to make the people laugh. But there were solemn moments too, when the people reverently listened to the grave words of God the Father, or to those tender and loving of Mary, the Virgin Mother. And when the shepherds neared the manger where lay the wondrous babe, all jesting ceased. Here there was nothing but tender, if simple and unlearned, adoration. In those early days, Latin was the tongue of the church, and the miracle plays were at first said in Latin. But as the common folk could not understand what was said, the plays were chiefly shown in dumb show. Soon, however, Latin was given up, and the plays were acted in English. Then, by degrees, the church grew too small to hold the great crowds of people who wished to see the plays, and so they were acted outside the church door in the churchyard, on a stage built level with the steps. The church then could be made to represent heaven, where God and the angels dwelt. The stage itself was the world, and below it was hell, from out of which came smoke and sometimes flames, and whence might be heard groans and cries and the clanking of chains. But the playing of mysteries and miracles at the church doors had soon to be given up, for the people in their excitement forgot the respect due to the dead. They trampled upon the graves and destroyed the tombs in their eagerness to see, and when the play was over, the graveyard was a sorry sight, with trodden grass and broken headstones. So by degrees it came about that these plays lost their connection with the churches, and were no more played in or near them. They were instead played in some open space about the town, such as the marketplace. Then, too, the players ceased to be monks and priests, and the acting was taken up by the people themselves. It was then that the playing came into the hands of the trade guilds. Nowadays, we hear a great deal about trades unions, but in those far-off days, such things were unknown. Each trade, however, had its own guild, by which the members of it were bound together. Each guild had its patron saint, and after a time the members of a guild began to act a play on their saint's day in his honor. Later still, the guilds all worked together and all acted their plays on one day. This was Corpus Christi Day, a feast founded by Pope Urban IV in 1264. As this feast was in summer, it was a very good time to act the plays, for the weather was warm and the days were long. The plays often began very early in the morning, as soon as it was light, and lasted all day. The miracles were now acted on a movable page. This stage was called a pageant, and the play which was acted on it was also in time called a pageant. The stage was made in 2 stories. The upper part was open all around, and upon this the acting took place. The under part was curtained all around, and here the actors dressed. From here, too, they came out, and when they had finished their parts, they went back again within the curtains. The movable stages were, of course, not very large, so sometimes more than one was needed for a play. At other times, the players overflowed, as it were, into the audience. Here Herod rages on the pageant, and in the street also, is one stage direction. The devils, too, often ran among the people, partly to amuse them and partly to frighten and show them what might happen if they remained wicked. At the creation, animals of all kind which had been kept chained up were let loose suddenly and ran among the people, while pigeons set free from cages flew over their heads. Indeed, everything seems to have been done to make the people feel the plays as real as possible. The pageants were on wheels, and as soon as a play was over at the first appointed place, the stage was dragged by men to the next place, and the play again began. In an old manuscript, we are told, the places where they played them was in every street. They began first at the Abbey gates, and when the first pageant was played, it was wheeled to the high cross before the mayor, and so to every street. And so every street had a pageant playing before them at one time, till all the pageants for the day appointed were played. And when one pageant was near ended, word was brought from street to street, that so they might come in place thereof, exceeding orderly. And all the streets have their pageants afore them, all at one time, playing together. Footnote, Harleian Manuscripts, 1948, end footnote. Thus, if a man kept his place all a long summer's day, he might see pass before him pageant after pageant until he had seen the whole story of the world from the creation to the day of judgment. In time, nearly every town of any size in England had its own cycle of plays, but only 4 of these have come down to us. These are the York, the Chester, the Wakefield, and the Coventry cycles. Perhaps the most interesting of them all are the Wakefield plays. They are also called the Townley plays, from the name of the family who possessed the manuscript for a long time. Year after year, the same guild acted the same play, and it really seemed as if the pageant was in many cases chosen to suit the trade of the players. The water drawers of Chester, for instance, acted the flood. In York, the shipwrights acted the building of the ark, the fishmongers the flood, and the gold beaters and money workers the 3 kings out of the east. The members of each guild tried to make their pageant as fine as they could. Indeed, they were expected to do so, for in 1394 we may find the mayor of York ordering the craftsmen to bring forth their pageants in order and course by good players, well arrayed and openly speaking, upon pain of losing of 100 shillings, to be paid to the chamber without any pardon. Footnote, Thomas Sharp, Dissertation on the Pageants, end footnote. So, in order to supply everything that was needful, each member of a guild paid what was called pageant silver. Accounts of how this money was spent were carefully kept. A few of these have come down to us, and some of the items and prices paid sound very funny now. Paid for setting the world afire, 5 pennies. For making and mending of the black soul's hose, 6 pennies. For a pair of new hose and mending of the old, for the white soul's 18 pennies. Paid for mending pilot's hat, 4 pennies. The actors, too, were paid. Here are some of the prices. to Fawson for hanging Judas 4 pennies. Paid to Fawson for cock crowing 4 pennies. Some got much more than others. Pilate, for instance, who was an important character, got 4 shillings, while 2 angels only got 8 pennies between them. But while the rehearsing and acting were going on, the players received their food, and when it was all over, they wound up with a great supper. End of section 32. Recording by CadenB.
Section 33 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 33. How the Shepherds Watched Their Flocks. In this chapter, I am going to give you a part of one of the Townley plays to show you what the beginnings of our drama were like. Although our forefathers tried to make the pageants as real as possible, they had, of course, no scenery, but acted on a little bare platform. They never thought either that the stories they acted had taken place long ago and in lands far away, where dress and manners and even climate were all very different from what they were in England. For instance, in the shepherd's play, of which I am going to tell, the first shepherd comes in shivering with cold. For though he is acting in summer, he must make believe that it is Christmas time. For on Christmas Day Christ was born, and Christmas time in England, he knows, is cold. What it may be in far-off Palestine, he neither knows nor cares. Lord, what these weathers are cold, and I am ill-happed. I am near hand-dulled, so long have I napped. My legs they fold, my fingers are chapped. It is not as I would, for I am all lapped. In sorrow, in storm and tempest, now in the east, now in the west. Woe is him has never rest, midday or tomorrow. In this strain the shepherd grumbles until the second comes. He too complains of the cold. The frost so hideous they water mine een. No lie, now is dry, now is wet, now is snow, now is sleet. When my shoon freeze to my feet, it is not all easy. So they talk until the third shepherd comes. He too grumbles. Was never since Noah's flood such floods seen, winds and rains so rude, and storms so keen. The first to ask the third shepherd where the sheep are. Sir, he replies, this same day at morn I left them in the corn. When they rang lauds, they had pasture good, they cannot go wrong. That is all right, say the others, and so they settle to sing a song. When a neighbor named Mac comes along, they greet the newcomer with jests, but the second shepherd is suspicious of him. Thus late as thou goes, what will men suppose? And thou hast no ill nose for stealing of sheep. I am true as steel, says Mac. All men wot it, but a sickness I feel that holds me full hot. And so, he says, he is obliged to walk about at night for coolness. The shepherds are all very weary and want to sleep. But just to make things quite safe, they bid Mac lie down between them so that he cannot move without awaking them. Mac lies down as he is bid, but he does not sleep. And as soon as the others are all snoring, he softly rises and borrows a sheep. Quickly he goes home with it and knocks at his cottage door. How, Jill, art thou in? Get us a light. Who makes such din this time of night? Answers his wife from within. When she hears that it is Mac, she unbars the door,
But when she sees what her husband brings, she is afraid. "By the naked neck thou art like to hang," she says. "I have often escaped before," replies Mac. "But so long goes the pot to the water, men say at last comes it home broken," cries Jill. But the question is, now that they have the sheep, how is it to be his from the shepherds? For Mac feels sure they will suspect him when they find out that the sheep is missing. Jill has a plan. She will swaddle the sheep like a newborn baby and lay it in the cradle. This being done, Mac returns to the shepherds, whom he finds still sleeping, and lies down again beside them. Presently, they all awake and rouse Mac, who still pretends to sleep. He, after some talk, goes home, and the shepherds go off to seek and count their sheep, agreeing to meet again at the Crooked Thorn. Soon the shepherds find that one sheep is missing, and suspecting Mac of having stolen it, they follow him home. They find him sitting by the cradle singing a lullaby to the newborn baby, while Jill lies in bed groaning and pretending to be very ill. Mac greets the shepherds in a friendly way, but bids them speak softly and not walk about, as his wife is ill and the baby asleep. But the shepherds will not be put off with words. They search the house, but can find nothing. "All work we in vain, as well may we go. Bother it. I can find no flesh, hard or nesh." Footnote, soft, and a footnote. Salt or fresh, but to tomb, footnote, empty, and a footnote, platters. Meanwhile, Jill from her bed cries out at them, calling them thieves. "Ye come to rob us. I swear, if ever I you beguiled, that I eat this child that lies in this cradle." The shepherds at length begin to be sorry that they have been so unjust as to suspect Mac. They wish to make friends again, but Mac will not be friends. "Farewell, all three, and glad I am to see you go," he cries. So the shepherds go a little sadly. "Fair winds may there be, but love there is none this year," says one. "Gave ye the child anything?" says another. "I trow not a farthing." "Then back will I go," says the third shepherd. "Abide ye there." And back he goes, full of his kindly thought. "Mac," he says, "with your leave, let me give your bairn but sixpence." But Mac still pretends to be sulky, and will not let him come near the child. By this time all the shepherds have come back. One wants to kiss the baby and bends over the cradle. Suddenly he starts back. What a nose! The deceit is found out, and the shepherds are very angry. Yet even in their anger they can hardly help laughing. Mac and Jill, however, are ready of wit. They will not own to the theft. "It is a changeling child," they say. "He was taken with an elf. I saw it myself. When the clock struck 12 was he foreshapen," says Jill. But the shepherds will not be deceived a second time. They resolve to punish Mac, but let him off after having tossed him in a blanket until they are tired and he is sore and sorry for himself. This sheep-stealing scene shows how those who wrote the play tried to catch the interest of the people, for everyone who saw this scene could understand it. Sheep-stealing was a very common crime in England in those days, and was often punished by death. Probably everyone who saw the play knew of such cases, and the writers used this scene as a link between the everyday life, which was near at hand and easy to understand, and the story of the birth of Christ, which was so far off and hard to understand. And it is now, when the shepherds are resting from their hard work of beating Mac, that they hear the angels sing, "Glory to God in the highest." From this point on, all the jesting ceases, and in its rough way the play is reverent and loving. The angel speaks. Rise, herdmen, quickly, for now is he born, that shall take from the fiend what Adam was lorn. That demon to spoil this night is he born. God is made your friend now at this morn. He behests. At Bethlehem go see, there lies that free, footnote, noble, and a footnote, in a crib full poorly, betwixt two beasties. The shepherds hear the words of the angel, and looking upward see the guiding star, wondering at the music, talking of the prophecies of David and Isaiah. They hasten to Bethlehem and find the lowly stable. Here, with a mixture of awe and tenderness, the shepherds greet the holy child. It is half as if they spoke to the God they feared, half as if they played with some little helpless baby who was their very own. They mingle simple things of everyday life with their awe. They give him gifts, but their simple minds can imagine no other than those they might give to their own children. The first shepherd greets the child with words. Hail, comely and clean, hail, young child, hail, maker, as methinks of a maiden so mild. Thou hast warred, I ween, the demon so wild. Then he gives as his gift a bob of cherries. The second shepherd speaks. Hail, sovereign Saviour, for thee we have sought. Hail, noble child and flower that all things hast wrought. Hail, full of favour that made all of naught. Hail, I kneel and I cower, a bird have I brought to my bairn. Hail, little tiny mop, of our creed thou art crop. Footnote, head, and a footnote. I would drink to thy health, little day star. The third shepherd speaks. Hail, darling dear, full of Godhead, I pray thee be near when that I have need. Hail, sweet is thy cheer, my heart would bleed to see thee sit here and so poor weed, with no pennies. Hail, put forth thy doll, footnote, hand, and a footnote. I bring thee but a ball, have and play thee withal, and go to the tennis. And so the pageant of the shepherds comes to an end, and they return home rejoicing. This play gives us a good idea of how the miracles wound themselves about the lives of the people. It gives us a good idea of the rudeness of the times, when such jesting with what we hold as sacred seemed not amiss. It gives, too, the first gleam of what we might call true comedy in English. End of section 33.
Section 34 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 34. The Story of Everyman. A little later than the miracle and mystery plays came another sort of play called the moralities. In these, instead, or representing real people, the actors represented thoughts, feelings, and deeds, good and bad. Truth, for instance, would be shown as a beautiful lady, lying as an ugly old man, and so on. These plays are meant to teach just as the miracles were meant to teach, but instead of teaching the Bible stories, they were made to show men the ugliness of sin and the beauty of goodness. When we go to the theater now, we only think of being amused, and it is strange to remember that all acting was at first meant to teach. The very first of our moralities seems to have been a play of the Lord's Prayer. It was acted in the reign of Edward III, or sometime after 1327. But that has long been lost, and we know nothing of it but its name. There are several other moralities, however, which have come down to us of a later date, the earliest being of the 15th century, and of them perhaps the most interesting is Every Man. But we cannot claim Every Man altogether as English literature, for it is translated from, or at least founded upon, a Dutch play. Yet it is the best of all the moralities which have come down to us, and may have been translated into English about 1480. In its own time it must have been thought well of, or no one would have troubled to translate it. But however popular it was long ago, for hundreds of years it has lain almost forgotten, unread except by a very few, and never acted at all, until some one drew it from its dark hiding place and once more put it upon the stage. Since then, during the last few years, it has been acted often, and as, happily, the actors have tried to perform it in the simple fashion in which it must have been done long ago, we can get from it a very good idea of the plays which pleased our forefathers. On the title page of Every Man we read, "Here beginneth a treatise how the High Father of heaven sendeth death to summon every creature to come to give account of their lives in this world, and is in the manner of a moral play." So in the play we learn how death comes to every man and bids him follow him. But every man is gay and young. He loves life. He has many friends. The world to him is beautiful. He cannot leave it. So he prays death to let him stay, offers him gold and riches, if he will but put off the matter until another day. But death is stern. "Thee availeth not to cry, weep, and pray," he says, "but haste thee lightly, that thou wert gone the journey." Then, seeing that go he must, every man thinks that at least he will have company on the journey, so he turns to his friends. But alas, none will go with him. One by one they leave him. Then every man cries in despair, "Oh, to whom shall I make my moan, for to go with me in that heavy journey? First Fellowship said he would with me gone. His words were very pleasant and gay, but afterward he left me alone. Then spake I to my kinsmen all in despair, and also they gave me words fair. They lacked no fair speaking, but all forsake me in the ending." So at last every man turns him to his good deeds, whom he had almost forgotten, and who lies bound and imprisoned by reason of his sins. And good deeds consents to go with him on the dread journey. With him comes others too, among them knowledge and strength. But at the last these, too, turn back. Only good deeds is true. Only good deeds stands by him to the end with comforting words. And so the play ends. The body of every man is laid in the grave, but we know that his soul goes home to God. This play is meant to picture the life of every man or woman, and to show how unhappy we may be in the end if we have not tried to be good in this world. This moral men may have in mind. The hearers take it of worth old and young, and forsake pride, for he deceiveth you in the end, and remember beauty, 5 wits, strength, and discretion. They all at the last do every man forsake, save his good deeds, these doth he take. And beware, an they be small, before God he hath no help at all. None excuse may be there for every man. Books to read. Every man a morality. Every man's library. End of section 34. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 35 of English Literature for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. English Literature for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Section 35. How a Poet Comforted a Girl. Perhaps the best morality of which we know the author's name is Magnificence by John Skelton, but especially after Every Man, it is still reading for little people, and it is not in order to speak of this play that I write about Skelton. John Skelton lived in the stormy times of Henry VIII, and he is called sometimes our first poet laureate, but he was not poet laureate as we now understand it. He was not the king's poet. The title only meant that he had taken a degree in grammar and Latin verse, and had been given a laurel wreath by the university which gave the degree. It was in this way that Skelton was made laureate, first by Oxford, then by Louvain in Belgium, and thirdly by Cambridge, so that in his day he was considered a learned man and a great poet. He was a friend of Caxton and helped him with one of his books. I pray, Maester Skelton, late created poet laureate in the University of Oxford, says Caxton, to oversee and correct this said book. John Skelton, like so many other literary men of those days, was a priest. He studied, perhaps, both at Oxford and at Cambridge, and became tutor to Prince, afterwards King Henry VIII. We do not know if he had an easy time with his royal pupil or not, but in one of his poems he tells us that the honor of England I learned to spell, and acquainted him with the Muses 9. The days of Henry VIII were troublous times for thinking people. The king was a tyrant, and the people of England were finding it harder than ever to bow to a tyrant, while the world was awakening to new thought and new desires for freedom, both in religion and in life. The Reformation had begun. The teaching of Piers the Ploughman, the preaching of Wycliffe, had long since almost been forgotten, but it had never altogether died out. The evils in the church in high places were as bad as ever, and Skelton, himself a priest, preached against them. He attacked others even though he himself sinned against the laws of priesthood. For he was married, and in those days marriage was forbidden to clergymen, and his life was not so fair as it might have been. At first Wolsey, the great cardinal and friend of Henry VIII, was Skelton's friend too, but Skelton's tongue was mocking and bitter. He was a sharp satirist, but with more railing and scoffery than became a poet laureate.
Footnote: George Puttenham. End footnote,
said one. The cardinal became an enemy, and the railing tongue was turned against him. In a poem called Colin Clout Skelton pointed out the evils of his day and at the same time pointed the finger of scorn at Wolsey. Colin Clout, like Piers Ploughman, was meant to mean the simple, good Englishman. Thus I Colin Clout as I go about, and wandering as I walk, there the people talk. Men say, for silver and gold, mitres are bought and sold. And again, laymen say, indeed, how they, the priests, take no heed, their silly sheep to feed, but pluck away and pull the fleeces of their wool. But he adds, and no good bishop seek I, nor good priest I decry, good friar nor good canon.
Footnote: Same as canon. End footnote.
Good nun nor good canon, good monk nor good clerk, nor yet no good work, but my recounting is of them that do amiss. Yet, although Skelton said he would not decry any good man or any good work, his spirit was a mocking one. He was fond of harsh jests and rude laughter, and no person or thing was too high or too holy to escape his sharp wit. He was doubtless a pleasant, conceited fellow, and of a very sharp wit, says a writer about 60 years later, exceedingly bold, and would nip to the very quick when he once set hold.
Footnote: William Webb. End footnote.
And being bold as bitter, and having set hold with hatred upon Wolsey, he in another poem called Why Come Ye Not to Court, and in still another called Speak, Parrot, wrote directly against the cardinal. Yet, although Skelton railed against the cardinal and against the evils in the church, he was no Protestant. He believed in the Church of Rome, and would have been sorry to think that he had helped the heretics. Wolsey was still powerful, and he made up his mind to silence his enemy. So Skelton found himself more than once in prison, and at last, to escape the cardinal's anger, he was forced to take sanctuary in Westminster. There he remained until he died a few months before his great enemy fell from power. As many of Skelton's poems were thus about quarrels over religion and politics, much of the interest in them has died. Yet, as he himself says, for although my rhyme is ragged, tattered and jagged, rudely rain-beaten, rust and moth eaten, and yet take well therewith, it hath in it some pith. And it is well to remember the name of Colin Clout, at least, because a later and much greater poet borrowed that name for one of his own poems, as you shall hear. But the poem which keeps most interest for us is one which, perhaps at the time it was written, was thought least important. It is called The Book of Philip Sparrow, and this poem shows us that Skelton was not always bitter and biting, for it is neither bitter nor coarse, but is a dainty and tender lament written for a schoolgirl whose sparrow had been killed by a cat. It is written in the same short lines as Colin Clout and others of Skelton's poems. Breathless rhymes.
Footnote. Bishop Hall. End footnote.
They have been called. These short lines remind us somewhat of the old Anglo-Saxon short half lines, except that they rhyme. They are called after their author, Skeletonical. What chiefly makes the book of Philip Sparrow interesting is that it is the original of our nursery rhyme, Who Killed Cock Robin? It is written in the form of a dirge, and many people were shocked at that, for they said that it was but another form of mockery that this jesting priest had chosen with which to divert himself. But I think that little Jane Scope at school in the nunnery at Cairo would dry her eyes and smile when she read it. She must have been pleased that the famous poet, who had been the king's tutor and friend, and who had been both the friend and enemy of the great cardinal, should trouble to write such a long poem all about her sparrow. Here are a few quotations from it. Placebo.
Footnote. Placebo is the first word of the first chant in the service for the dead. Skelton has here made it into 3 words. The chant is called the placebo from the first word. End footnote.
Who is there? Who? De le sai, de Margaret, Faerie my, wherefore and why? For the soul of Philip Sparrow, that was late slain at Cairo, among the nuns black, for that sweet soul's sake, and for all sparrows' souls, set in our bead rolls, Pater Noster Coi, with an Ave Marie, and with the corner of a creed, the more shall be your need. I wept and I wailed, the tears down hailed, but nothing it availed to call Philip again, that Gib our cat hath slain. Gib, I say, our cat, worried her on that which I loved best. It cannot be expressed, my sorrowful heaviness, and all without redress. It had a velvet cap, and would sit upon my lap, and seek after small worms, and sometimes white breadcrumbs. Sometimes he would gasp when he saw a wasp, a fly, or a gnat. He would fly at that, and prettily he would pant when he saw an ant. Lord, how he would fly after a butterfly! And when I said, "Fip, Fip," that he would leap and skip, and take me by the lip. Alas, it will me slow.
Footnote. Slay. And footnote.
That Philip is gone me fro. For it would come and go, and fly so, to and fro, and on me it would leap, when I was asleep, and his feathers shake, wherewith he would make me often for to wake. That vengeance I ask and cry, by way of exclamation, on the whole nation of cats, wild and tame. God send them sorrow and shame, that cat especially, that slew so cruelly my little pretty sparrow, that I brought up at Cairo. O cat of churlish kind, The fiend was in thy mind when thou my bird untwined. Footnote, tore to pieces. End footnote. I would thou hadst been blind. The leopards savage, the lions in their rage, might catch thee in their paws, and gnaw thee in their jaws. These villainous false cats were made for mice and rats, and not for birdies small. Alas, mine heart is slayeth my Philip's doleful death. When I remember it, how prettily it would sit, many times and oft, upon my finger aloft, to weep with me. Look that ye come, all manner of birds of your kind, so none be left behind. To mourning look that ye fall, with dolorous songs funereal, some to sing and some to say, some to weep and some to pray. Every bird in his lay, the goldfinch and the wagtail, the gangling jay to rail, the flecked pie to chatter of the dolorous matter, the robin redbreast, he shall be the priest, the requiem mass to sing, softly warbling, with help of the red sparrow and the chattering swallow, this hearse for to hollow, the lark with his lung too, the chaffinch and the martinet also, the lusty chanting nightingale, the popinjay to tell her tale, that peepeth oft in the glass, shall read the gospel at mass. The mavis with her whistle shall read there the epistle, but with a large and a long, to keep just plain song. The peacock so proud, because his voice is loud, and hath a glorious tale, he shall sing the Grail. Footnote, gradual equals the part of the mass between epistle and gospel. End footnote. The owl that is so foul must help us to howl. At the placebo we may not forego the chanting of the daw, the stork also that maketh her nest in chimneys to rest, the ostrich that will not eat a horseshoe so great, in the stead of meat such fervent heat his stomach doth gnaw, he cannot well fly, nor sing tunably. The best that we can to make him our bellman, and let him ring the bells, he can do nothing else. Chanticleer, our cock, must tell what is of the clock by the astrology that he hath naturally conceived and caught, and was never taught. To Jupiter I call, of heaven imperial, that Philip may fly above the starry sky, to greet the pretty wren that is Our Lady's hen. Amen, amen, amen. End of section 35.